Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun down. I'm in the hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm in the hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots still turn the gun out. I'm in the hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Hood when I'm traveling. Get that when I'm traveling. Six pack wood when I'm traveling. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Seeking a place where you're free, and I got what it takes to rock the mic right. Still watch what you say out your mouth, cause 50 shots.
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.
Your own path.
Don't just wear anything. Wear garments that mean something. We got hats. We got sweatshirts. We got jackets. We even got hoodies. Let's not forget our classic tees. Direction, choose your own path.
The message is always in the cloth, the colors, the designs, the fit. Basic. Pay attention. Stay alert. And remember, choose your own path.
DJ HAMP does it.
Yo, like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. DJ HAMP, people in the building. Aaron, Mr. Fantastic, what's popping?
Perfect. Brother.
Shit like that.
Yo, what up?
Niggas.
Perfect.
What's goody?
Back to school.
Back to school, yeah.
Get them little niggas up out of here. Put them in the bathroom. Put them in the classroom.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Damn right.
The kids down here started last week. You know?
Yeah, same for me.
Yeah. Word. What's goody though?
Shit, everything good, man. Same on same.
Yeah, man. How was your weekend?
Hey, man, it's another weekend. Every day's a weekend for me, man.
Oh yeah, motherfucker.
Every day is the weekend.
Every day is a weekend for me, man.
Hey,
like
yo,
Tommy, I ain't got no job. You know me?
When you got class?
Shit, every day. Now that's me kicking my ass. Especially me, bro. I perform best in the clutch time, so I get all my homework really done on the weekend.
Well, what is it? Virtual, obviously.
Oh hell yeah! You, like I said, you a fucking fool if you, especially if you're not a college age person.
Yeah.
If you are going and sitting in a class to do college, okay.
Yeah, that don't make no sense.
Okay.
Yo, I remember being sitting in the lecture hall. You know, it's 400 people. You just like, what the fuck am I sitting here for? They don't call on you. It's just one person just standing up front.
Well, not even more so now. I'm talking about like, you know, Chat GPT and whatever, bro. That's why that's how you know this shit's a scam at this point, bro.
Yeah.
Nobody's doing the work, bro. Nobody's doing the work for these fucking degrees now.
That's
at least I'll say anybody that's doing online courses, motherfuckers ain't doing the work.
But they have the software where they can tell if like AI wrote it.
But then you got software to fool the software.
Yeah.
If you want to pay the money. So
yeah. Yeah, nah, it's real shit. Like even like math with these things, like, you know what I'm saying, with these phones.
Yeah, it's pointless. I don't need to know the fucking Pythagorean theorem by heart, motherfucker. Put it at Google, Siri, Alexa,
yeah,
Rock, Chat GPT. The fuck?
Like the kids, they'll never see a graphing calculator, bro.
Never. Which is one of the biggest finesses ever. The TI-83 and the TI whatever. One of the biggest finesses ever.
You be trying to get the best one so it could do the work for you. Just more
$100 to use that motherfucker maybe 5 times.
Yeah. The best thing about it was it had a case, like, you know what I mean? You popped it into
had the front on it.
Yo, real shit, bro. I had a nightmare about proofs. Yo, I hated proofs, man. And if you didn't take calculus, you may not have seen proof, but yo, that shit was the worst, bro.
Proofs are fun, and the Pythagorean theorem states that in a right-angled triangle, the square of the hypotenuse is equal to the sum of the squares of the other two sides, which are called the legs.
Yeah.
Proofs are fun.
Pythagorean theorem, man. Damn. What you do this weekend, Aaron?
Well, I didn't ride around in rockets with the wife acting like we're running from the Brazzers.
Okay.
We got these nigglets ready for school. And in celebration of such a momentous annual occasion, I'm going to do as those that are experiencing 5 o'clock right now do. You know, people in England, from whence my last name has come. Yes, it's 5 o'clock somewhere, so cheers.
Damn. I should work out this morning too, so I could potentially. Well, we'll see. The
beauty of being self-employed and no kids in the house. Have yourself one, brother.
It's fantastic. Trying to act more. He's trying to act more mature than us. Like he can't take a drink. You know what I mean?
Nah, he rinsed his mouth out this morning.
All this weight you made me gain with my vacation, man. I've not consumed alcohol in 4 consecutive days, brother. I mean, that's birthday activity, and my birthday's in November. But thank you, Hamp. So yeah, you know what I'm saying?
Shit like that. That's it
on Sunday, and I made him promise, yo, we getting lit. He's like, all right. So we took like 3 or 4. How many shots we took? 4, 5, 5. I think 5. At least. You know what I'm saying? Let me see who in the chat real quick and we get it popping. Rock Solid was goody, my boy. Dub in the building. Salute. Fold up. Mel, you already know. Hit the like button, man. Melly Mel in the building. D Majesty in the building was popping. Good to see y'all. Rashada was popping. Salute, salute, salute. Relly was good. OG Vet Life in the building. I like it, man. Like, share, subscribe, man. Hit that like button. We got 100 people in the building. We should have 100 likes. Alibaba, what up, OG? Hope all is well. Hope everything's everything, man. Nightbot behaving. Nightbot need a couple updates. I'll speak to Daily on Wednesday. Black America, good morning. Salute to the OG in the building. Sozan, what up, kid? Homeboy, Shalom. Reese, we see you. And Rand, Shalom was goody. Go like, share, and subscribe. Champ Talk was popping. Salute. Good to see you. Welcome. Be Original was goody, my boy. Black King in the building. Salute, my brother. Daily, what up? Quincy in the building. Salute, my G. Hope all is well, man. Y'all hit the like button. Angel was good. Good morning. Good Monday. Yo, Mufasa was good. Indeed, man. Indeed. TK was popping. Miss Jilly, say what's up to Miss Jilly in the chat, please. Clout House, we see you. Hope all is well, man. Yeah, shit different, man. When you work for yourself, you do as you please, man. Callie Bev was good, putting in work. Haitian, okay. Regular shit. Keisha in the building was popping. Drabo, we see you. Victim Olympics was good. Hit the like button, hit the like button, man. JT. Great show on Wednesday, man. We had a ball. Daily in the building.
Shit like that.
Indeed. Action. What up, kid? I ain't seen you in a month for Sundays. Hope all is well. Hope everything's everything, man. 100 people in the building. Please hit the like button. That helps the channel the most. That pushes us into the algorithm so everybody can get it popping with us, man. There have been a lot of developments on this. I'm sure the brother, just by proxy of living, right, and scrolling on Instagram and social media, you've seen these updates, you know. Saul, what up? Hey, Saul, appreciate you for running movie night yesterday. Hey, fellas, we watched Who Made the Potato Salad. You ever seen that?
No. That sounds like Tubi material.
Definitely. But before Tubi, it don't even fill the whole screen. That's how old it is. Like you got the, the side.
The box in the box. Lord
yeah.
Jesus.
And Urkel is the main character. But what's his name in real life?
Jaleel White.
So he the main character, but that shit funny as hell. It was Bronx Tale, Who Made the Potato Salad, and Sugar Hill. They picked Who Made the Potato Salad.
We y'all trolls and not just on fucking YouTube. Get the fuck out of here.
Real shit. They never had seen it. Nobody seen it.
Sugar Hill is like the most underrated 90s gangster film, bro. That shit is
by far
super underrated, bro.
Sugar Hill is better in terms of the acting and all that than New Jack City.
All that. New Jack City, Boys in the Hood, all the popular shit.
Yeah.
Sugar Hill clears that shit by a light year, bro.
I think Boys in the Hood is the only one that beats it. But Juice, New Jack City, Sugar Hill Gang for sure. I think
the acting, the Boys in the Hood acting is good.
Yeah.
Menace to Society acting is pretty good. But Sugar Hill, bro, his brother, I forget the actor's name. He is amazing. Like
Hey, so another guy. That's the dude that played that played fucking Eddie King Jr.
Yeah.
Nice like this.
Yeah.
Like this.
Yo, he's still alive? He can't be.
Yeah, he's still alive.
Yo, his acting, in Sugar Hill, he make you want to rip his fucking head off, bro.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
This is the flavor they savor.
Yeah.
Yeah, real shit, bro.
We can't work with Akata. Akata. What is this Akata shit? Like American? Oh shit. Cotton picker.
I love that scene. That's one of my favorite scenes in a movie, period.
Real shit.
Nah, that ain't shit. The daddy dying, that's the one.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah.
That's the one, but I'm just saying that scene. I mean, shout out to Trigger Mike and them niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yo, man. Speaking of laughter, man, I need to ask y'all something, man. Hold on, let me see, because I want to see how much of shit y'all ain't. All right.
Oh man, these spits.
Y'all too. All right. If you laugh, you ain't shit. Okay. All right. I got y'all on a big screen. All right. If you laugh, you lose, man.
I've seen this already. The mouth of babes, man. From the mouth of babes.
Baby.
Yo, y'all laughed before he even said anything, bro.
Yeah, I seen it. I seen it before. I knew what it was. I saw the commercial, then when I saw him, I remember what it was. Yeah.
All right, I got one more for y'all. I don't know why I'm sweating. Like, oh, this is hot. Hold on. All right. If you laugh, you lose, nigga. All right.
All right. Here we go.
All right. Here we go.
Come on, Marie. Shit.
Here we go. Don't sound like a you ready.
What?
Yeah.
I am 30 years old and I'm from Washington, D.C. Yeah.
All right. Good job, fellas. Good job. Good job. They laugh. All right. Good job. All right. I got one more for y'all. All right. If you laugh, you lose. All right. Y'all already lost. So I'm trying to get y'all a consolation. All right. You ready? Hold on.
Skeletor dressed up as a Statue of Liberty.
How you doing? Halloween costume contest. We do it every year. It's always a lot of fun. Let's get started. Our first caress.
All right, good job, fella. All right, good job. Good job.
Skeletor got to lay off that fentanyl.
Yo, why y'all laugh so hard at the kid, yo?
Because I remember that. You know how some shit like you, it's funny, but you hadn't seen it in forever.
Yeah,
so
but
it's like I was like, you know what I'm saying? It's like the suspense was building up because I'm like, okay, I you know what I mean? I seen this commercial, but then when I saw him, I remember what it was. I knew what was gonna happen. So
I never saw it. I'm just sitting there thinking this white lady's in Ham's house and Big Chug came in the room. That's what crossed my mind.
They look about the same.
You're right.
But that video is probably 3 years old.
Yeah. So Big Chug wasn't even born yet.
No. But yo, he
But
said
that's all I could think was this is Hamp's son right here.
he looked about like me too.
Yeah.
And then you say,
yeah, that's something y'all
yo. The suspense of him,
him
processing it is the funniest part.
Right.
And then
he's looking at this lady.
He chooses to say, damn, man. Like, subscribe, tell a friend, man. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. All right. Did y'all hear about this shit?
yeah, I saw this shit. This shit was crazy.
Rampage Jackson's son, Roger Jackson. He is an MMA fighter, right? Up and coming. He does pretty good. He's not as talented as his father. He don't got the size, like you know what I mean. He's smaller, but he's tough though, But he don't have that ferocious power. You know what I'm saying? So he up and coming. He's a kick streamer, right? They kind of tease him. He got that stereotypical white boy cadence. You know that whole type of vibe, right? Kind of not the stereotype that is, I guess, assumed like for a little black boy, I guess. You know what I'm saying? I think he like 22 years old or something like that. So he goes to support one of his friends who's a professional wrestler, one of the smaller leagues like WWE. So he goes to support him. He has his own cameraman and such. So it's like misconstrued that he's a part of like the wrestling crew, So this kind of gives us encompasses the whole story. This right here. Let me play this. See what y'all think.
Raja Jackson just got into serious trouble, and what he did was frankly disgusting.
So what you just saw him walking was after he did what he did.
So he's just do a simple rest.
Let me slow it down so y'all can see. They might show it, but let me just preface it. The guy with the army pants on, he's an actual veteran. Raja, they talked about this before he went in the ring. They talked about him jumping in the ring because he's kind of known, from being Rampage Jackson's son, jumping in the ring, intervening in his fight as a part of the skit, though. But the day before, these guys had an exchange. The army guy in the army pants thinks Raja is a part of the wrestling crew, and so hits him with a fake beer bottle, right, like over his head, And so Raja got extremely upset. But the guy's like, "Oh, I apologize. I saw the cameras. I thought you guys were working, because wrestlers are always working. They're always in character." So they immediately shook hands, apologized. Raja acted like he wanted to fight him. Then he said he understood. So then this is either that evening or the following day where they say, "Hey, as a consolation, you come in the ring during my wrestling match just to kind of get me back for the beer bottle thing, so they can edit it and make it a whole, you know what I mean? Like make money off it." And so then this happened.
Sling skit. He was just supposed to body slam the guy in front of him and pull some of his punches. Since he slams him down and instantly knocks.
So when he slams him there, he's asleep. So when he slams him down like that, he sidewalk slams him, he's asleep. Right? He slammed him for real on the canvas. So he's asleep. Notice the guy in the back. He knows that's too hard of a slam already. You see him? The guy yeah. Because that slam was a real slam. And so now he's really punching him. Blood, if you saw him walking down the street, blood on his shirt and everything.
Out the guy, and instead of pulling his punches, he just starts knocking him out, throwing.
And he hitting him because you see the guy's body when he's limp, his arms are jumping, right? Because his body still has a response to the trauma to his head, right? So just because they blur, you got to blur it, right? Because he really punching him.
Yeah.
But watch his arms and feet jumping every time he get hit.
Knocking him out, throwing haymakers nonstop until the guy
starts
bleeding. And you can see the wrestlers behind their shock. I'm not too sure whether this is part of the entertainment. Look at the guy at the back. They just all start coming up, grabbing him, pulling him away from the knocked out wrestler. You can see it's like bleeding from the corner of his head. Yeah, so it's a really...
No, so Sugar was good. Just to re-explain it. They had an interaction hours before this happened. The guy thought Raja was a part of the wrestling crew. The wrestlers are always in character. He saw the camera with Raja, hit Raja. He started a little argument with Raja, hit him overhead with a fake beer bottle like they have. He apologizes because he realizes Raja isn't a part of it. And he's like, "Hey, my bad. Come in my match. Slam me, this, that, and the third, so we can make some money off it." Raja was still mad from the interaction they had earlier, slammed him from real, and then punched him over 22 times. All right.
Shocking scene to see. Yeah, they had to crowd him and pin him into the corner just to stop him. And it seems like the only reason why he went all out on the wrestler was because the same wrestler made fun of him earlier on. Here's the clip.
What, you don't know me?
Hell no. Yeah.
Hey, I think that's a little. Oh, you don't sell it? Easy. He's not a fucking worker, bro. Calm down.
Yeah, what the fuck was that?
You're good.
What the fuck was that?
You don't sell it? No, he's not a fucking worker, bro.
What the fuck was that? Hold on. I don't play that shit, bro.
Oh, sorry.
No, I will fuck him up, bro.
I know.
So this is the interaction from earlier. So the guy with the cowboy hat is his actual friend. Raja makes a point like, I don't care about wrestling. I'm just here to support my buddy. The guy with the hoodie on is his buddy.
I know you will.
Now, it's not in this video. Raja, earlier this week, got concussed during sparring. He took a head kick and was concussed during sparring. So now he probably already floozy from that because it take a while. And then he hit him in the head with the beer bottle.
Oh shit, right now. But yeah, so just before you started up, a cowboy hat with a hoodie is beyond diabolical. Lock him up. Okay, you need to do at least 90 days in the local jail. Go ahead.
Mm-hmm.
We're good.
I will fuck.
But it turns out that the dude fully apologized after.
Yeah, see, the white dude's like, because his buddy's like, he's not a worker, bro. And then the white dude's like, oh shit.
The confrontation and even asked Raja if he would like a fake angle in the wrestling match.
I apologize. I appreciate it. I didn't know. I thought you were a worker. Don't see my wheel. You still the camera. I get it. We're gonna work it out. Well, he's gonna come out on your matches. I know you keep thinking we're working. We're always working.
I get it. Yeah. I get it now. Now you know
what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We're always working.
And now he's like, oh shit, I get it now, right?
So we'll set it up. I'll have him come out during your match so we can fucking seal the whole thing and we'll make something out of it. You know what I'm saying? All right.
And the reason why he suddenly acted out was because he was tired of everyone treating him like shit.
Everybody fucking playing with me and shit. Think I'm
You know where this coming from?
always playing and shit. Call me bitch and shit. Not no fucking bitch, bro. At the end of the day, I'm gonna stand up for my fucking self because I'm tired of everybody fucking playing with me, bro. Real shit.
Now Raja is banned on Kick, but
you know where that come from? Them comments on Kick, because his fights don't look great. Like he ain't his dad. You know what I'm saying?
He trying to fill some shoes that he never gonna fill.
Can't fill shoes. I mean, even if Rampage ain't top 10, right? He top 5 MMA fighters in every black boy's head. You know what I'm saying?
Oh yeah, hands down.
Rampage, Kimbo couldn't win. Kimbo beat one person.
Kimbo was super duper trash,
but he's still a superhero to us. It don't matter.
He's a household name. People don't know about Derek Johnson, even though Derek Johnson is the light years ahead. Hell, a lot of people surprisingly don't know about Daniel Cormier.
Yeah,
surprisingly.
Cormier great too, man.
Monster.
You know.
If grown men are okay with calling this man Rampage, he's for a reason.
Yeah, hell yeah.
Where I see it.
Like Raja, hold on, let me see. Like I watched one of his matches, right? And you think he's just not good, man. Like he's just not good. So like this him.
Come get his head up and across the cage.
So one, he's significantly smaller than his pops, right? And if you ever watch them stream together, Rampage is obviously the A side, and Rampage be teasing him a lot too.
Yeah, Rampage is always talking shit to him.
Yeah, and Rampage just talk how he talk. He ain't never not talking.
He not motherfucking playing to the camera. That's really Rampage.
Yeah. And so look, right? Rampage, what, 6'3"?
Yeah, gotta be 6'2", 6'3", 250 easy. Walk around.
Look at this. 5'11", 155. So he's fighting at featherweight.
Yeah.
Rampage at 230, 205 at his lightest. You know, I mean, light heavyweight is 205 and under, right? Right there.
205 for MMA.
But he probably walk around at 240 easy.
Oh, no, way more than that. Rampage got to be 260, 270, bro, walking around.
Now, one thing about MMA, these are the actual statistics. So he's actually 5'11". You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And 155, he probably walk around at 175, 180. Right? But just when you watch him, it's just not it, right?
Black and red shorts taking on Stephen Collins. Blue
And I'll go
corner,
back to the other video.
underway. Southpaw versus Orthodox Frank here.
Again, Roger comes out tense.
Pushing forward.
Especially
Victory's last fight. Success goes to it.
Especially the hands.
Oh, he's dropped it.
Right. Especially the hands. Like his Rampage, that was his thing. Slamming the shit out of people, knocking them out, etc. And it's a fight where he seemingly did all right, but he just not his dad, you know.
Did it seem like he was pulling his punches too?
In this fight or the wrestling?
Just right now.
Nah, he's just trying to get timing. He's trying to connect. He's not pulling punches. He just wants fully committing.
Yeah, maybe you're right. It just seemed like he was pulling them.
What?
Yeah,
That
maybe
one?
you're right. Commitment, huh?
That one?
Yeah. Well, no. Just in this fight, just right now in the ring, in the octagon. One
Well,
he just had.
He's not a good boxer.
Yeah, he's just
Oh, all right. That's probably what I'm seeing then. Okay. Like Fantastic said, the commitment wasn't there.
Yeah, then he pulling his head back.
Yeah.
Least of his worries, as he was later told that the wrestler he had attacked had just flatlined and still hadn't woken up.
Hello?
I told you to double leg that motherfucker and start welding. I just saw the video.
Shit pissed me off though, Andre.
I understand that, but now they can't wake the nigga up. He's fucking in the ring, fucking flatline, bro.
My bad.
You didn't have to do all that shit. I understand y'all had heat. You didn't have to fucking take advantage.
I'll call you back later.
Upon hearing that, Raja decided to immediately end the stream. So here's a clip of Rampage Jackson reacting to the news. You can see the disbelief in his face when he hears it.
My son might be getting arrested or something. Oh yeah. My son got in a fight at a pro wrestling event. I'm watching the stream. I'll be back there. I'm gonna go find out. I'm gonna go to the mic.
Flatline, he say, my bad.
He left almost immediately trying to find out what exactly his son had just done. So the situation is still developing, and if the reports are true, this could go way.
So this video was a day ago. He got arrested, but I'm not sure what he got arrested for. But I saw reports that he was indeed arrested. I don't know if they arrested him for attempted murder. I don't think so. That's what people are saying.
Attempted murders, aggravated assault at most.
Yeah.
Well, what's the result of this wrestler? Is he deceased? I mean, he's not pushing.
No, he ain't died. He's just fucked up. He's in the hospital.
Yeah,
He lost some teeth.
Yeah. Yeah, they said he couldn't they just couldn't wake him up. You know, he knocked him out for sure. So this one here. So Seiko Stu's injuries. USA Today had more on the incident. Stu's injuries. Douglas Milo, a wrestler who was involved in an ensuring melee to stop Jackson's alleged attack, told USA Today in an interview that Smith was awake and talking on August 24th, but had broken bones in his face and lost a lot of teeth. Milo added that Smith could be released from the hospital on August 24th. He was choking on his own blood and teeth, Milo said. Somebody reminded me there's kids there. Then I was like, oh my God. As he is taken backstage area into the crowd, Jackson is told by wrestlers. Okay, I can't quite read it. They said that the guy, oh, there you go. So as he is taken from the backstage area into the crowd, Jackson is told by a wrestler identified as Malo as Andre Joe Hudson to give him his receipt. A receipt is a wrestling term for an equal response to a previous transgression. As long as I get my lick back, I'm straight, Jackson says on the live stream. So that's from when he hit him in the head with the bottle, right? Malo described Hudson as a friend of Jackson's and a hothead. You're gassing this volatile person that you know has anger issues up. Then you basically convince him to go out there and ruin his life and another man's life so you can feel like you some big somebody. Mallow told US Today that his child he invited to the show was traumatized by the incident. That kid sitting in the area like, are you okay? Was that real? What's happening? Why did anybody help him? Mallow said you could see the fear in his face. So I guess he's talking about kids. So, so this is when Rampage is sitting there, and in this video, he's like, Roger going to jail. In that video in particular. So this looks like before the incident. Let me see.
I have not seen anyone share this, which is who the victim is, what his story is, because in my opinion, it makes it way worse, right? I mean, it makes it way wrong. And look at the video. Okay. Stop saying that those are not real punches.
Those are
you're
real
embarrassing yourself. I'm telling you guys, if you're saying it's a work and you're just saying like Psycho Steve agreed to get his head bashed in, that's one thing. But stop telling people that these are not real punches.
Which I think, man.
Yeah, them shits. He going to jail. And he deserve it. Like, listen, bro, you can't listen. A part of being this man shit is not easy. Everybody gonna talk shit, right? If you decide to get out here and this social media shit or whatever, you see this shit, HAMP. Like, you know, weird motherfuckers have weird shit to say, and that's why you gotta tell a lot. Most of these people that don't do this for real, hey, don't pay attention to the chat, right? You can't handle that shit. You can't. That's why most people not made for this shit, man. And then, like you said, he's got like, you know, a whole nother different thing of trying to live up to his father's name. Clearly, he's trying to follow in his footsteps. And then his father is his dad, but he's one of his main antagonists or whatever, his personality. So yeah, man, I think it's just a lot of it's an inferiority complex, and he just needed the opportunity to feel like, you know what I'm saying, he was superior, and he took it.
He better not say shit if his cellmate only knows one word, beagly. They lock him up with a gorilla. I mean, like beagly, motherfucker. Like, you know what I mean? Like somebody that is under the jail because he like eats people.
Well, I don't think he'll end up doing real jail time. I mean, of course, he got detained or whatever. He had to turn himself in for the thing. But actual jail time, I doubt it because his dad is who he is. And then
you don't think he'll end up in Colorado with a black refrigerator in the room with him?
Yeah, he'll I don't know. He'll some community service and probation more likely than not. And of course, definitely paying all his fucking medical bills, 1,000%, and whatever pain and suffering he can get.
I wonder if his dad's gonna kick his ass because that's gonna come out of his dad's pocket.
Yeah, definitely come out of his dad's pocket.
I wonder if his dad's gonna be like, "Meet me in the basement, son. Put the gloves on. Matter of fact, hand them to me. You don't need them."
He already a fighter. I think he gonna get in trouble. The only saving grace he may have is they added him to the show, notwithstanding that he is a fighter and they are pro wrestlers. So you would assume that he knows how to kind of fake it.
Spar, yeah.
But remember, they literally added him to it hours beforehand. You know? So there's some nuance there. Like, does he understand? Right now, I think he incriminates himself with the "I'm tired of people playing with me" clip afterwards.
I think he should have known when the dude apologized. It was like when they told him, "Look, he's not here on the clock." Oh, my bad, man. We always working. You know, in this world, we always working. I just thought you were on the payroll. Come to find out you're not. My apologies. Right there, that should have told him what it was. And the fact that he even told him that they're on the clock, that this is all an act. That's how you go into the ring, acting. It's not even spar level. You got to pull more out of it than sparring, which he did not do. He went in there like the guy owed him money or was in bed with his wife.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. People don't understand fighting though. Like, the wrestlers ain't fighters, and the fighters ain't wrestlers. You know, and you got people that don't know how to spar often. He just got head kicked in sparring and been concussed for a week.
Right.
You know? Now, even the punches he was throwing, I mean, they were hard, real punches. They weren't the hardest ground and pound punches I've ever seen in my life. You know what I'm saying? It just odd. Like, for instance, slamming him like that. Does he know how to slam a person in the right way for
not in wrestling clearly, and because that's like say that's not even a damn MMA slam for real. But he put him, like you said, directly on his neck and head. He was out of there.
Yeah.
So like
he was trying to compromise that spine, and you don't have to know how to do a WWF slam. But I think we all, if you can get a man off his feet, we all know how to slam him so that his spine and neck are definitely compromised versus hopefully not.
Exactly. I mean, and that's shout out to Aaron. That's another thing. We all play wrestled as kids, so you know when you just going through the motions versus hey, you trying to fuck a motherfucker up. So definitely that was intentional. It was all intentional. The best thing is the spine
on your knee. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it looked like when his head is the first thing to touch the ground, then his shoulders. Come on, what are you doing? That's like putting the man's lumbar one right on your knee. What are you trying to do?
Like I said, he's lucky he didn't really do serious damage to Buddy, man. More than what it was. That's like the only fortunate part of this. But like you said, everything he gets from this shit, he deserves, bro.
Yo, I don't know. I'm just thinking if I was a defense attorney, you know what I'm saying? Like, how would I try to frame it?
Temporary insanity, lean on that concussion. He didn't know what he was doing. He's out of his mind. He was
definitely on concussion. Like you said, the difference between a real fighting and then fake fighting or wrestling fighting. They allowed him to he was allowed to be involved. They didn't give him the proper training. They didn't give him the proper guidance, and so on and so forth.
Briefing, right?
Yeah, so that's what I'm saying. As to why I don't see him doing jail time. He's definitely going to get some type of penalty, and definitely going to have to pay civil. You know what I'm saying? But actual criminal stuff, I don't think that's going to go far because they allow him to do it. Hey, he just ran the ring, and just hey, now you trespassing, and it's unexpected, and all this other shit, and so on and so forth.
Yeah, where's the ME responsible for clearing him? No, there's no medical examiner that went in here and talked to this dude and stuck a stethoscope to all. You know what I mean? Like, how do you didn't know his mental condition, the condition of his brain going in here? At least if it's just a baseline, the way if something does go wrong, now you have a reference point to judge how far the damage is gone, if anything. But you would have seen going in there that his eggs was a little scrambled.
Yeah, 100%. So last thing on this, man. I guess we'll see how it plays out. Rampage actually released something after the fact, just to cover it completely. I want to clear up the misinformation about my son Roger. I've been confirmed that the wrestler Steve Smith, aka Suko Stu, is awake and stable. Roger was unexpectedly hit in the side of the head by him moments before Smith's match. Roger was told that he could get his payback in the ring. I thought it was a part of the show. It was bad judgment and a work that went wrong. Roger is an MMA fighter, not a pro wrestler, and had no business involved in an event like this. I don't condone my son's actions at all! ! He suffered a concussion from sparring only days ago and had no business doing anything remotely close to physical contact. As a father, I'm deeply concerned with his health and well-being of Mr. Smith. That being said, I'm very upset at any of this happened, but my main concern now is that Mr. Smith will make a speedy recovery. I apologize on his behalf and to kick for the situation. So he makes sure to do the what's up?
Just wanted to say hi.
No doubt. He made sure to do the stop resisting, right, in his response. So he names all the things that least like kind of take the implication off of Roger, the concussion, why he was in there, what he does as opposed to what they do, the misunderstanding, him getting his lick back, what that looks like in the ring specifically. So he literally followed the protocol, right, to when to get his lick back, right? Because they use a terminology called I need my receipts. Receipts is, give me what I gave you or something like that. So he answered. It sounded like his publicist helped him with most of it, except for I've been confirmed, which kind of off. But
Grammar's diabolical.
Yeah. So, but everything else seemed like the publicist helped him with. But
Yeah,
that's what parents do.
He said all the right things. Yeah.
Yeah, parents respond like that. What are you gonna say? Lock this nigga up? He ain't gonna say that. He ain't gonna say that.
Hey, be like, well, the dude the queso dude, his daddy, that nigga did it. He did it. It was him.
Exactly. Damn, man. Interesting. We shall see how it plays out, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. And with the $2 says, Rampage said his son will always need bail money. You gotta send me that clip. Granny with the $5 says DC is the best to ever do it. No, DC was great though, but he ain't no John Jones.
Get the fuck out of here. Who said that? Who told that lie? Get the fuck out of here.
I don't know why Granny said that.
It's only one fucking GOAT, bro.
And it's not even close.
It's not even close, dog.
Like Khabib was good.
Cocaine or not.
Yeah. Cocaine or not. Performance enhancing drugs or not. You wasn't beating John Jones.
You're not beating John Jones, bro.
You're not beating John Jones. Period. Give a damn he on dope or not, nigga. You're not beating John Jones. You know what I'm saying? And you're not beating him. Both his brothers were NFL players.
Yeah, that is crazy genetic bloodline. That
Yeah.
whole thing, that whole genetics. The whole time I thought it was his brother was the one that played on the Chiefs, and that's not his brother.
No, his brother played for the Patriots and Cardinals. Chandler.
Yeah.
And Chandler was top 5 pass rushers at one time. And then his oldest brother played for the Ravens. He played like D tackle. So John Jones was gonna be good regardless. Know what I'm saying? Period. Damn, man. All right, let's get into your boy, man. What's poppin'?
Trying to feel me, nigga. Politics as usual.
What have y'all heard? What have y'all been listening to? I got a couple clips. DC itself. No homicides in 7 days. Now, that doesn't sound like a long time per se. But I guess if you have, like, I remember, what year was it? 2023, I think DC had 322 murders. So you get it, what? What's the math on that?
365 is just under. It's like 0.9 or 0.8.
So damn near every day somebody getting shot.
Every day except Sunday.
Yeah. Every day except Sunday.
They got the truth. They got the Sunday truth going on.
Yeah, NFL Sunday. That's it.
Yeah. I don't know if y'all remember this dude. He played basketball in Baltimore. I forget his name, but they call him the Crime Stopper. Because whenever he was on the court, crime dropped by 86%. Because all the drug dealer, killer, gorilla niggas in Baltimore would be at the game.
Had to be either like Wes Unseld or
I forget his name.
90s?
No, 2000s. He was short though, so he played in Europe for a little bit. Damn, E-Dub, you know his name? Damn, I can't remember his name. Somebody will get it. True for E-Dub should get it. Damn, hold on, let me find. I think his name last name was Carr, maybe. What'd you say?
You said a DC guard. He was a guard in DC in the 2000s.
No, Baltimore.
Oh, well, Baltimore don't got a basketball team.
No, he was high school.
Oh, okay. Oh. That's why I don't know who the hell you're talking about.
A kill car. 1990.
I remember that name. Yeah, Kill Car. I know you're talking about.
They said crime used to go down by 85% when he was playing. So let me play this. Let's preface it in with this, and then we can talk through it, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most.
Washington, D.C. swamp, where President Trump's crime crackdown, it is yielding massive results. For the first time that anyone can seem to remember, Washington, D.C., one of the most violent places in America. It has the highest homicide rate in the world, just went an entire week, 7 full days, not one homicide, not one murder. Now, for reference, prior to President Trump, these were headlines coming out of the Washington swamp. 10 killings in 5 days in D.C., leaving international trail of grief. And now 0 murders in 7 days, not a single one. And it's not just homicide. Carjackings, they're down 83%. Robberies are down 46%. Car theft down a whopping 21%. Overall crime down 22%. Violent crime. And today, President Trump visited the notorious Anacostia neighborhood in Washington, D.C., which has been plagued by horrific levels of violent crime for decades. U.S. presidents, they don't ever visit this neighborhood. Just a short drive from the White House. President Trump, he's not like other presidents. His commitment to public safety, unlike anything we've ever seen. And
so, just to give you guys some context, Anacostia, they kind of running it a little bit further than what it is, but that's where Martin Luther King Boulevard is. Just to get you guys know that, right? Malcolm X, Martin Luther King. Yeah. It's kind of at the start of Southeast, though. So you go from Northeast to Southeast on Minnesota Avenue, and then you kind of get to Anacostia. But it encompasses a lot more, you know. But you got Good Hope right there. You got Anacostia Park, and then you got MLK. You got Malcolm X that's up there, not too far. So a lot of that's over there. But the Department of Defense is also over on that side too.
I was going to say, would you say it's the closest part of Southeast to the actual Capitol, like to actual Capitol Hill, the White House, all that? It's the closest part of Southeast.
I would say, because the Navy Yard is a hop skip
right there. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Just a few hours.
So the real estate
ago, President Trump.
The real estate is prime. You know, that's where Barry Farms is, kind of near Anacostia. So.
Went to this neighborhood, thanked the police, thanked the National Guard, thanked our service members, men and women, for bringing peace back to our nation's capital. He was hanging out, giving out burgers and pizzas along the way. And according to Trump, there is so much more to come. Take a look.
We've had some incredible results. The results have come out, and it's like a different place. It's like a different city. It's the capital. It's going to be the best in the world. We're going to do what you're doing with law enforcement, and very importantly also, we're going to physically do it. We're going back to Congress for some money, and we're going to redo a lot of the pavement, a lot of the medians, a lot of the graffiti's all coming off real fast. It's going to come down real fast, and we're going to be not so much building, it's cleaning and fixing and redoing and putting brand new surfaces down on your roads and streets. And when people come in from the airport all the way to the Capitol or the White House or any place else they go, and they're going to say, boy, this place is spotless. You do the job on safety, and I'll get this place fixed up physically, and we're going to be so proud of it at the end of 6 months. But let's say at the end of a year, this place will be maxed out in terms of beauty.
Now, I'll end on a question tonight to Washington's woke lunatics. Was the discomfort of having to walk past National Guardsmen, was it worth the lives that were saved this week alone in our nation's capital? Or is hating Donald Trump more important to you? Hey, Sean Hannity here. Hey, click here.
Yo, that shit is, I ain't gonna lie. So True said something. It wasn't a super chat, but he's like, they're not hitting the hot spots. Yes, they are.
Yes, the fuck they are.
Where they at right there? Definitely. Remember we had Greg Jackson up here, salute to him. He was saying they in his neighborhood where he live at is a jungle. You know what I'm saying? They up there on 51st Street. They down there in Deanwood, you know. Deanwood is very close to Mayfair and Paradise. So when you look at this area, Anacostia, just where on Good Hope and all that is rough. MLK is rough. Malcolm X is rough. They was over there on Chesapeake Street, which is like the back, like you don't even see no Jakes over there. They was up there in those areas. They was in Simple City. You know, when you look at the street signs and all that. So no, they are literally in the hot spots. Like in the hot spots, bro.
Y'all Trump derangement people, man. Let it go, dog. Just let it go, man. Get out of your political. This is why I say, bro, get out of your political feelings, dog. This has nothing to do with politics, and look at the bigger picture of, again, black people, specifically the elderly and the children have safer places to operate in, bro. Come on, like damn, dog. He can't. Trump can't be reelected, bro. Okay, this is his last term. All right. So especially if you don't even live in DC too, what does it even matter? That's another thing I don't get. But everybody hates Trump. Anything Trump do is a problem. It's a this, it's a that. No matter how much the last guy fucked shit up. But okay.
Aaron?
I mean, when the question was asked, is it worth a life, right? And then it was these other juxtapositions. The answer is always yes, because a life that's saved, I mean, a life snuffed is a life you can't get back. You can change your position or how you feel about somebody. Anything can change other than getting up out of here. So is it worth saving lives? Yes. Now, I'm also leery of the fact that the Mustache Man, one of his strategies was beautification and developing a sense of national pride in one's homeland and all that sort of thing as a way to sort of win the psychology of his constituents. But the flip side of that is there's a righteousness to that. If he's really aiming to beautify the place, then great. And the difference is, like Fantastic says, shout out to Fantastic, this is his last ring around the rosy. The Mustache Man was in it to win it. This man has to get up out of here. So his intentions can only last an additional 3 years. There's nothing he can do to extend his time. Now, he can make a bigger mess as he wants, but in 3 years, he's up out of there forever.
For good, exactly.
The Mustache Man had longevity on his side, so he can get to pulling them tricks.
Exactly. That was his whole thing.
So, I mean, I hate to be on the fence. I'm just recognizing the strengths and weaknesses of both sides. But in this case, if that move is saving lives, and I know DC well, I mean, I don't know it like Hamp or Mr. Jackson, but look, I went to college in the University of Maryland. I got family in Silver Spring. I know DC enough to say that if those changes have been made anywhere east of Anacostia Park, right, Berry Farm and up north, then make the changes. Accept them. It is what it is. These niggas ain't playing. These niggas are not playing. So you got to meet fire with fire sometimes.
Exactly. Y'all niggas don't want to do it. Y'all make excuses for the drug dealer, killer, gorilla niggas. That's y'all cousin. That's your brother. That's your big homie. That's the people you look up to, and y'all cool and fine with him. Y'all don't never call them niggas the coons. Y'all don't never call them niggas.
Anybody that doesn't like this, here's what I suggest we do. Right, as people, and if you don't like what's happening, come up with a plan to prevent it from ever needing to happen again. Now that these changes are being made and the lives are being saved, in the meantime, come up with a way to change the culture or change the landscape or change what people are doing so that this never has to happen again. Take the bull by the horns. But if you're not going to do that, if you're part of the culture to just let sleeping dogs lay, or then when they bring in the gorillas to defeat the lions, don't. What you gonna do? I mean, because what are these niggas are doing any better?
Yeah, nah, Aaron, nah, fuck the police, and you know,
yeah.
hey, man.
I mean, I'm of the fuck the police type, but I'm not busting at these motherfuckers. Like I'm not, you know what I mean? I'm not running around killing my brothers either.
So I guess I must ask though, right? Is it a Band-Aid over a bullet wound? How much does it cost to keep this amount of police out there, right? And is this fixing the problem?
Right.
Or once you remove the force, does it go back to what it's been previously?
Thank you for asking. That's exactly the point that I was making. It's up to us to implement the plan. While this change is temporary and being made, the time to strike is while the iron's hot and that motherfucker's glowing right now. Get it cracking. What are we going to do to prevent this from needing to happen again or from getting worse once it goes away? Because everything you just said, shout out to HAMP, is 100% true. This is a temporary solution or problem that should never have existed, but it's getting the job done temporarily. So we have to fix it in the long term. If we don't, it's going to get worse.
What does this mean, though, right? So we got 7 days homicide free, right? But those people are inside because of the police presence, right?
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Where's the guns?
Right.
Where's the beef?
Right.
Where's the distractions? Where's the opportunities? How do we diffuse those situations?
Nah, Aaron is still right. Aaron is still right and exact. The Band-Aid has been put here, right, in order to set a standard, a new standard, right?
Okay.
It's up for the citizens to maintain the new standard. So when we pull away the force or whatnot, what have you, y'all say you can do it. Niggas always talking about, oh man, we need our own police system. We can do it ourselves. We don't want the white man. We don't trust the police. Okay, so now you need to do what's responsible once this is pulled back and not using an excuse. See, that shit didn't work. It didn't work. See that it could last. It ain't supposed to last forever. Okay, this is the problem I have with niggas. Niggas only want to look at the bad parts of everybody else and use that as an excuse to do bad shit. They never want to look at the good parts and take that and adopt that and put it into implement that for shit to be successful. So if you tired of the National Guard, which National Guard is just nothing but presence. I don't even think they're walking around armed, at least most of them. For all the photos and things I've seen, the National Guard aren't even armed. They're just there helping citizens and shit, right?
Presence and force, yeah.
No,
yeah, it's presence.
Let me show
you.
You
know what I'm saying? So that's
Let me show you,
man.
For joining us on this Friday evening, I'm Scott Thuman, and there are several new developments that have escalated the federal takeover in D.C., including some very threatening words from President Trump when it comes to Mayor Bowser's position of leadership. You'll hear what he said in just a moment, but we're going to begin with the news that the National Guard is authorized to carry weapons around the city. This applies to both members of the D.C. National Guard and the 6 states who have deployed troops here. 7 News' Felicia Ashley has the details and reaction from the community.
The update coming today from the Pentagon, telling 7 News that Secretary of Defense Pete Hegseth made the order. Mayor Bowser doesn't support it.
I don't think you have an armed militia in the nation's capital.
President Donald Trump spoke to some of the troops in Southeast D.C. the night before the announcement.
You got to be strong. You got to be tough. You got to do your job. Whatever it takes to do your job, you got to do your job.
This afternoon, he spoke to people who live and work in areas where we've seen the most troops so far.
I mean, as long as D.C. authorities give them permission to be armed in their city, I guess it's okay. I mean, I can't make the call. I mean, if that helps makes the city safer, let's do it.
That's really weird. That's really freaky. That's messed up.
Now that the 2,000 troops
she don't live over there
currently in D.C.
Who
will
are
be
freedom? No.
armed, I asked the White House and Pentagon if there'll be a change
Taz, what up?
in their rules of engagement. The Pentagon said it had nothing to add. We're still pushing to learn from the White House as well as the Department of Defense where the troops will be across D.C. and the reason for now arming them while they're on patrol. For now, reporting from Union Station, Felicia Ashley, 7 News.
I'm gonna pause it right there. So they're authorized to have weapons, right? You guys are much more knowledgeable than me on this. Aaron usually has like a level of reasoning to understand all of it. Mr. Fantastic he say he's not a Republican, but I don't believe him. So I have to bring up one of Mr. Fantastic's many benevolent nemesis. Y'all be cool until y'all be arguing, and y'all be back cool again. So,
good morning, gentlemen.
What up?
What's up, man?
Hold on, real quick.
Well, shake it.
That's good.
All we need is Tiff, and you fuck.
Yo, they be saying, "Yo, Mr. Fantastic, you realize that we did the one verse whoever before Jubilee? You know that, right?"
You've been on it.
We've been on it.
Yep.
So here's where we are. I mean, y'all been listening, obviously, right? So I'll give y'all a chance to get in, just to see what the baseline is in the conversation. Because I'm not saying it's set. I'm saying that Mr. Fantastic offered information. Aaron offered information. I had a question regarding the sustainability, and so it's only right that we see if there's any other opinions in order to really stabilize this baseline. My main concern is this sounds to me, Mr. Fantastic, Taruf's, Big Aaron, Sean, like what happens when it get hot outside. So this is what I mean by that. The winter is here, right? Everybody inside. Honey, you know what I mean? On your Huggy Bear shit and all that. Soon as that spring crack, everybody start getting busy. The shootings go up, the violence, the crime goes up. And so what I fear is that's going to have a similar effect. We just wait till you gone. My modus operandi hasn't changed. My circumstances and situation is still the same. So I have no reason to make an adjustment. Right? Nobody's giving me any reason or whatever the case is. I'm gonna keep doing what I'm doing. I'm just waiting for them to leave. So that's what I was kind of asking. So Roos, what you think, man? And just so you know, right? I just played the video you was in the back. I think you can see it, Sean. The National Guard has been authorized to carry. Go ahead, Truth.
So, first and foremost, there's nobody that can make the argument that specifically the crime, the homicide being a 7-day stretch is a bad thing. That is awesome. Anytime you have a stretch where nobody's dying, this is awesome. My problem with attributing it to the National Guard is when I look up the stats, HAMP, I got to then ask myself, well, there was 3 more times this year alone that DC had that same stretch and the National Guard wasn't deployed, right? So the first stretch was February 25th through March 12th. That was 16 days, no homicide. Damn. The second stretch was April 11th through the 17th. That's a 7-day stretch, no homicide. The third day, May 4th, may the 4th be with us, through May 11th, again, a full week, no homicide. Those were 3 separate occasions where the National Guard wasn't deployed, right? So again, the stretch of no homicides is a great thing. Are we attributing it to the right causes or to the right effects?
Damn.
Well, this one's still ongoing, so I guess we have to wait to see. If we said the longest streak was 16 days, so if this one makes it to 30, 40, whatever, however long they do it, I guess we can contribute it then. But to clearly say that it hasn't just been homicides, other crime is down also. So can you say the same? So if you can't correlate the same of other crimes and not just homicides being down, you still then have to attribute at least that. You're right on the homicides part. Like I said, since it's already been done, hey, niggas just feel like not killing nobody, right? They're not in the killing mood. But when you correlate the rest of the crime that's also down substantially, then there's some impact there, or there's at least there's a there.
So I agree with that 100%. I think the thing is, once again, we're maybe attributing the cause and effect a little bit differently. Because, Mr. Fantastic, there is a dramatic effect between, for example, carjackings from when Trump deployed the National Guard. Bro, that's down 83%. Just 2 weeks. That's huge. That's amazing. But that's also trending with the overall carjacking crime rate going down in DC even before then. You get what I mean? And then on top of that, while some of the more property crimes have gone down dramatically, apparently violent crimes with involving a weapon has gone up. So we have a lot of property crimes because we have a lot of military boots on ground being reduced, right? But then we have a lot of violent crimes with weapons. Now that could be a hammer, that could be knife, that could be multiple things. It says weapons, not specifically firearms. But if that's going up, and then we already have examples of multiple times of a streak of a homicide, of zero homicide streak, then again, how much of the good things can be attributed to the National Guard specifically? That's all
I think we leaning too much on the National Guard aspect. So the National Guard is secondary to the police president. So you had the National Police, my understanding, first, that's been deployed out to those areas along with the National Guard. In any of these situations, the National Guard aren't apprehending anyone. The National Guard, like Aaron pointed out, is just there for a show of force. They're there to pretty much walk around, patrol, and so on and so forth. They don't have the authority to arrest anyone. So the arrests that are being made and the actual police work being done isn't by the National Guard. As to why, like you said, they've just been approved, like Hamp said. So the weapons thing just been approved. So National Guard won't even get involved in any type of apprehensions or any of these things. They're just there. So even focusing on the National Guard is kind of, putting the cart before the horse, because we're not in the capacity of where they're being used in that manner.
So the reason why I disagree, Fantastic, is because the National Guard is specifically there to help the federal agents, specifically ICE. This is one of the many reasons why they're deployed. And if the crime, and even though the statistics say it's working, if it's working now based on the National Guard being unarmed, why would you arm them? What's the point of escalating it further if what you're doing right now is already working? There should be no point to arm the National Guard. There should be no point to authorize. But of course, when you compare it to what they're not telling you in the stats, but such as, again, the National Guard is being mainly used as their ICE agents, because the National Guard has assisted with about 550 arrests. So that's about a 55% increase. Right. So they're not only using the National Guard as the shadow over local crime, they're using the National Guard to back up federal agents that are doing the immigration rounds and the deportations. You know what I mean? Yeah, immigration arrests has been up between 44 and 55%, depending on sources.
Yeah, but still, no, that's not. You can't say that when they're not being involved in the actual apprehension of anything. National Guard does not carry out arrests.
I literally just said that. I agree with you. They're there to assist the ones that do. That's their whole point. And again, if it was working, there would be no reason to arm the National Guard, because the federal law enforcement is already armed, correct?
You're repeating yourself. So hold on. So I'm about to give you an example, and I'm pretty sure other people from other in the chat participation. I went to Mardi Gras, this year, and guess who was there? The National Guard. Guess what the National Guard was? Armed. Okay, so that's a standard thing, just in case something happens, to where if you're going to be there in that capacity and something breaks out, and you're authorizing the military position to protect the citizens, you're not just going to throw your body in front of bullets. Okay, so it's not escalating anything. It's just going through the proper channels. Okay, and giving them the opportunity to defend themselves in case they need it. That's standard across the board in all other 50 states where the National Guard is deployed. So I've seen National Guard, not just even in Mardi Gras, in other situations where they're standing out there with their M4s or whatever their rifles may be at the time, and hey, they're just standing there shooting the shit, standing in their post. So what are we talking about?
Right. So the National Guard in Louisiana, I'm pretty sure, was there because they wanted a presence because of the former terrorist or the terrorist attack that had happened recently. And then on top of that, Mr. Fantastic, you're explaining something that the leaders in charge who get in front of the cameras aren't explaining that way, because the leaders in charge made it clear to the media and the people that the National Guard, when they deployed them, wasn't going to be armed. So this whole thing, so again, you got to understand, they were deployed initially and sold to the public and to the people that the National Guard was there as a show of force and to there to assist the federal agents. Again, they came in specifically unarmed. So, Mr. Fantastic, if everything is working the way they want it to work, I'm simply asking why the escalation to then arm the National Guard? It was already working, correct?
Yeah, no, but like shout out to Granville. Like I said, they're always there. They're like again the National Guard being there as I would call it a rollout, right? So you're there as a show of force and support to where you're helping the citizens. That's why even though it was just authorized, as HAMP said, like I said before, they had no firearms. They were walking around in uniform just as, hey, if people need something done, and so on and so forth, helping the public. Okay. Like, as you say, though, the initial purpose of them was supposed to be support. So in order for you to be able to support law enforcement activities, you must be armed. So you're kind of like I don't know.
So Mr. Fantastic, you just told everybody. They told the Trump administration told the people one thing, and in the moment the National Guard got on the ground, they changed the mission.
They didn't change the mission. You just said it. They just went through the proper channel. So hold on. And we all service members, me and you, and so you know how this goes. They went through the proper channels. Called for the National Guard. Go ahead. My bad.
Is your mic on?
Is my mic's not on?
I'm not sure.
Oh, it might be on something different. Let me see.
So the point is now that they are authorized to carry. Sean, I'm not saying that you have to respond to that directly, but what's your overall regarding what's happening, right? I have another video that I'd like to play. It says that Chicago and New York City will be next. So I got a video I want to play for that too.
So my overall is the question: do we want to live in a police state, and do we believe in totalitarian regimes? That would be my overall. Which I would hope that us in the United States who value our freedom would not want to live in a police state or under a totalitarian regime. I would hope that. So if you think about it, right? They said that 6 states sent forces there. If you think about it, right? One of the stupidest things about this is it's not scalable and it's not sustainable. And if it is, to the degree to which it is, we're paying for it, us taxpayers. And it's just a Band-Aid on a bullet wound. So if let's say Tarush, we can, because I agree with you, but let's just say if we say, all right, you know what, you can attribute this to their presence. All right, cool. That would only make sense in concert, like y'all said, with a plan that's proactive. Let's just say if we say, all right, cool, they are triaging the situation right now. And the triage is we going in, we trying to find these switches, all this type of shit, which we know when they leave, all that shit gonna pop back up. Cool, they triaging. But what is a long-term plan? And is this a component of a long-term plan? If not, and also if this is only being done in areas where people of color are, then I think it's some racist, stupid shit. You know what I'm saying? While it may be effective, it's just part of some more racist shit. But I'm glad that it's effective for whatever it is. Hopefully he's just triaging. Hopefully it's part of a larger plan. And I agree with you guys that, especially us, we need to find a solution long term for it. So that's my
So the problem with that is now we're going to racist and not the criminality. Again, they're going to where the crime is high. I just Googled it, right? Some of the highest crime, right? Memphis, niggas. St. Louis, niggas. Detroit, niggas. Even Little Rock. One of the people forget about Little Rock, niggas. Okay, so is it that that this is a racist aspect, or this just happen to be the highest crimes where the niggas be at? I mean,
I didn't say it was. I didn't say it was. I said hopefully it's not. I just said hopefully it's being applied across the board. Wherever them poor, dirty, meth addicted whites are, Hopefully they doing it there too. I didn't say it was.
No. So that's the problem. See, that's what I'm saying. We're talking about violent crime, not drug crime. So we're talking
But there's violent. Most of the homicides in the United States are committed by the whites. So yes, they're committing crime. They're committing violent crimes too. So I'm just saying, just apply it. I'm saying apply it across the board. That's all I'm saying.
So give me the white town to where.
No, I'm not gonna do that. I'm just saying apply it across the board because I'm not arguing for that. I'm just saying apply it across the board. That's all I'm saying. Like the same way you Googling, you can Google it. Just Google it. Like you know what I'm saying? But just
that's what I'm trying to tell you. So all of the cities that come up here are predominantly black cities, right? And then when you look at those cities, the highest.
Chicago ain't predominantly black, bro. You gotta stop saying that. It's not predominantly black. We're a small amount of the city, bro. It's not predominantly black. So that right there, okay. So predominantly, so they shouldn't go to Chicago because it's not predominantly black.
Hold on. You getting me on a technicality, but let me see.
So stay right there. What percent? No. What percentage of Chicago is black?
I gotta look it up.
Because now you're gonna switch it to it's a Democrat city. It's you know what I'm saying? Like look it up.
Not. So hold up. White is 39%. Black African American is 29%. Hispanic is 29%.
So black is what percent?
29%.
Black is 29%. Okay, so that means that non-black is 71%. So once again, it's exponentially not a majority black city. So what was you saying again about they only going to majority black cities?
You're right. So that's even worse. So it's not a majority black city, but the majority of the crime is being committed by blacks. So now you have 30% of the community that's committing over 70% of the violent crime.
So now we talk about places that the majority of the crime is not being committed by blacks though. That's not true.
It is. So hold on. So when I look,
Taz was good. Turn your mic up, Mr. Fantastic, just a little bit.
So you just helped my point because now you have even lesser of the black community, right, at 30%, overrepresented in crime yet again, as we always manage to do. So you're gonna.
But fantastic. I'm with you on. We need to get rid of that crime. You're making it seem as if I'm not with that, bro. That's why I'm saying I ain't want.
Is my shit? Check. Is it good now? He going out. Am I tripping or is he out?
It's him. He's driving.
He's in and out.
Yeah, he's freezing right.
Sean, he froze.
One of the issues that I'm having, guys, is I don't have a problem. Again, I've already admitted that the National Guard has had an effect on this. But the longer we go and the more they try to put this in different cities, whatever the racial makeup is, I'm going to try to ignore that for a minute. Are we also saying that's more of an indictment on the local law enforcement? Because why is the Federal National Guard able to pull off something local PD can't? Right? Because now we have to have that conversation about how ineffective our law enforcement across the country is.
Yo, Tarus, on that point, right? And I want to get Taz in. Taz was goody. So here's the thing, right? About the community policing. Did y'all see that video I played with the black cop?
Yeah.
And they was saying, nigga, you was a whore. You was a whore in high school and all that, right? And they was teasing them and carrying on. There's another video where he was in an apartment building, right? He was doing his job, called, and they was in his face. He smacked the phone out their hand, right? But he not gonna arrest nobody though. You see, because he know them. So now what I saw was the community policing. Those police they're so deferential that they not applying the pressure like them three white boys that walked on the steps. And they were, did y'all see that video? They were nice. They was like, hey, you can't smoke outside. You can't drink outside. This is what needs to happen. We letting you know. You know what I mean? Like, but he was direct, but he was cordial about it. You know what I'm saying? Now I'm thinking community policing, we are people soft on each other.
Yeah, niggas don't respect niggas. And then, like you said, the niggas now have to adjust to familiarity, right? That's a disadvantage. So that's a problem too. Oh, you don't want to be, because you gotta go, you live there. So now you playing the balance of being a black man, a black police officer, and you're gonna be the nigga that's locking everybody else up. Your life gonna be a living hell outside of that. You know what I'm saying? When you off. So now you kind of gotta play to the culture that's there. And that brings us to the original thing, Hamp. It's a culture issue. And I just looked it up. 75% of the victims of violent crimes were black in Chicago. And we know that 90+% of violence are committed by people of the same race. So I even undershot what it was. So when we talking about violent crime, okay, over 75% of it in Chicago, even though only 30% is represented by black people. It's a problem. And then overall, in the bigger picture, regardless of what you want to say about any of this, it's still some of the highest crime in the country. So you have these, and then it's a major city. So we're not just looking at local politics. We're not just looking at race. We're not, bro. This is like a international thing to where the Olympics are gonna be in LA 2 years, right?
Yeah.
World Cup.
Yeah, World Cup. My bad.
World Cup going to draw a bigger crowd than the Olympics.
World Cup Atlanta, and then you got the Olympics
at 2 years after that.
So as you're bidding for things globally, okay, these are opportunities and things as to where you are. You know, America is America, right? So you have some of these biggest tourist destinations and some of these biggest places where people go. You know what I mean? Bro, this plays a lot more than just they don't like niggas.
The DC being violent, Chicago being violent is an impact on the country. In the middle of Oregon, them dope methamphetamine overdosing. Who does it affect? I guess is the argument. Go ahead, Sean.
Hey, I'm just saying, if you're gonna fix it, fix it. I just don't want. I want to make sure that you're not framing it like I'm against it. I'm saying if you're gonna fix it, fix it. Just make sure that you know what I'm saying you fixing all of it. That's all I'm saying.
I think it's a twofold thing. I think it's a two-party system in this situation. That's where the citizens have to assist the police.
I agree with you. I don't even think it's assisting the police. I think it's our responsibility. I think it's the black man's responsibility. I don't even fuck the police. I think it's the black man's responsibility. Fantastic. Fuck them. I don't even care about them. They're turned in some ways, but mostly, nigga, they just wait till the bodies drop and come in and try to figure out what happened. You know what I'm saying? They ain't really doing shit. I think it's our job, black men. Fuck the black women on this shit too. It's our job. That's my position on the shit.
Yeah, but you can't say fuck the black women because who committing the crimes? They sons, they baby daddy, the niggas they motherfucking.
The man is the most consequential. We can't be pro man and then act like the women matter with this, bro. They don't listen to their mama and them, bro. That shit don't matter. G, we was outside. I'm not listening to my mama when I'm outside, my nigga. I'm listening to grown men, nigga, that's about this shit, my nigga. I ain't listening to my mama.
So now niggas is Batman and motherfucking Iron Man.
Nah, what you mean? I'm just saying how it go outside, man. Niggas listen to niggas, my nigga.
Outside. Niggas shoot you with switches for talking to them.
Yeah, I get it, bro. I got shot outside, but I'm saying like how it go. Like the women can support us in whatever we do, but it's as black men, bro. All this shit we keep saying up here about men built the world, this and that, nigga. Let's build this. We should build what it takes to build the infrastructure to fix this shit, bro. We not outsourcing this shit to the white man. Fuck them. Fuck the police, bro. I thought you would be with this idea.
Yeah, no. I understand. So, being that we live in America and we have a legal system and laws, right? I'm trying to do this in a way which is going to be everybody wins. Us as citizens, we can't go out and make no arrests. Hell, in Chicago, hell, you can't even shoot a motherfucker for real. DC especially. You don't even like you shoot somebody, you going to jail regardless for a gun possession, more likely than not, right? So what I'm saying is it has to be a team effort, and even more so, one of the examples that Hamp was given, starting culturally, where it's okay again for black men to be police, okay? Because you need somebody at the actual level to be like, hey man, y'all need to calm y'all ass down. This shit's fucked up. I could lock everybody the fuck up, but you doing this, and this. That's illegal. Don't do it. Oh, then get the fuck out of here, nigga. We beat you up in high school.
But is it fair to say because it's recent?
I'm not talking about the nerves, bro. I never talked about the nerves.
Like it's still got to.
No, I'm not just saying the nerves. I'm just saying the whole feel of it, Sean. The whole ideology of fuck the police. The whole ideology of fuck 12. The whole ideology of not snitching. The whole ideology of anarchy and fucking chaos, bro. As to where you don't want to listen to authority. Me and you are, all of us up here are fucking civilians, brother. We have no authority to make nobody do shit, to abide by the law or anything. What we're
But it's
saying
not
now
about
is
authority. It's about influence. It's not. I'm not talking authority, bro. You talking authority. I'm talking influence.
no influence. Fuck
Yes.
influence.
Yes,
No,
bro.
you can influence
Yes.
your own
Yes.
kids.
Yes. Yes.
The only influence
Nah,
you
that
have
shit
for the
don't
most part
work,
is
my nigga. You know what happens?
okay.
Influence your kids and send them outside with these Thundercats, nigga. Your kid gonna be a victim, my nigga. No,
Exactly.
this is
I'm trying to
nigga.
tell you
This is man shit, my nigga. This you talk man shit, my nigga. I don't know how you against this. This is man shit. How's it not man shit to fix this shit, my nigga?
because again, you
I
are
thought we'd
trying
be
to.
aligned on this.
You're trying to tell people to throw their mother, put themselves at risk, or completely totally pay the ultimate price in fixing a problem that you didn't create and you cannot fucking.
I'm not. I don't mean to interrupt you, but I don't want you to paint what I'm saying wrong, bro. I'm not saying that. I'm not telling people to do. I'm telling the people who should be doing that to do that. I'm not telling you to do that. I'm saying support the initiative. The women support it. The niggas that's on the sideline support it financially or whatever. That's what I'm saying. I'm saying help to build the infrastructure, help to fund the infrastructure. And the niggas that should be doing this shit is on the ground doing this shit, bro. Hey, we support y'all because y'all the troops, bro. I'm not a troop. My job is to support y'all and advocate for y'all when y'all get home. Hey, look, don't just love soldiers, love veterans too. That's my job, to advocate for y'all with that. Not to try to act like I'm a fucking soldier. Y'all the soldiers. It's the same thing.
All right, let me do this real quick. Let me get Taz in because he's been chilling, and then we go to Ruth. Taz, what's popping?
What up, though? What's good, bro?
What's goody?
Shit, I'm chilling, man. They got a good conversation going there, man. It's one of those difficult topics. I don't know quite even where I fall in on it, because I agree it's black men's job to take care of our community, make sure our kids ain't out here running crazy, going back and forth to jail, get them better educated and into something more beneficial. But I also somewhat agree with Fantastic. It's like, bro, like, yeah, but my responsibility is my son and daughter, my grandkids. Once we get outside of that, I ain't got too much influence. You know what I'm saying? My influence becomes limited once you get outside my circle. So I was listening to them go back and forth, and you know what I'm saying, I got kind of stuck in the middle on that one, because I don't know what, you know what I'm saying. I know what's best for me as a parent, which is to kind of focus on me and mine. I think once I get outside of me and mine, I am outside of the realm of what I can change. You know what I'm saying? So that's where I would, you know what I'm saying, kind of question Sean at in regard to moving forward. What can we change outside of our homes?
Hey Taz, you remember when we first kind of met on here, you pressed me about Chicago?
Oh yeah.
Hey, Taz pressed me about Chicago because he know about Chicago. You know what I'm saying? So Taz, from what you know about Chicago, in every neighborhood, bro, Inglewood, and you know how bad Inglewood is, it's niggas over there that niggas listen to. As young as they are, niggas listen to somebody. So what you said, I get what you're saying, and I get what Fantastic is saying about in your home. That's fair. It's not your job, because you said how far your influence can go. It's not about you. It's not about you. It's about identifying the people that they listen to and getting those people to get them to go in the right way, or the people who should become the person that they listen to, you become that person. So it's not you. It's building something that that's one thing with black people. We don't institutionalize things well. We don't make things to where it doesn't matter who the replaceable parts are. My bad, police. If we build the institution, bro, then we can just plug and play. The next influential person can just cycle in and cycle in and cycle in. You know what I'm saying? Like, if y'all look up my little homie Tay Savage, he one of the top rappers now in the city, and that's one of my little niggas from my after school program. And I know for sure, folks, he makes shit move or not move on the low end for sure. And he one of them niggas that's, been on trial for murder, all that type of shit. So it ain't my job no more. It's my job to get Tay and Snooch and them little niggas to do the shit. So that's influence. I'm not doing it. I'm getting folks them to influence niggas. You know what I'm saying?
No doubt. And see, that's what I'm saying. Like in terms of like locally though, you're going to need that person in every community. And I do think, like I say, it starts with us being willing to be that person. I heard y'all mentioning black people being police officers. and it being cool. I don't think white people even like the police though, fam. You know what I'm saying? Like, we've got to be honest about the position the police play. Nobody like them. You know what I'm saying? We can hyper focus on how black people feel about the police, but you're not gonna go out and find a bunch of white people to say I love the cops. And so I'm just saying that to say there's nobody in support of being policed. So if you go and be a police officer, I don't know how it's uncool. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how it's a bad thing. Like, people get roasted for being a garbage man or for working at a fast food restaurant or anything. These things are going to happen no matter where you work at. But I'm saying in terms of being a police officer, if anything, we got to make it cool. But I don't think it's because of your race. I think it's because of that authority position they carry.
But that comes to again the fundamental culture of black people having issues with authority and structure and order and discipline, to where no other group of people, as much as y'all say, I agree. I don't think the majority of people, quote unquote, like the police. Liking and understanding the necessity are two different things, though. And I think that's where there's a huge dearth that black people have. Niggas out here saying, oh, we don't need the police and we can police ourselves and so on and so forth. How? What have black people done since whatever? And mind you, I know the history, police brutality, racism, all these different things. I totally understand it, right? At the same time, though, if we did like Taz said, and you made it cool to where black police, it was cool for black boys to want to be the police again. That's when we were kids. I want to be a police. I want to be a firefighter. I want to be a doctor. I want to be a lawyer. I want to be a paramedic. Even just all these 9-to-5 things. Kids don't even want to be regular people no more. Everybody want to be NFL, NBA, rapper, social media, all this other shit, right? But so I to be honest with you, I don't even know we even there. But all I'm saying, and Sean, let me acknowledge it. Shout out to Sean. I agree. If Sean is saying that, I will concede because I misunderstood what he's saying. If Sean is saying support the people that are there and those that have the connection to the niggas that's doing whatever, 1000%, bro. Okay. But at the same time, what I'm saying is, at this point in time of my life, I am not that nigga. I'm not trying to be. Once my youngest son is 18 and he's out of the way, you know what I'm saying? He grown and I can, maybe then take my time to focus on so on and so forth. I cannot afford to put myself at risk or focus on everybody else's shit before I get mine where I need him to be. You feel me? And I think that's the problem that happens. And even when it does, again, shout out to King Randall. Even when you actually, shout out to Q Butter, right? Even when you actually do that shit, niggas shitting on you for that. so that's what I'm saying. It's a culture issue with niggas to where it's never enough, or so on and so forth. So that's why I'm saying there has to be an incentive. People don't understand. There has to be incentive and motivation, bro. You know what I mean? When you're asking somebody to do something outside of their normal selves, there has to be some type of reward. They call them the WIFMs. What's in it for me? That's an actual thing. Human beings operate on that way, and that's not even a negative thing. You feel me? But yeah, my bad. Go ahead.
Conversation with MJ. MJ was popping with the 10 ounces. We have to use this political stunt to our advantage. We will have to sustain this new way of order, change the narrative, put up or shut up. Ms. Bells with the 5 ounces. Influence versus authority is a great conversation. Teresa Taz.
So I was gonna say, because he started that statement off now talking about the black community don't like to follow authority. Now come on, bruh. The other side of this community conversation is January 6th. Okay, there's nobody who wants to follow authority. Like, everybody's doing what they want to do in that regard. So we can't just point at blanket statements about the black community when these wasn't even young white people. These were adults, voting age, Trump supporters that just didn't like the outcome of the election and decided it was okay to go and break the law. You know what I'm saying? No, it's not a community thing in regards to being policed or authority. It's people. It's Americans.
Yeah, I would.
Well,
the problem. Go ahead.
Well, I just want to get to Rusin because he kind of just retorting what you were saying. So, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's kind of, you already stated, he stated something different. I just want to see what Terus want to offer, And that authority thing about who doesn't like it is interesting because we never quite have that framing task 1-to-1. You know what I'm saying? It just saying niggas don't like authority. But then when you look at January 6th and all the people who agreed with them, who disobeyed authority, you have to put the people who agreed, even though they weren't out there, in that same pot. That's interesting to look at it in that way. Tarus.
Real quick on your point of authority, Hamp. Fantastic and go. The reality is that overall history says Fantastic is right about our community. We have a very, obviously for a bunch of complex reasons, we have a very hard time, you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to say, obeying authority, at least when it's necessary. Overall, with the National Guard, Hamp, my issue is that, again, we got vets up here. We are not trained for law enforcement, right? That's not our role as military. Our military is not domestic civilian occupation of anything, right? That is not our role. By the way, that's one of the major reasons, Hamp, we are one of the few countries that have a civilian population that loves the military as much as they do. Want to change that real quick? Have military personnel boots on the ground all over the country, right? Because the Europeans don't respect their military service members like that. A lot of countries in Africa, they don't support their militaries like that. And you want to know why? Because the militaries have a history of being the ones committing the massacres against the domestic population, right? And so one quick way to not have that support troops is you start with, again, because people would be like, well, this is not active duty. Yeah, but you started like that. We started off with, well, this is just National Guard, unarmed. Well, now all of a sudden we armed, right? And clearly we've already escalated in, yet I'm not supposed to be worried about future escalation. This was already supposed to stay in DC, and Trump had all of this. I said he had constitutional authority because DC is federal. It's weird like that. Chicago ain't under his authority. St. Louis ain't under his authority. No city.
I want to play that clip. That's interesting.
You know what I mean? Like, none of that's under his authority. So already we've got an escalation of power and authority going on. And so it's like, okay, well, are we just going to ignore this until they come to our door, until our doorstep?
That's the interesting part, right? That I do think about, right? It's so good until it's on your doorstep. Right, things seem detached, right, out of sight, out of mind. You know, like I don't live in DC anymore. You know, but I can. It hits a little bit differently because I know those neighborhoods. Right, one of those neighborhoods where they are is in close proximity to my house. You know, when they on those streets, I could see it. I could see myself being there. Good Hope Road or Martin Luther King, where I used to live at, and shit like that. So it's more impactful. Because the majority of people just chilling. But I guess you can't just be chilling and breaking the law. Right? The guys, they about 55 and 60 years old. They stand out on the block every Friday. It's about 8 of them. And they drink out of their red cups and talk shit. They don't even be playing cards or nothing. But every single Friday, they be dressed like mechanics, construction workers, and whatever else. They ain't bothering nobody. But technically, they are breaking the law by drinking outside. And I just look at those old guys, right? When I walk by with the daughters of the kids, hey, where y'all, you know what I mean? And I just wonder about the impact, you know, but I guess there's casualties, right? Essentially, right? There's going to be acceptable loss for people who aren't doing anything because you got to clean up everything.
Yeah. And that's the
you
thing.
You on mute, Taz.
So I would question this, though, because I feel like some of what Taru's saying is what validates putting National Guard troops and whatnot on the streets. If you're not willing to acknowledge the historical violence of other communities, yet they've never had to deal with this response. And I'm saying we don't have to go back to the 1920s. We can start at the 90s and begin moving forward and see that we're not the only community that has violent acts in it. In fact, I would argue some of the worst acts of violence in America have not been perpetrated by black people, that most of our violence is against each other, while atrocities in America that have happened to masses of people have happened at the hands of other groups. And that violence has been years and years, yet they never decided to put National Guard troops on the streets. They didn't put National Guard troops on the streets out here in Vegas when a dude went up there and shot out the window and shot multiple people up in Mandalay Bay. They didn't stop business. They didn't make anything change. And they certainly didn't use that as an element of violence to point at white people. So I get what you're saying in terms of using that data, but there's also data that shows it's manipulated and works against us, because all precincts in jurisdictions don't even have to report their crime data. So we're not even looking at a valid argument every time we're talking about this, because we're only dealing with certain aspects of data that was sent in. It's not required to send it.
So BYT, you bring a great point where you ended up kind of just contradicting your own point, because when we bring up the extra data, you literally said it yourself. There's plenty of cities where majority white and they're crime ridden, but guess what? They're not the focus of the National Guard. So it actually goes against your point that is actually kind of sort of, you can't help but then notice, well, is there a racial component? Because they ain't send the National Guard when all those white people were dying of the opioid crisis, which is still going on. Right?
Yeah,
I
but
mean, that's a
y'all,
little bit, right, BYT?
y'all are mixing. Y'all are mixing. I said this. That was the argument y'all made earlier.
There's a lot, no, but there's a lot of violent crime amongst those communities
not,
that decimated with ODs. That is an absolute.
No, it's not though. No,
Yes,
that's a misnomer. So that's a misconception, or that's just rumors. Listen, I'm telling you. So the problem with the thing of you guys talking about the white people thing, perfect example used with the be it Vegas, be it the first World Trade Center bombing, be it whatever. Those are isolated incidents. It's not concentrations in histories of violence. Vegas isn't a place to where you have, you know what I'm saying? I don't think Vegas would be top 10 in violent crime constantly.
You're saying consistency of the crime.
You can't take one phenomena and make it the standard and then have this thing, even though there were a whole lot of things that happened from that. The bump stock shit was over with because of that. So federal law, and that's actually was under Trump, to where he did have a serious reaction that affected everybody because of that whole situation, right?
Yeah. But we're just looking at the consistency of the crime, right? Yes. And then the rate of the crime. It's almost like chronic.
Affect their image. I'm saying it don't affect their image, because right now I'm saying we have an image issue in this discussion where, because black people commit crimes, it's okay to send a National Guard. And I'm saying we're not the only ones committing crimes, though.
Yeah, but so y'all got to give me the white city. Give me the white city where the white people have a higher rate of violent crime. You have to give me that. Everybody keeps acknowledging, and we all agree upon, overdosing and trailer park, whatever. But you can't give me the white city as to where they have violent crime that rivals that of a New York City, that rivals that of a Chicago, that rivals that of a DC. That's the problem you have.
So again, you kind of
as if it has to rival it, as opposed to it exists. Why does it have to rival it? Like, why you?
Because it has to be. It has to be at a higher enough level for it to be an issue and problem.
Nah, you said rival.
Hold on, that's the reason why we have rankings. That's fine. That's the reason we have rankings, as in most violent crime and percentages in these things, right? So that's why you get the murder. You get to be the murder capital by having the most murders. So saying that we need to focus on the place that has 1 or 0 murders to the same as the murder capital, that's nonsensical. It makes no sense. It's illogical.
Why did you go to 1 or 0 murders though? Why did you use that example?
Okay, even still. So we got one that's 30, then we got one that's 29, we got one that's 28. You mean to tell me we need to focus on the ones that we need to give the same amount of focus and resources, everything, to the one that's got 5?
Nobody said the same amount.
Huh?
Nobody said the same amount. Look, if you trying to stop these homicides and shit in general, bro, a place with 29, that should be easy work. Then do it there too. If it's a dirty white place too, that's why my point is, bro, just do it everywhere. If it works, it works.
No, y'all making it racial, and that's the problem. Y'all, that's no disrespect, Sean.
So,
so
this pertains directly to what kind of what we're talking about right now, right? So, old dude was popping Matreon with the 10 ounces. Isn't DC ranked like 17th? Can we focus on the top 5 cities? So that's kind of what we're talking about now. A little bit.
Guys, put it together. Yes, DC is ranked 17th, so obviously that makes sense. Except DC is unique because of it's not a state, right?
Yeah,
it's a District of Columbia. So with federal laws and everything, the executive branch has way more authority than it would any other state. So you have to look at this as basically a launching ground, a training session. What can I get away with, and how can I formulate this so then I can take a template and go state to state, maybe going based off of that top 10 ranking.
Nah, I'm so that that's where I'm gonna call cap on that, because that's where we start getting into the fear mongering and whatnot. So
BYT, respectfully, the president himself already said he wants to send troops to Chicago. It's not fear mongering, it's reality.
But there's a reason why that'll never happen. The same reason why he can do it in DC is why he can't do it in Chicago.
Yo, how many times have we heard this is why it'll never happen when it comes to Trump? Come on, guys. How many times? Guys,
right? So no, let me ask you this.
He literally is a guy who gets away with whatever he wants.
Here's a better question.
Stop saying, oh, this is not going to happen. This is not.
How many times have you heard this Trump is going to send the feds to Chicago argument? It was said in his first term. This ain't the first time.
Yeah, and except he didn't have bootlickers in his first term. He had people who were experts at their field and pushed back on his shenanigans. Now he got pure loyalists who are on par with doing everything he's trying to do.
J.B. Pritzker is the governor of Illinois.
Bro.
It'll never happen.
Yeah.
It'll never happen. I'm trying to, again, when you start talking about overreach, that is something that can get him impeached. We're talking a different layer of government when you start sending troops into states. Like I say, the only reason it flew in California was because you had Mexicans waving Mexican flags in the middle of the goddamn streets, burning up cars and whatnot.
BYT,
it looked good.
There are governors right now sending their National Guard troops to help with Donald Trump, which means Trump shit is being enabled. So please stop telling me it will never happen when it's clearly happening.
So here's
just so we clear, I'm talking about an overreach. If the governor invites them, that's a different conversation. We're talking overreach. We're talking sending troops into blue states. That's not going to happen.
Yeah, because for instance, I think Maine.
He ain't gonna try.
I think Maine rejected him, right? The governor of Maine said, I'm not sending. Was it Maine or New Hampshire? Said they're not sending their troops when he asked for them.
Right. You guys are, again, the states can say they're not sending troops to DC. What you guys are missing is Trump, just like DeSantis created his own little state force. Trump is creating his own little National Guard force because he's talking about him sending people into Chicago, not the other way around. You guys got to look at that.
I see what you're saying.
Like, come on, guys.
That's we're trying to break it all the way down.
BYT thinks it's like you stop taking a guy who's actively covering up pedophilia at his word. Please, BYT.
Let me read these two real quick. Callie Bev with the $5 says, let's just rip up the Constitution since those rights don't matter in the end's morality. Hold on. Those rights don't matter in the ends morally justified. Oh, okay. Let's just rip up the Constitution since those rights don't matter in the ends morally justify the means now.
Well, what constitutional thing is being violated? That's my question.
Yeah, that would be the understanding.
Wow.
Nothing.
With the 20 ball says the most dangerous cities in the U.S. For 2024 were Memphis, Tennessee, Tacoma, Washington, Pueblo, Colorado, Oakland, California, St. Louis, Missouri, Little Rock, Arkansas, Detroit, Michigan, Denver, Colorado, Minneapolis, Minnesota, Kansas City, Missouri. What? Really?
Yeah, I just looked it up.
This is right?
Yeah.
So Tennessee, red state, right? Colorado, blue state. Washington, blue state. California, blue state. Missouri, red state. Arkansas, God knows that's a red state. What's that? Michigan, what is that?
Blue.
Yeah.
Mid-state. That's a purple state because they go back and forth.
So
yeah,
to
Minnesota,
Bruce, I need
blue
you to.
state. Missouri, damn, Missouri on there twice. Yeah, freaking red state.
I need you to understand
so you
something,
don't
though,
think he's gonna
bro.
have authorization from the governors of these red states to send in troops to Memphis? They're gonna be all for it.
Right, that's right. That's a different conversation. So this is what I'm saying, because I don't want you to confuse what I'm saying with what Trump says. What I'm saying is based on the Constitution. Now, if you're just going off of what Trump says, then you can have that conversation. But I'm going based off of not only the Constitution, but historical precedent. That you're not sending troops into an American city uninvited. That doesn't happen. You can't do that.
Again, hearing about what can't be done.
Yeah, but he hasn't done it.
And yet, no. But I'm talking about people keep saying, "Oh, he's not going to do this. He's not going to do it," and he ends up finding ways to do it.
Well,
You know?
again,
Like,
if he finds a way to do it, it's legal. The problem with your argument is you can't. Now Trump just says, "Fuck this. I'm doing what the fuck I want," and so on and so forth, and la la la. Regardless, y'all have a leg to stand on. Everything he's doing is legal and it's constitutional. As y'all said, it's been people that said, "Hey, look, we don't want him." He didn't just. Trump could motherfucking declare a national state of emergency and commandeer all National Guard. Y'all know this, right? Teruse, I know you know this. Aaron knows this. So has he done that? No.
Just because you have the power to do it, you have to.
Yeah, but
right?
he isn't doing it, and
no,
he isn't.
But Mr. Fantastic, like it's in the Constitution. Like again, we get too bogged down into this legally thing. Well, yeah, legally, but that doesn't mean morally or ethically he has to do it.
Well, that's you can't mix the two because
but
everybody's morals is different.
But that's how people vote for president too. Is morals?
No,
and ethics.
no. Most people vote uninformed. Most people vote uninformed. Nothing to do with politics whatsoever and feelings. But that's what I'm saying. We get into the moral aspect. You ask 10 different people what's good or what's bad. You get 30 different answers. So that's why I say when we go, that's why you have to stick to some level of legality versus morality.
So let me play this clip to get you guys gist on the kind of what we're talking about. Because also, Taz, Teruse, do we treat the symptom or the cause? Right? And the word I wanted to use is disease almost, right? You know, like how do we really get a fix? So we see crime, right? And we see the influx of the police, right? I'm just wondering about the sustainability and the scalability, right? So when we look at the scalability here, based on what you guys are arguing, like what Taz is saying, he can operate differently in DC because it's federal and it's not a state, you know. But what about, you know, places like Chicago who are always on the radar for violence?
Pushback to a proposed military occupation of Chicago. Mayor Brandon Johnson taking a strong stance today to threats from the president. Good evening, everyone. I'm Jackie Bang.
And I'm Ben Bradley in for Taman. WGN's Brona Tumulty joins us now from North Lawndale, where she caught up to the mayor, who's calling the potential deployment of troops in Chicago unconstitutional. Brona?
Good evening, guys. The mayor in North Lawndale this evening for a bit of a festival. That's wrapping up here behind me. But he spoke briefly and then reiterated those sentiments in a statement. He says himself, the governor and the Cook County Board president are all in alignment. Nobody is asking for a military operation to be conducted in this city. He said legal options are also now being considered to combat what he says is...
She Irish?
Yeah, she ain't got her motherfucking green card, ain't her? God
damn.
She sounds Scottish, yeah.
Lucky Charms.
Yo, y'all see them rides in the back though? Damn, bro.
Yeah.
First thing we should establish the fact that this is not the role of the military. This is not their role. You know, the brave men and women who signed up to serve our country did not sign up to occupy American cities.
The mayor weighing in this evening on the president's plans, per the Washington Post, to send thousands of National Guard members to Chicago as soon as September. The newspaper states
Hey, Ham, can you pause this for a second?
on those plans.
Yeah, man. And let me say this too. Y'all understand that the National Guard is literally for that purpose. The National Guard is for the nation. The National Guard is not the same as active duty Army, Navy, Marines, Air Force. Okay. The National Guard is, hey, if some shit happens, some shit pop off, so on and so forth, them motherfuckers supposed to be the first people there for your local areas and shit. That's why you have a National Guard station where you are to, you know, man the torpedoes and arm the cannons, as they say, and start protecting the people. So when they make this false equivalency to make it seem like, and again, there's no disrespect to the National Guard. Shout out to all the National Guard people. That shit is not the same as active duty, bro. They're only working outside. I think was it 2 weekends a month, and a weekend a month, and 2 weeks a year, or whatever the fuck it is, like right? You know, when called upon. So even the way they frame it, they want to make it seem like it's the same where they're gonna have the Army and the Navy. Now that shit right there is totally different. Now, if he was doing that, I'm with y'all. This nigga wilding. Okay.
So you're saying like if they dispatch Marines, that would be
yes. That would be a problem. If any active duty service members were told to perform,
that's a violation.
wait. Well, so frame it for us.
That's a violation of the posse. Just right quick. That's a violation of the Posse Comitatus Act of 1924.
Okay.
You can't put no troops on the ground.
Yeah, on American soil. No.
And are they?
Go ahead, him. My bad.
I'm trying to speak from more of a layman's stand. And are those people least prepared or least equipped to handle civilian population?
The active duty military?
Yeah.
What do you mean by least?
Like what Teresa was saying. Like they.
So I think I understand your question. I'm gonna try and break this down.
Okay, there you go.
Real quick and in layman's terms. The Army's job is to occupy the ground in other countries. The Marines' job is to storm the beaches and turn the tides in other countries. The Navy's job is to control the waters around other countries. And the Air Force's job is to control airspace above other countries. The Air National Guard is to control airspace above the United States. The National Guard is to control the ground and protect the ground here in the United States. The Coast Guard is to control the coasts and the waters surrounding the United States. Now, what are we protecting from is the question. And that would be any enemy that is foreign that got here or domestic that is from here. Are they more prepared to deal with national affairs than, let's say, the Marines and Army? Yes, absolutely. They're more prepared also than the police in that's all they do is train for violent or combative situations, where the police don't train exclusively for that. So they're going to be more disciplined when it comes to combat. Now, when you talk about the Marines, Navy, Air Force, and Army, their strategy is more linear, but they still have to follow the rules of Geneva Convention, and they train around that. There's still ROEs that have to be followed very diligently, and we're the best in the world at doing so. In fact, when we engage in conflict overseas, we're the only ones that uphold those laws as set forth by the Geneva Convention, because we have the discipline to, and we train for it. Here in the United States, the rules of engagement are a lot different. And our National Guard is more prepared to handle with them exclusively because that's all they train for. Whereas the police train for a litany of things: traffic stops, drug possession, all kind of mental health, all kind of dumb shit. Domestic affairs that have nothing to do with combat. If that kind of wraps it up for you.
Okay, I understand. Matreon with a $2. Thank you. Matreon with a $2 says this sounds like a plot to Daredevil. AL with the $2 says, let's be real. This is a real estate play.
For weeks, the president himself alluding to them this past Friday.
Chicago's a mess. You have an incompetent mayor, grossly incompetent. And we'll straighten that one out probably next. That'll be our next one after this. And it won't even be tough. And the people in Chicago, Mr. Vice President, are screaming for us to come.
Putting boots on the ground here would expand military force being used domestically. Roughly 2,200 Guard members are currently on the streets of Washington, D.C., tasked with a crackdown on crime. The numbers here in Chicago, though, have already dropped overall this year by 13%, with various categories of violent crime also trending down.
We have seen over a 32% decrease in homicides. Shootings are down almost 40%. Shooting victims are down almost 40%. Robberies are down. Vehicular car hijackings are down. we're moving in the right direction, building a safe and affordable big city.
The mayor saying if the president really wants to help the Windy City, his agenda should be comprised of other items, like restoring funding for things like Medicaid, SNAP and education, adding he'll do everything in his power to fight what he calls a threat to democracy.
That's not Chicago. That's not America. We won't bend. We won't cower. We will not break under this authoritarianism rule.
Any proposed military occupation here would come as federal authorities seek to challenge sanctuary city policies. The mayor also addressing that today too, saying Chicago remains committed to being a welcoming city for all. We're live in North Lawndale. Bronagh Tumulty, WGN News.
Hello, it's your favorite sports thunk here. Don't forget to hit that subscribe button.
He got your own fish to fry, son. You don't.
Hey, so this one thing now, Taz. This might just be me, right, Taz? I'm just saying, he too soft for me, B. He said, crime is down and they're not hijacking. What the fuck is going on? I can't get jiggy with that shit, right? Like it just, I don't believe him.
Yeah,
You
I
know?
mean he's bro, because that's the thing, bro. I do think that it don't sound right. Like if there was more force behind it, or you know what I'm saying, even so, like you say, some masculinity behind it. I mean, Lori Lightfoot was more outward and spoke with more conviction in that. So now I get what you're saying. The thing I don't like about it with Brandon though is the law is on y'all side on this one. It would be completely unconstitutional, despite what Tarus thinks, for them to even try it. So this is now your time to shine. You could say the absolute most, and you choose to kind of take the weak position. You know, I get what you're saying exactly.
Yeah.
So when we interviewed the brother, Mr. Greg Jackson, on Monday, right? That was one of the questions I brought up. I'm like, do you think he's leveraging the opportunity that is presented to him by the close proximity of local law enforcement and federal law enforcement, right? The absence of a state to buffer. All of these states and commonwealths at least are going to have that. So if, let's say, he gets past the city level, he still has to go through the state level law enforcement and state level government to enact whatever it is he's trying to enact. And that's going to cause so much uprising, turmoil, bring so much awareness to it. By the time he can actually squeeze the trigger, pun intended, he's going to be met with too much pushback, and it's going to be all constitutional. You know, shout out to Taz and Fantastic. I don't see it happening. I think it's a dog and pony show. I think they're playing 3-card money. He's pump faking essentially.
He would essentially put J.B. Pritzker in the White House in 2028.
Right.
He would literally put him in the White House if he tried.
So
You said a mouthful
quick,
pause, but right, exactly.
Aaron, what do you think the breaking point is of that pushback?
That's a great question. Right now we're talking what would be, and that I think is something, unfortunately, that only experiencing those circumstances would tell us. I can't answer that, but I think it's a great question. But I think that question existing just tells you at least that there are things in play where he can't just go bulldozing his way into that, right? Like that question in and of itself denotes there's a breaking point, which means there is resistance, which means it's the probability of it happening so readily. Maybe not. I don't think so.
What about, so if y'all can answer this question, and I have a question. So what about like all the FBI and all these additional police that he brought into DC? Is that's different from the National Guard, right? Can he deploy those men?
Yes, but these are largely investigative agencies. Yeah, letter agencies. All right, so we know the CIA,
ATF, FBI, yeah.
So he can put them in Chicago.
Yeah, but even still, that has to be case specific. There has to be an actual event that would warrant their presence. You can't just assess their crime rate and start sending those agencies. There has to be an actual.
But there's unsolved cases, right? All over the place.
Literally start a terror war over a national emergency with Canada because of drug across the border.
Something
you guys
like that.
Literally just mentioned, Fantastic literally just mentioned the true thing that he can declare a national emergency for anything. And by the way, he has multiple times already. Right. And so Aaron and Mr. Fantastic know this too, especially with the white community, HAMP. They love local law enforcement. What they hate, especially in the rural communities, They hate the federal
Feds. Yeah, they hate feds.
Yeah, they hate ATF and DEA and all those kind of clowns, but they love the local law enforcement. And on top of that, the rural people, the white conservatives, they hate city people. They hate the urban areas. They say that all the time. So do you understand how easy it is to then have a bunch of people who would otherwise hate federal agents going, oh, you're going into the predominantly black areas? Well, that's different.
Yeah, we care when it's us. For sure. Like out of sight, out of mind. So Mike Brown, salute.
Wow.
Mike Brown in the building, been a member for 26 months.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
He said, do y'all consider Trump's actions as the beginning of a tyrannical government? Why or why not?
To be brief, going back to my mustache man analogy, no. Simply because he doesn't have enough time on the clock, nor does he have an opportunity to put time on the clock without starting up some shit that he ain't ready for.
Yeah, and listen, bro, we are until Americans lose access to firearms and they confiscate all the guns, that shit's never gonna happen. So y'all be talking about this shit. Trump's gonna take over. Trump's gonna take over. Do you know how many of them same white folks y'all talking about will literally die with a motherfucking gun in their hand if you try to come?
Will ride again.
Yeah, come on. What are we talking about? Stop it. Yeah,
they will not do that for black people at Detroit, Mr. Fantastic. They will not do that for black people in Chicago, Mr. Fantastic.
The black people in Chicago and Detroit have their own guns to root.
In DC, Mr. Fantastic.
To root. Those people also have guns.
That's this uprising crap for these noble reasons. Like no.
Well, it's not even noble. Again, and I don't want to get too far, but we'll just say this, right? So what I'm telling you is this, right? There are Americans that are true patriots and believe in the Constitution to, you know what I'm saying? I forget what they call themselves and so on and so forth. As to where if that shit start popping off, bro, those people, those militias that people don't know the names of and don't know about will pop out regardless. No matter how much they hate niggas, they don't hate niggas more than they love America in the Constitution.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm trying to get y'all to understand.
I agree with you. What you're missing is that they know that the government is going to target us before they target them. So they have no problem letting us get wiped out.
Yeah, but do you see what that presents then? What you're looking at after that is Watts all over again. You're looking at riots. And one thing we got to understand is the government isn't really in control. The money is who's in control. And when black people start to get so unruly, the reason why they exploit black people is because we're the exploitable human resource. And when that resource becomes so unruly that it's no longer lucrative, shit's going to change. And when you have riots, when you have Watts all over again, like, why do you think they tamp all that shit out nice and quietly, right? Is because they can't afford to have us going completely apeshit, even if we're destroying our own stuff.
Respectfully, Aaron.
Go ahead, I'm listening.
We got to be able to put all the dots together. And here's why. We've already gone through multiple phases of how they're trying to test their power. Meanwhile, let's remember, guys, despite the fact that we're supposed to, all these guys that they've gotten for ICE have been deported or supposedly deported, right? So these facilities are inherently temporary. Well, why are we spending billions of dollars for more detention centers? Why are we spending billions of dollars for things that are supposed to be temporary, right? Why, if we're deporting the amount of people we should be, why are we increasing the amount of ICE agents and the amount of investment into ICE and all of these different things? Oh, that's right, because they also tested their limits, right, with making essentially homelessness a crime. You either go into the shelters that we tell you to, or we pick up and arrest you. Well, guess what, Aaron? Guess where those people are going to get put at? Those same detention facilities that they are actively building up. Remember, they just got, Aaron, real quick, they just got one that ICE Barbie's bragging about, Cornhusk, whatever the hell they call in Nebraska, a detention center in a state that already's been huge with deportations. Why are you building more facilities if they're gone?
It's psyops. You gotta understand
to put the homelessness and to put the downridden into there, because you got to remember, Aaron, on top of this is the time where they make it easier for people to get evicted. This is and guess what? Evicted people got nowhere to go. They homeless. They out on the street. Oh, bam, detention center. We've seen this multiple times in history, guys.
Yeah, but you got to remember, it's a psyop, right? The government is always going to test the limits of their authority and their ability. I mean, when you go back to like MK Ultra and shit like that in the 50s and 60s, all the stuff that they were doing, going back to the World War II, even pre-war, the government's always going to do that. And you got to remember something. The reason why they create these facilities is because it all, ICE and the facilities that support ICE, it's because it feeds into the military industrial complex. And what is the end of that yellow brick road? The dollar bill. It's always about the dollar bill. They can't really put all the homeless people away. These facilities that are designed to house homeless people because of they're criminalizing homelessness. It's funny that homelessness is running rampant right now, right? That's one of the things we talked about earlier on this channel is how LA has gone crazy, how we have here in Philadelphia, Kenzo is crazy. Homelessness is insane. So the fact that they're unsuccessfully criminalizing homelessness, it's a psyop to get people to work harder. And like you said, it makes it easier for people to get evicted. But people that get evicted don't go straight to homeless, or people that get foreclosed don't go straight to homelessness. They go to renting. And then people that get evicted from renting don't go straight to homelessness. They go to shelters, and then they go to homelessness.
The shelters are already overcrowded. Again, this is already a problem, Aaron.
No, understood.
And again, this is one of those things where we trying to make excuses until it kind of starts getting closer to home. Because again, we deported a whole bunch of people, Aaron, which means you see what amendments are still on the Constitution. What's going to be the excuse when prison labor rises for working in these fields?
Well, wait, slow down. You got to deal with one thing at a time because this is a layered effort. When you say people are being deported, under what criteria were they deported?
But it's so layered. See, this is the beat up. Hold on one second. Let me just read these. Little Rock, appreciate you. Late fee. Victim Olympic. Thank God for Trump. Drastic times calls for drastic measures. Make girls sports great again. It was just easier to implement this in DC and to get public opinion on Trump's side. Then I believe once folks begin to think that this ain't that bad, media heads, legislators, etc., will move forward with the propaganda. Bravo Tech with the 20 ball. What up, OG? Says great show. Aaron, your description of the troops' capacities was spot on. To narrow it down a little more, do we know what percentage of guards, troops in DC are actually MPs who are trained to make arrests and etc.? I don't think we know that.
Great question.
That's interesting, though. Dre with the $5 says, I also agree with the sentiments of most of the panel. That is merely a band-aid to a more grand issue. Matreon with the $10 says, it starts with black fatigue, then it evolves into National Guard, then comes the mass murders. Jesus Christ.
What?
So we're talking about so much stuff, right? Of how all of this stuff in which being discussed, I would assume you guys are putting it in the bag of dispatching troops, FBI, all the letter organizations to clean up this mess, quote unquote. It gets confusing though, right? Because now we're saying psyop this and here's the real reason and it's about the money, but then the crime, there's no murders in 7 days. People who don't follow this directly can't really grasp it, can't understand it to the point in which they can make a determination. So here's the thing, Mr. Fantastic, is he breaking any laws in DC at this moment?
No, not one.
Is he disregarding the Constitution at all?
No, not at all.
When we had people come up here who are out there, they share your sentiment that this has been helpful, right? Remember KG came up here. Remember?
People in the DC area saying they love it. They invite it. Yes.
When they had the black during the George Floyd era, right? When we was out there, right? I don't know if you've seen the sign I had up, right? But it looked odd having tanks in the middle of the street. But this was because of all the rioting and looting. So I had tanks, the National Guard and etc. But they generally just standing there, right? But the protests were peaceful, right? They were largely seemingly a deterrent. Not so much with this though, right? There seems like there's much more action. Here's what I asked you, Ms. Fantastic, specifically. What this is happening and we see like it's positive, whatever the case is. What are we running any risk? What's the potential risks in this?
With this going on for DC specifically, I don't see a risk other than like I said, the dependency of the local police or the local law authorities to expect outside sources to do their jobs. If we start getting into, I guess, like the national aspect of it, so on and so forth, I can't get down with any of the police state shit and totalitarianism. I can't because it's just unrealistic understanding how things are set up and just the American spirit, how that's not going to be there. But little to if any, I don't see the negative impacts of this. I just don't.
But when you mention police state, when you say that, what's in your mind?
So for me, police state is, hey, your ass got a curfew, no guns,
like Red Dawn.
Yeah, on some that's me. When police state to me is you do at like what Funny Mustache Man. Those times, hey, martial law has been declared. You don't do this shit, you either get locked up or shot in the street. That's me. That's police state to me.
Show me your papers.
Yes.
But the thing about it, right? It's easy to illustrate police state using Hitler, right? Because we know that's like an extreme. People would consider that an extreme form, right?
Hyperbolic, yeah.
Yeah, and if that's hyperbole, what's much more realistic, right? So if I'm walking and I can be profiled, right? And I could be accosted and then detained, if I'm on my porch and I seemingly have these liberties that I don't have, right? Just because we don't have the edification of what the law is, right? When I see a bunch of police on the street, right? Changing the vibration, the air, everything around me, that's not a police state.
No,
there's no gun. And then, Mr. Fantastic, in a place like DC, nobody has guns. See, that's the other part of it that changes the feel. And I'm saying feel on purpose, right? I'm just trying to understand it. Nobody's supposed to have guns.
Yeah,
right?
exactly. Supposed to. So we know the criminals have guns, clearly.
But I'm saying, even just as a citizen, right?
Yeah, the majority of people don't have the guns, but that's the problem, right? So I think we have to look at this from beginning to end, right? Problem, you admit there's a problem, you establish a solution or a plan, implement the plan, implementation. So assessment, acceptance, plan, right? You know what I mean? Okay. All right. So with this process, DC had an issue with crime, and not just crime, violent crime, that were affecting things outside of just what the citizens would know. Specifically, the thing to where the carjacking happened with the Doge guy, right? That's what made it a fever pitch. I think a lot of people forgetting that too, right? The same way we keep saying until it hits close to home. Well, for Trump, that hit close to home because this is a guy that he just used to, in his eyes and a lot of people's eyes, help clean up the government. And him doing the right thing to step in, he was accosted. You need to look into this thing. You talk to the local police force and, hey, are y'all gonna fix this shit? Well, he didn't get the satisfactory answer. He has the authority. Hey, everybody knows Trump's personality. If Trump can show himself and show his dominance, he's gonna show his dominance. He showed his dominance within the law. You know what I'm saying? Disperse the military, disperse the national police first and the agencies, and then the National Guard and so on and so forth. So all they're doing is enforcing the laws that were there. So for you to say it's a police state, it's not it's a police state. It's that the police are finally doing their job, or someone outside of police are doing their job that the police supposed to be doing. So police state would be them overstepping their bounds to the point where I said harassment, right? Just any and everybody to where, hey, what you doing out here and so on and so forth, la la la, constantly. You know what I mean? Yeah, that would be a police state. But outside of that, though, I mean.
But the thing is, right? Because I don't think we want to say it, right? But there's an abundance of police force, accosting, questioning, and asking everyone what you doing out here, right? Like that's what's happening, right? And I just wonder, like, when we look, because we all we think about is the extreme form of this thing. But I think the effectiveness is because it is a police state, maybe at its lowest form. And I think a police state means they're policing within the guidelines of legality.
Yeah, I think as citizens, everybody has to keep everybody honest. If they do anything that's outside of the lines, you need to file the proper reports and seek recompense. I think that's another big thing that doesn't happen too, that when the police are out of line, outside of something, extreme, like, violence or brutality or something, you can get a settlement from a illegal police stop. But most people, like you said, because of their ignorance and or unwillingness to go through the process, that's why things never get changed. So I think, of course, the police should not overstep their bounds with the public, but if and when they do, the public's responsibility to make them pay the consequences so that culture changes.
I'm not rebutting what you're saying, Ham. And if anything, I'm bringing credence to it. I think we're just misidentifying a police state with abuse of power. See, a police state, what that does is it makes all of these different actions a matter of protocol. And the suggestion would be, here's how you respond to being questioned. The fact that here in the United States, there's still the room to offer pushback or question the manner in which you're being policed takes it away from being a police state and pushes it into the category of abuse of power.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the difference. The other thing I also wanted to highlight is when it comes to police state and tyranny, it's absolute, right? With the United States, the reason why we're not quite there yet is because there's checks and balances. Everything's very compartmentalized. There's layers that you have to push through in order to get some kind of tyrannical or encompassing police state to become effective. And until you get through all of those layers and compartments, right, there's always a room for pushback. Now, with Terusa's point and your point vicariously, Hamp, you guys are correct, and we need to stay on that as citizens, because that's what will keep us from becoming a police state or becoming, in a state of tyranny. But at the same time, I think where Mr. Fantastic is coming from, he's coming from simply implementation and execution of authority, and that's it. And sometimes it's going to look a little tyrannical. It'll become tyrannical if we don't keep our foot on its neck and get it to realize that you work for me, motherfucker. However, the job you're doing is going to require authority because you're stopping crime. But you're not stopping crime for yourselves. You're stopping crime for me. So there has to be that necessary tension between the two. There's going to be necessary tension and pushback to keep both sides honest.
Yeah, but Victim Lincoln would have found out that the rampant smash and grab stopped completely. Them YNs were out of control.
There you go.
Kelly Bev at 10 ounces. We've seen this play before. Unfortunately, people are asking for history to repeat itself. Folks act like the current complaints aren't the result of a militarized police we asked for 30 years ago. Let's all play dumb. Can somebody edify me on what she's
just tell her to tell us what she's referring to. I don't know what she's referring to.
30 years ago?
She's from LA, so I guess she's talking about the LA riots, I'm guessing.
She might be talking about 30 years ago, guys. Maybe I'm thinking she's talking about the crime bill in the 90s.
That's Rodney King and crime bill.
She said LA, so the LA riots. She's talking about the LA riots. I thought that's
Rodney King era. That's crime bill era stuff.
Crime bill. Yeah.
So again, black people asked for that crime bill. You had that's another thing that we don't know or purposely leave out. You had the religious leaders, the mayors, the whatever supported that shit, bro. Okay,
fantastic. Our aunts, uncles, our grandmas, they was all asking people because our shit was out of control, man.
Yes, thank you. So that's what I'm saying. So I don't think
about the justice actions and stuff like that.
I think this is what's messed up, right? We all want to look like and not realize, bro. If you talking about DC, LA, Chicago, Little Rock back in the 90s, bro, like what the murder rate back then? That shit was like 100 times what it is now. Literally,
it's crazy. I guess Mr. Fantastic, I always wonder that argument, or not that argument, but that presentation of information. I 100% understand it, but since crime dropped everywhere, we're still just assessing what crime is today. You know what I mean? So bad is bad. Of course, it's not as bad as before, but now it's just comparatively bad is bad between what's good and bad today. You know what I mean?
I think the whole look of crime and how crime is handled and punishment has even changed because the death penalty, capital punishment was well accepted 80s and 90s. It's pretty much, I think, a couple of states just reinstated it. So what happened was,
highly scrutinized now.
Yeah, you see what I'm saying? So I think what happened was there was this thing to where, okay, well, we went too far, and it came to a point of where you're soft on crime, and to the point of where you have DAs that aren't prosecuting violent criminals, that are letting criminals back out on the street. You feel me? And now, it may be, to Callie's point, we could be coming to another overcorrection just because we've had so many years of being soft on crime.
When you say soft on crime, that's a provocative statement. Do you mean more fair or more?
Less punitive outcomes, right? So,
but based on the crime itself, right? Like more. HAMP, help me out. What's the word I'm looking for when something fits, where the punishment fits the crime, where you're more accurate in that effort? It's going to look like a softening, right? You see what I'm getting at?
Justifiable? You saying justifiable?
Yeah,
or
maybe more accurately justified. Yeah.
Well, no. Well, that's my thing though. So, I agree with that. I even though,
right?
But there you go. I know. See,
Yeah.
genius. Shout out to him. More right. More. We think more proportion. Or do you really intend to mean soft? Because soft, you got to admit, is an inflammatory word.
Well, no, I'm saying I'm meaning soft by what I'm saying.
Okay. Say no more.
So, and I'm specifically talking to the violent crime. I'm not. So I understand there was a disproportionate, and there still is a disproportionate. I think what they reduced it from 30 to 1 to 10 to 1. Crack cocaine disparity. It's still a disparity, right?
Yeah.
At the same time, in my mind, though, the disparity don't matter if you don't sell crack. But I don't even think niggas smoke crack no more. But I don't know. You know.
What that leads me to the whatever he knows. Yo, that leads me to how we have the title of the show, right?
Yeah.
The quote unquote need to sell crack in the first place, right? And I know you can go straight, right? You should be able to get it in a way in which is legal and etc. Right? Once they can tax it, they legalize it. You know what I'm saying? Shout out to Oxycontin and marijuana now. So what is the real issue? Because if most people agree that this is a band-aid, then what needs to actually be done to fix the problems, right? Because if this isn't a fix, if the criminal just wait for them to loosen up or lighten up, what happens then? If we end up getting the same results as soon as you remove the this amount of force, right? What is the corrective action needed? So I heard one thing that people need to actually take back over their neighborhoods now that we have a lull, so to speak, but what is actually needed? Let me read these few super chats and then let's see if we can get an answer. Or is this what it needs to be? Because Mr. Fantastic said black people don't want rules or correction. Sean was saying nobody does. Taz Stillman, that argument was saying January 6th. So what is the actual solution to this? AL with the $5 says the key aspect we're missing is that many of those totalitarian governments happened in a power vacuum after a monarch or established government fell. We are stable. Dr. G with the $5 says yes, folks asked for the crime bill, not understanding the full weight of what would happen under the bill. We are right back in that same situation. See, that's what I was thinking. People aren't edified on this shit. The AP, what's up, AP with the $10 says, not just the LA riots, but also the move. What's he saying?
The move bombing. Yeah. Mayor Wilson bombed West Philly. Yep.
Yeah, West Philly. Mm-hmm. Bombing in Philly. I'll pull it up. No prosecution for the Black Wall Street destruction. None in Rosewood. None in Opalos massacre. History repeats itself.
That's a great point.
Yeah, I just don't. again, man, I don't see the history repeating itself thing because I just no, again, maybe it's just my I'll just say it is my outlook on this. All right. My understanding of the 94 crime bill pretty much enacted or encouraged 3 strikes laws and different things and so on and so forth. What people are doing is the crime bill was one thing, but then what the states were able to do with those crime bills were a totally different one, right? And then I think maybe in some of them you had mandatory minimums for certain things and so on and so forth. This is why voting is important, right? And this is why your input is important as a citizen. Now, do I feel like drug crime should be the ultimate thing and you're getting 20 and 30 years and so on and so forth, drug trafficking? No. Okay. No. But when we're talking violent crimes, we're talking crimes against children, we're talking crimes of, people forcing themselves on other people. I think there should be absolutely no lenience given to you. And in a lot of those cases, your life should be taken from you. I think when you are not hard enough on crime, you don't deter new people from becoming criminals. And that's what it was, you know what I'm saying, so on and so forth. It's not just punitive, it's to send a message to other people about what happens if you violate, these rules. So just focusing on the violent aspect of it for me, whatever happens to you, happens to you. If you decide to go out here and terrorize other people, other law-abiding citizens, women, children, babies, and elderly people, or even regular people, able-bodied, fully capable people, I have no sympathy for you, and you get whatever you get. To me, you be 24 hours locked down in a hole for all I give a fuck. I don't care, because you took somebody's life for unjust reasons. I'm not talking self-defense or something like that. I'm talking you out here robbing, stealing, killing, or just motherfucking doing a drive-by and somebody innocent get hit. I believe you should not even be here.
Go ahead, he knows.
All right, good morning, y'all.
What's going on?
I'm looking at things a little bit differently. If you look at this administration, we know that Black people control culture and the narrative. Between what they're trying to do with Section 8, harsher penalties on like domestic violence, child predators, things like that. If you take yourself outside the box to look further down the road, I forgot who it was in his cabinet, but they said the number one detriment to the Black family is fathers not being in the home. And so I think all of this push, it's indirectly trying to affect our culture because we control street culture. And the more harsher, the harsher consequences you have for, let's say, being a deadbeat, or women lying to men about paternity, and 14-year-olds running around killing other 14-year-olds and making videos about it on Instagram. In the long run, I think it'll be a lot more healthier for our culture, for our people. Everybody keeps complaining about how Trump's going about this, how Trump's implementing the National Guard, how he's doing this, how he's doing that. We ain't never had a president like Trump. And people just refuse to see the bigger picture. Even with the Roe versus Wade, he didn't take any rights away. He just made it down to a state level. All of these things I would think would be conducive for the progression of our people specifically. I don't be really too much worried about what the white man or the Mexicans got going on. If you're here illegally, you need to go, period. People become American citizens every day. You can go watch the live streams. Every day, legal immigrants become American citizens, and they get a briefing from President Trump. So it's one of those things where I think people just need to get out of their emotions, stop saying Trump man bad, orange man bad, and look at the further repercussions of what's going on. It's easy for people who don't live in the ghetto, who aren't around this crime and violence, to say, oh, well, he's doing this and he's doing that. Have you ever walked into one of these homeless encampments? They're not just downtrodden people. They're fentanyl addicts and gangbangers, bro. They in there raping girls for a dub sack. It's just graping, my bad. They're in there graping people for a 10 bag. And yes, crack is still rolling like the 80s. I just got back from upstate New York. There's lines of cars waiting. That's a fact. So, like, to me, everything that I'm seeing, I don't agree with everything. Like, our support for Israel, I don't really agree with it all. You know, that's a whole other conversation. I don't agree with everything this administration's doing, but I really believe if November would have went the other way, we'd be living in an even worse hellscape. Unfettered access to our homes and our country, like never before. Everybody wants to nitpick about what he's doing because they lost. Conservatism won this election. That's baseline. I'm glad they're taking away all the LBG stuff out of schools. Newsom just passed a law out here in Cali where somebody can come and just check your kid out of school. No blood relation, don't got to know the person. They can file for guardianship, and all they got to do is fill out 2 pieces of paper. They claim it's because families that are illegal are being taken, so they need a family member to be able to come and pick the. They don't even mention nothing about illegal immigrants in the bill. A lot of these people are child predators. A lot of these people are a Satanist, and they believe in things that we don't believe in. Do you get what I'm saying? So I don't know. That's my opinion on the subject. Everybody want to complain about there ain't been a homicide in 10 days. Why do you have a problem with that?
Well,
that's all I got right now.
Did you hear what Truth was saying? Truth was saying there's been a couple. Tarus mentioned that the longest stint before all the influx of the police and such was 14 days. So before the National Guard came in. What's your response to that?
Well, I still don't take it as a negative. That was then. When was that? How long ago was that?
This year, 3 different times.
This year, 3, and you're talking about Washington, D.C., correct?
Yes.
Okay, well, what about Chicago, L.A., Sacramento?
We're not talking about Chicago. We're talking about DC.
Everywhere else?
We're talking about D.C. right now.
I am. I live in Sacramento. I want him to send him here. He need to come to California next.
Sir, that's fine. But
you
right
can
now
talk about bruh. That's why I said the bigger picture.
The streak. Right now, we're talking about the streak that's happened 3 different times of the homicide of no homicides in DC. That happened, by the way. That trends with the overall crime statistics trending down in DC since 2020.
Well, let's go for this. All those states that were named that you were saying were red and blue, all the cities that are doing the worst are Democrat ran though. All of them.
Well, he knows what you would need to respond to directly was the fact that mentioning 10 days with no homicide, that happened twice already in DC. And yes, the blue states may be leading, but like Baltimore's crime is down 30% or something like that. Most crime is trending down. So he's just saying,
and I believe that's because of this administration.
Real quick, I want to direct understanding, right? So he's just saying crediting what Trump did with the 10 days that already happened a couple different times. So go ahead, my bad. Go ahead.
He said this year, correctly?
Yes.
Who was our president this year?
Donald Trump.
Okay, you don't even realize that your whole narrative is a contradiction, because if you're then giving Trump the credit for the 3 times that we've had no homicides, there's no point of sending the National Guard.
Yeah.
Like Jesus Christ, bro.
Obviously, our president knows a little bit more than you. Obviously. So you can have your opinion.
He doesn't know more than you. He doesn't know more than you.
Bro, get out your emotions. You can have your opinion.
Bro,
you know what I'm saying?
Incorrect data. I'll get
incorrect
out of my
data
emotions and my passions when you get new data, when you get updated data, because right now you are all obsolete information, man. By the way, the crime statistics.
You just gave me the information. You just gave me the information.
Respectfully, you don't. By the way, I've already gone over the information, so I'll just go over it briefly with you again. The statistics were already trending downward. By the way, I gave him credit for a drastic stop during the National Guard, but the reality is that the stats, the reports he knows, we already had reporting that the stats were trending downward prior to. So if the stats are going prior to, then the justification to send National Guard because it's quote unquote out of control is either a lie then, or he was lying then, or he's lying now. He knows which.
So were the streaks of no homicides this year or last year?
I literally just told you this year 3 different times. Do I need to say it in another language, bro?
No, you don't. You said it for me this year. So your stats can say whatever you want. But last year, I guarantee you that wasn't the case. So this year, under Trump.
Let's see. I'm going to check.
Yeah, check, please. Check. I ain't checking nothing.
He knows real quick. So I guess my question is, if they are trending down and that happened under Trump, what was the need for the additional force?
It's our nation's capital. It's our nation's capital, and it should be the safest place in America. Period.
Okay. So you're saying it wasn't trending fast enough, so we had to expedite the trending.
Yeah, we gonna expedite this, just like we need to expedite LA, just like we need to expedite Chicago, just like we need to expedite all of California. You're not understanding, bro. Child predators are running rampant out here. Homeless people are robbing and killing people rampant where I'm from. It's an everyday thing. It's not so, like, I get where he's saying he probably ain't walked through the ghetto recently. It's horrible, dude. And anybody who denies that is insane. We got 13 and 14-year-olds walking around with drums, bruh. Fully automatic drums. And everybody wants to blame Trump. Okay, let me ask this.
No, don't ask.
What's the solution? What's the solution?
He knows. I got the
All right. Well, when I'm finished, you can give me that. What is the solution? What is the solution to where we find our culture at? What's the solution then? Everybody wants to complain about how he's won about it. What's the solution?
So now the question is different. So once again, I'm going to answer the original question, and then
I never asked you a question, bro. I never asked you about any of that.
I'm interested to hear the numbers. Let's hear the numbers.
We've had at least, because the way the data is tracked is different, but there was at least 6 different 7-day streaks last year in 2024. As a matter of fact, 2024, there was a recorded 187 murders or homicides, which is down from 274 from 2023. So what does that say? The homicide rate is trending down. And it was continuing.
So Washington DC inherently isn't a dangerous place, basically, is what you're telling me. What about all the other cities?
I did not say that. That is not what I said, sir. Do not.
It sounds like it. It sounds like you're saying. It sounds like you're saying there was never a problem. It sounds like you're saying there was never a problem.
And you consistently are being proven wrong.
Proven wrong about what? There were homicides though, correct?
Everything you said has been BS.
Bruh, everything I said, you don't live where I live, and I don't even think you have any personal stake in any of this. You're just a Trump man bad. You're just a Trump man bad, bro. Everybody knows it. That man could pull sunlight out of his ass and you'd still say it was bad, bro.
Well, hold on. So wait, hold on, True. But he knows he's actually giving you information, right? And you're
I'm taking it.
That's also the problem. That's also the problem, though. You interject every time you hear something that you disagree with or dislike. You're not letting the conversation mature so you can respond in totality. Because I think you have a lot of good information. I just want you to wait so you can respond to everything he's saying. So essentially, he's just giving numbers because we're talking about what we're crediting whomever with, right? And I think you're doing yourself a disservice by dismissing it by saying he just don't like Trump. I think you have a lot of information, so you can respond with information upon information, not just saying he don't like Trump. So the information he was presenting was the numbers have been trending year over year, less and less. And there were several instances in which there was stints where there were nobody getting killed, you know? And we're talking about DC specifically because that's the influx of the National Guard and the additional police force. I think we can talk about Sacramento, but that's not quite the conversation, you know? So what do you say about what he presented regarding the numbers and the trending in a positive direction?
I can see it. He's right.
Right about what?
I guess there was never a problem. The numbers been going down. Trump didn't need to do anything.
Well, the numbers have been trending, but DC is still 15th in the nation for violent crime.
I don't understand how the numbers have been going down. They've been having streaks, and I don't understand how. That sounds contradictory to me.
Can I ask you this question in good faith, please? And I'm asking you this question in good faith. Why is me giving you factual information, because you haven't even actually heard my opinion yet? This is the sad thing.
I've listened to you quite a bit, bro.
Why giving you the factual information? Why is it so hard to accept that maybe there was an
I just conceded and said you were right, bro. What are you? I just conceded and said you were right.
No. Because yes, you went to the extreme of there's no crime. I guess homicide isn't a problem. I never made the claim that homicide isn't a problem. Good God, I hope nobody up here has ever made that implication or ever will in the future. Right? DC still has a problem with crime. But he knows, don't you think there's a such thing as overreach, going overboard, and over response, and escalation of force that doesn't necessarily to be there? And then he knows, doesn't it make sense that if your justification is specifically homicide rates, and then we go look together and we find out the homicide rate's been trending down before this man became president, how you have to understand that is a contradiction, and that does not square with the escalation of force to the National Guard. And that does not mean there is no problem. That does not mean there wasn't something that had to be done. So why go there? That's what I'm asking you in good faith. Why twist what I say?
I don't believe it's an overreach. I don't believe it's anywhere even close to an overreach. I believe it's a starting point, a stepping stone. I want it to go more. I want more of it.
To what? Real quick. To what?
I hope more cities' homicide rates goes down. I hope he moves the National Guard and gets approval from more governors. I hope it goes even further. We need a restructuring of our entire culture, bro. And the only way to do that is with punishments and less leniency on people who do crimes. Period. If the police force under these governors and these mayors aren't willing to do their job, it's our president's job to protect us and do it with whatever forces and means he has available to him.
So I'm gonna ask you the same question I asked Aaron and the other guys. Long term, let's just say we go through with this, right? Long term, the National Guard presence is the reason that the overall crime rate is down, right? Doesn't that mean we got to have a conversation about how ineffective our local law enforcement has been for decades? And you know, we've poured billions, despite the red or blue factor. We've poured billions into this problem. We've nationalized our police. You know, the surplus military gear that they get, the MRAPs, and we've done all of these different things. And yet it actually takes the military in order for the crime rate to come down and stay down, he knows. Right? So now how much is this going to cost us and taxpayer money to maintain this?
We've never had a problem wasting taxpayer money before. It's going to take whatever it takes. At the end of the day, dude, we were already wasting hundreds of $billions with things that made no sense on a federal level, even on a state level.
You're saying this to you, it makes sense.
Yes. How else do you respond to an epidemic of homelessness, violent crimes across the country, and our youth basically being completely out of control? If the police aren't going to do it, the parents aren't going to do it, who does it fall to?
So specifically with the homeless, he knows, you believe the correct response is building more detention facilities and not homeless shelters?
We have more criminals, don't we? And a lot of homeless people are criminals.
Wait, is the act of being homeless a crime itself?
No.
Because in theory, they've already paid for their crime, right? So they're probably ex-con.
I was homeless, bro. And I've been homeless. I've been homeless.
I've never been homeless either. He knows. I'm just saying, maybe again.
No, I have. I've been homeless.
Okay,
I have been homeless.
Okay, so you know that some people can get out of prison and they got nowhere to go, and then it is kind of home. Again, a small amount, but that's some of the different ways you become homeless, right? But they've already served their time to society, right? You following me?
When you get out of prison, they literally have hundreds of programs to get you unified, help you find housing. The problem is when you get out of prison, a lot of guys don't want to follow that route because they feel like a square. They feel like they working with the police. That's
And
a personal
every
decision.
homeless person specifically, because I'm trying to stick with homelessness and crime here.
Of course, it's not every homeless person, but we don't use some around here.
He was saying it's the minority of homeless people, right? You're saying from the prison population that gets released back into society?
It's not a minority that's committing crimes, though. Most of them are drug addicts.
So, okay, so just the act of being an addict, not selling, not being a dealer, but just the addict itself is enough to go to jail?
Yeah. They arrest people every day for possession.
I know that, but that doesn't mean I agree with it.
He knows. Are you saying, he knows. Are you saying that there's a difference between causation and correlation, and there's enough proximity between homelessness and actual crime to infer that there's some correlation that can be drawn between the two, even if there's not direct causation?
It definitely, when you walk outside your house and there's a homeless encampment, let's say none of them were criminals, it definitely perfilates the dope spot, the trap. It definitely perfilates crime. Yes.
But
I know this for a fact. I used to be.
And the people in there haven't committed a crime, but they should get arrested anyway because of what could happen.
Yeah, that's not what he said. He didn't say about homeless
You
people.
bought the dope. You bought the dope from me. I'm the criminal, and you bought it from me. I'm the criminal for selling it, and you're helping enable me to sell it because you're an addict.
AP, what's popping?
Oh, not much, Hamp. What's going on, panel?
It's
been a while. I think
Yes,
I've been on the show once, but I think two things can be true. I think that it can be a little bit overboard, but at the same time necessary. So keep in mind, I travel back and forth to DC every other week for work, right? And my work is over by the Navy Yard. For anybody familiar with the DC, that's a pretty nice area. I haven't been in over a month because the last time I went, I felt uncomfortable. And do you know how hard it is for me to feel uncomfortable with
and across is right there. You could throw a football across the water at it.
So I think that it was necessary, but I do think that there I would like to think that hopefully President Trump has some type of a timeline in mind, because at some point it becomes more of a police state and less, conducive to its citizenry. So I think both can be true. I can't see everybody's name, but the young man in the tank top,
he knows.
kind of light skin, he knows.
He knows.
It would behoove you to listen to an entire question before you start to answer, because Aaron was just asking a question and you didn't let him finish, and you kind of got ahead of him, and we kind of lost you because you made your argument circular. And in regards to what the topic was a little bit ago, right before you guys really started to dive into what's going on out there in DC, when I was talking about, I sent a super chat about the move bombing in Philadelphia.
Mm-hmm.
Throughout our history, and I'm talking about Black folks' history, whether we're doing something positive or if it's something negative, once we're over policed, there is an eradication that goes alongside of it, whether it's into prisons or death. So we have to be mindful when we are supporting certain policies like what's going on in DC, and we have to understand the history of it. Yes, crime was trending down, but during those summer months when the kids are not in school, oh my God, shit gets wild. It gets absolutely wild. And I think it would have been nice if the mayor would actually put something in place without needing Trump to step in to truly go what I would consider maybe too far. And I'll land right there because there's so much that hasn't been unpacked that we would probably need to unpack if we're talking about getting to a solution. And Hamp, I appreciate you bringing me up.
Before you go, there's one question for you. So are you suggesting that the move bombing is an example of going too far? Never mind the fact that it was enacted by the city of Philadelphia, but that when things go too far, that's what it can look like.
Yes,
All
absolutely.
right. And just to edify the audience, right? As a Philadelphia resident, the move bombing was a bombing that occurred in 1985 after days and days of a firefight between law enforcement and a pro-black community in West Philadelphia. And the bombing itself was they took pounds of C4 and dropped it from a helicopter over a house on the 6200 block of Osage Avenue, which led to a fire that destroyed 61 homes. 61 homes after bombing one single address, 6226 Osage. So yeah, 100% to the accountability partner, man.
See, now that is a point that is substantive in argument, right?
Yep.
Right, and it's a civil argument, right? Civil discourse, right? Well, if they say a place, right, is that dangerous, at what extent do the tactics go?
Right.
And that's the one thing that people are making determinations who, like he knows said, don't frequent there at all. Don't walk around, don't understand it. The overwhelming majority of people who live in that area ain't doing nothing. The move wasn't doing nothing but fighting for the rights and etc. Right, but they were classified as an issue and therefore dealt with like an issue.
Now, unfortunately,
that's the perversion though that can happen when you have this level of absolution. Right, that's the argument I'm hearing.
Yeah, and to steel man unfortunately, the move bombing was executed by the city of Philadelphia, a black mayor Wilson Good at the time. But that doesn't detract from your point. What if it were a national or federal level bombing or attack? It's not a block of C4 being dropped from a Bell 209, but it's a rocket-powered device, right? It comes from somewhere else. More to your point. But yeah, that was city enacted by a black mayor. If it gets that bad, how bad is it really gonna get?
And I think when we talk from a federal level, and you just mentioned it about a missile, like it escalates it to a point,
right,
to where we could actually get to a point to where there's no return to normalcy, and the new normalcy is that police state. Period.
Scorched earth. Yep, exactly.
See, okay. All right, we'll get some replies. He knows you feel free to reply, then we'll get Sean in if you would like to reply. AL with the $5 says there are several crime bills. Also, the 94 crime bill failed in 91 and only passed because they attached the Violence Against Women and Children Acts. AP with the $5 says whether we are doing wrong or right, we cannot move forward. Callie Bev with the $2 says nothing happens in a vacuum, young sir. Victim Olympics with the $5 says bleeding hearts will sacrifice innocent people for criminals. Will with the $10 says, shouldn't there be a concern about the validity of the crime statistics? From my understanding, in DC, a commander was suspended for deliberately manipulating crime statistics. At HAMP, check your DM. What, on Discord? Okay, I'll check it. Just my 4 cents with the $5 says, ask your panel, do they honor the quote-unquote no shits rules in the hood? So their answer will be all you need to know. The answer is no.
So if I can reply to that real quick,
yeah,
there's snitching, and then there's telling that there is a wrong. Snitching is when I'm involved in it. If I'm involved in it, I have to own it. I'm not telling on who was with me, no. But if if somebody breaks into the house across the street, you can guarantee you I'm calling the cops. And if I know who you are, you better believe I'm telling the cops who you are. I don't want that in my neighborhood. I don't want that in my city. And I think we all should adopt a policy like that.
Yeah. I don't snitch, I expose.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm a civilian, right? So
Right.
I
Hey,
can't.
bro. No, I don't practice that shit. Y'all ain't fucking up my property value. That's all that, dog. I work
Yeah.
too hard for my shit.
Yeah, because it's much less about me. It's about my daughters, about my kids,
Right.
my wife, right? So I don't like AP
Not woman
said.
demanding a report.
This may be obtuse in me, but I'm generally not afraid, right? But it ain't about me. It's about them when I'm not around, you know. And so that's the key, right? I'm telling which way he went, what color drawers he had on if he was sagging. Fuck him, you know. But if I'm outside.
No, go ahead. I thought you go ahead.
I'm just saying, if I'm outside, that's a different ball game, right? Because I'm in participation. But I'll be damned if you run through Mickey D's and stick it up. Now Mickey D's got a chain link fence around it. No, that can't happen.
Right.
You know, you go to CVS in DC, everything they got. You got to go get the cashier for everything.
It's all locked up.
Open the jar.
You can't even get socks out here, bro. You can't even get socks out here in a Walmart, bro.
Yeah.
They're locked up.
Yep.
Boxers, nothing.
I forgot about the black boycotting with the Target. They ain't had no socks either that you could just grab. You had to go get the lady. Then I said, no wonder why we boycotting y'all. But the truth is, I had forgot. So, you know what I'm saying? But which I think, man, the floor is open. Sean, he knows what's popping.
Well, concerning that bombing, that for sure was an overreach. You know, there's always casualties in most conflicts. I would just hope that we learn from our mistakes, man. And hopefully the way things are gone about this time is a little bit more structured, a little bit more thought through. But that's all you can really do is hope when you're in times when you're in the times that we're in right now. The other option is not do nothing, and we can see where that gets us. So, and then as far as the snitching thing, my woman's a mandated reporter. I got 4 daughters. If I'm doing some dirt, I'm for sure finna, you feel me, take it to the neck, whatever. But if I see somebody running my neighbor's house, please believe I'm dialing that number.
So just a quick question to throw it back at you. When is too much too far? So for example, if there are 4 black kids just walking in DC, let's say they're going to Five Guys, and the police decide, wait, that's a group of 5 or 4 or 5, we're gonna go ahead and question them. Should they? Is that too far? Like, how far is too far? Because to me, from what I've seen on the news, I haven't been there, and I won't be there for another 2 weeks when things, I think, die down. From what I'm seeing, they're stopping those kids. Whether they're having a conversation or they're wrestling them to the ground. Is that too far?
Where I'm raised at, a group of 3 is a gang my whole life. So you were subject to be stopped and questioned if you had 3 people with you. If that answers your question. So I've already lived under that. I'm still who I am. Maybe y'all shouldn't be wearing skeezies. Maybe you shouldn't have your pants hanging off your ass. Maybe you should start dressing appropriately if you don't want to be perceived a certain type of way. Maybe more people of our like mind should probably get badges so we can help police and help the situation.
They don't pay enough on the police force for me, bro.
Yeah, you don't want me. I don't have a break.
I wouldn't know. All I'm saying is, you said 4 or 5. Where I'm from, you can't walk up the street with 3 people without worrying about the police stopping you. So,
Say, AP, I like to try to, maybe I'm oversimplifying it, but I understand the gravity and depth of your question. And I think ultimately it goes too far when people can no longer be made whole, right? So if you're wrongfully stopping someone, there's still a level of justice that's owed to the wrongfully stopped. And can they be made whole to the tune of their life continues on from where you left them. Whatever change in the road you caused upon them has to be erased, explained and erased in a way that they're satisfied. When that no longer happens, that's when you start going too far. Not only does the punishment have to fit the crime, but the investigation has to make people who are exonerated of the investigation made whole in a way that they're satisfied. When those two things happen, you haven't gone too far. When those two things don't happen, you went too far.
AP and Aaron, how well do you guys remember the Patriot Act era a few years ago? Right. We still ain't repealed that. Would y'all describe the Patriot Act as going too far?
I'm pretty conservative. So I don't know if you really want to ask me that, because I
definitely ask you that.
Because I think that there's a few other things I'd actually add to it, but that's just me.
You see, the reason why I bring that up, guys, and HAMP specifically, is because HAMP sent me on a journey that I kind of dozed off, because I was thinking about what a police state really looks like in real life. And I kept going to, in real life, they look like Russia and China. And guess what? Those people have autonomy to an extent. You see them? Have y'all ever seen the Russian car crash videos, and I'm bringing out machetes and hatchets out when they get into shit in the streets? There's oligarchs that want Russia and everything. There seems to be so much crap you could get into Russia, except you can't criticize the government. You criticize the government, all of a sudden you end up in a suitcase. You criticize the government, all of a sudden you get pushed over a balcony. It's an accident, right? Same thing with China. You know what a police state looks like over there? Damn near every kilometer, Aaron, they have traffic cams. So
I know
what you're doing and see what you're doing in the car.
I've been to these countries. Trust me, I know. But my answer to your question about the Patriot Act is, for me to answer that, we'd be opening up a can of worms that there's no super chat in the world can afford to pay for, because now you're going to get into a letter agency that we haven't involved, and that's the CIA, and the compartmentalization that's involved at that level, and my awareness of certain.
Trump is pulling all of this off, and he didn't even use the CIA. I'm
talking about way above him.
Agencies, because Trump is going
hard
in the paint.
I'm talking about shit. I'm talking about shit that's way over Trump's head, bro.
Right. But right now we're talking about things that he's doing in DC that can affect the message.
Patriot Act. I'm answering your question regarding the Patriot Act. He was trying to recover from damn real estate debt from casinos when that action was involved. So I'm just talking about that question exclusively is a tinfoil hat conversation that y'all ain't ready for. For me,
that was the first surveillance on America.
I agree.
I agree. Is
bro, you're gonna have to accept my answer. You're gonna have to accept my answer. What I know and what you're asking combined ain't for today.
Right. So AP, one of the issues that we're having too is that we keep allowing the extreme. We're allowing oligarchs in what's called monopsonies. This is when you got a bunch of corporations that own all the other corporations. You get what I mean? So it's not a monopoly where it's only one person that owns everything. It's like a handful of people that own a bunch of shit, right? And so we got that combined with our Masters of the Universe that we saw at Inauguration Day with Donald Trump, who's also trying to increase his executive branch, his authority, right? We already know this guy looks up to guys like Vladimir Putin, who routinely talks about wanting to go back to the days of communists, of the Soviet Union, right? And so
whoa, stop right there 1 second. I need you to qualify that statement, because
why?
The last 2/3 of what you said is simply, from my observation, not accurate. So I like, if you can throw an example, like you're gonna have to give more context, because that's a very broad statement, and it's very difficult for me to see your point with him being what you would call buddy with Putin, considering in his first term they saw some of the strictest restrictions over there in Russia that they had ever seen. So
And
like
Donald Trump's
your
first term,
statement is
in
seems to be
Donald Trump's
way
first
off.
term, he was in Helsinki, and embarrassed the entire country by taking Vladimir Putin's side over our own intelligence agency. That was an international embarrassment. It was absolutely pathetic. And then, by the way, AP, as a veteran, I got a real hard problem with a guy who should have been arrested on the spot for being a war criminal, right? Having soldiers on their hands and knees rolling out the red carpet for Vladimir Putin in Alaska. Bro, that pissed me the fuck off. I just got to be honest. As a combat vet, bro, that pissed me the fuck off.
Brittany Grimer situation.
So let's touch on, like you throw a lot of stuff out, and like there's not.
You told me
there. Hold on. There doesn't seem to be a lot of meat in what you're saying. So let's go back to Helsinki. We'll start there. What exactly did he say?
That he took Vladimir Putin's word that he didn't interfere in the 2016 election, like the Senate investigative hearing intelligence report led by Marco Rubio stated.
Now.
You got your Roscoe on you? You got your Roscoe on you?
Let's walk it back. So if I'm working with, or if I'm trying to get let's call it a person that I don't like to work with me to get things done, and I say, you know what, and I say it publicly, you know what, maybe what you're saying, there's some truth to it, but on the back end, I also am still running investigations. On the back end, I'm still making sure that you can't actually fund your country. Like, I'm doing everything on the back end to say that that's contradictory to what I said publicly. So is a man gauged by his words or his actions?
His actions, especially
when there we go.
When you got to combine the fact that he's trying to make money in Russia by, didn't you see the report when he was trying to get the hotels, the contracts done in Russia through Deutsche Bank during the presidency?
So we're about to go down some rabbit holes. I don't know if HAMP really wants to do that, because this would get really deep and really fast.
I've been doing it.
Can we keep it on the police state talk then?
No, I was doing something. I just wanted, because again, and I think this is a part of edification, coaching, teaching, training, right? Like it's important to be more specific, right? Because I want to understand the effective nature. How far does it go? What are we risking? What is a police state? Is this a solution to the problem? And can this be duplicated and then scaled properly for all places that are seemingly having the same issues? Is it the fact that so-called Black communities are being targeted? And if they're being targeted, is it for good reason and justifiably so? That's where I'm at with it. You see, I know that was kind of a lot, but I try to condense it. Go ahead, he knows.
I was just gonna mention, like, aren't the tariffs we slapped on Russia as of right now like the highest?
Damn, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. But what do you think about the?
Not quite, but it just to answer your question real quick, Helos, not quite, because they were stricter in 2017. I want to say so. Not quite, but they're pretty rough.
So HAMP, with your question specifically, I was wanting to ask you and everybody else on the panel, historically, there seems to be, regardless of race and not demographic, like when, impoverished communities will get the investment, like the Homestead Acts of the 1800s and things like this, where people get these opportunities. And sometimes I wonder, what are the rates of home ownership or any sort of ownership in our communities that are high density Black American?
So
I don't know that offhand.
Specifically in DC, with the side where you see that is the most impoverished part. 7th and 8th wards of DC, the districts are the most impoverished, right? That's where the poverty line is crept up on. The jail specifically was moved from the 6th district to the 7th district by a vote, maybe I think it was like 8 years or 9 years ago now, right? So the jail's in 7th district now when it was in 6th. And so you know what happens to property and value now that the jail is over on that side. The stadium used to be in the 7th, now it's in Landover. But they're going to rebuild the stadium, which will maybe bring value back. But largely those people are impoverished on the 7th and 8th wards of DC.
So impoverished, again, you can be impoverished and maybe still own some things. So on top of that, what do you think with property ownership in general?
The property ownership on that side is, I mean, let me see, this is speculative. We could probably look it up. So I have a house on that side. The ownership you see comes from gentrifiers, though.
Got you. So not people that's been there for generations.
No, the lady that sold it to me was glad that it was my wife and me, and it was a black family she was selling it to. She died. Well, watch this, Truth. She died, and her 2 daughters just sold, like, they probably could have got 40 more thousand than what they sold it to me for. They just wanted to get rid of it because they didn't want to deal with it.
Really?
On Alabama Avenue in Southeast.
Yeah, which brings us to that thing right there, right? Or thank God they sold it to you and they didn't let it go back to the state or the city, right? So when we start talking about these things, again, it goes back to my original premise of this being a culture issue more so than anything else. If we can say whatever and have whatever criticisms you want to have of Trump, cool, fine, right? The shit's working, right? Last time I checked, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. So you're complaining about something that's currently working, find a better plan, or find the if you're saying this is a temporary solution, create a permanent one, and not only create it, now you have to implement it.
That's literally what we're talking about, Mr. Fantastic. That's literally what we're talking about. Trying to come up with a solution. Because one of the things that I have noticed, HAMP, this is why I was asking specifically, Mr. Fantastic, Jesus Christ. One of the reasons I was asking specifically is because you can see a rate of an impoverished community, a moderate to high crime rate, and a lack of actual property ownership. And so if you have the majority of black people, because the person that sold you the property would represent a minority of black homeowners, correct? Or property owners, right? So you have generation after generation after generation of a black demographic in one area that's literally just been floating in the ether because there is no actual roots to hold on to. What do you mean? One of the things that we could talk about is not talking about even business ownership, but sometimes just good old-fashioned home ownership, because too many of our generations rent and don't own, and so a lot of that generational wealth doesn't stay within the family. It just goes straight into the overall,
I agree, but then, like you said, now, okay, tell niggas, stop mismanaging your money, get some financial literacy, and buy property. I think that's a wonderful solution, Tarus. Now, how do we make niggas do it? How do we make niggas choose to, save that $100 they was going to spend on weed? Save that $400 you're going to save on weave and getting it installed. Save that $200 you're going to save on Jordan. You're going to pay on Jordans. Again, this is why when I say this and everybody, I guess, just misses it. The point I'm saying is the culture issue starts with each individual person. And we can't make anybody want to do shit. It has to be a desire that you do something that works. This shit is really like low key. This is like making a fat person go to the gym or a lazy person. And there's a person that is not physically active, bro. This shit is work. Okay. And we're talking about changing the direction of an entire fucking race of people, bro. Okay. That's now been accustomed to doing things for decades on decades on decades. Right. All right, safe to say 60, if not 100 years. The marriage rate was 80% in the 60s. We're 60 years later, so let's just make it 4 or 5 decades, either or, right? Niggas been fucking shit up. Those of us that do shit the right way, Tarus, you lame. You a square. You ain't jumped off the porch. You ain't been through nothing. You ain't this. You ain't that.
That's weird,
y'all,
bro. Nobody
again, I'm
told
not
me.
doing this.
My fucking my family and friends, black and Latino, ain't never said no shit like that to me.
Well, brother, that's yours. I think you're an outlier, fam. But because I'm
not, bro.
telling you,
I'm not, because most black men aren't criminals.
I
Most black
agree.
men haven't
No, I
criminal.
agree. No, I'm talking
So
about
there's
the
something
opinion.
else other than criminal activity, since the majority of us aren't.
No, I
There's
agree.
something from that home ownership aspect.
I agree with that point, Tarus. What I'm saying is we have an issue and problem to where the loud minority is louder than drowns out the majority. And the majority really don't want to get into an argument with niggas that don't feel like it doesn't affect me. So fuck it. Now, the majority of us aren't criminals, but we know the majority of us still aren't homeowners. So it's still this buffer there, or that gray area to where you have people that may not be criminal, but then they're still not financially responsible and educated. Go ahead, Aaron.
No, I was just trying to steel man your argument, but it looks like you wrapped it up. I was going to ask, are you saying that we need to take the loud minority, who are these criminals, and cause a cultural paradigm shift so that what the guys that are doing it right become cool enough to overshadow the cool aspect that the criminals think being a criminal is cool?
Yeah. But Aaron, that's what's confusing to me, and that's what I'm saying, and that's why I say I think people, stop being emotional, bro, and just think logical. Which
that's what I got from what you were saying. Yeah,
I think
paradigm shift.
Aaron, you're a real life engineer, right?
100%.
Hamp's an entrepreneur.
100%.
I mean, brothers are. You have the examples. We are the majority of black men somehow, some way. We are fucking invisible. You NBA, NFL, entertainer, and then you go from there to street nigga, right? So the most important, the majority of the black man is the man that's looked at last and disrespected the most, if looked at all. So that when I say this culture thing, I'm literally told because I don't want to deal with the motherfuckers that think I'm lame or I'm this or I'm that and I'm not cool, whatever the fuck, right? It's something wrong with me. No, motherfucker. I understand how this shit works. I ain't got this motherfucking life shit all the way figured out, but I'm a lot closer than a motherfucker that's 20 years old or whatever, right? The problem is when you come with the solution and it's gonna be hard fucking work and hey, we gotta do this, and this, bro. Niggas just don't want to do it, man. They just don't. I'm sorry. I don't understand how there's an Arab owned liquor store, gas station, anything in the black neighborhood. You stop shopping there for 2 months, they out of business. Don't get gas there. Don't buy chips there. Don't buy anything there. Now what do you have? You have a fucking already made gas station that you can buy yourself, crowdfund if need be, and black owned. Niggas don't want to do that though, bro. Niggas got Bentleys. Niggas got Maybachs. Niggas got foreign cars. Niggas got designer. But
Wait. What were we saying? The regular, average, everyday black man's invisible to who? To what are you talking about?
To the
Women?
black community. To the black community.
No. The only thing that actually pertains to, and this may even be propaganda, just based on the people I see actually getting together and getting married, is the desirability of men when it comes to dating, right? I think that's what you are talking about. I'm not
even talking about the romantic aspect at all.
Well, what I'm saying, invisible to who, for what, and why, right? The bank's not gonna. Well, what I'm saying is, if we're talking about home ownership and business loans and things of that nature, the bank's not gonna say you don't deal drugs.
No. I'm not talking. I'm talking about within our own group and demographic. I'm talking about
amongst black people.
Yes.
So you're saying us regular black men praise drug dealers and scammers?
No. That's not what I'm saying. What
I'm saying, where do we come into this equation, right? So if I'm looking at,
I'm trying to tell you. So this, let me be clear, right? So we know within the groups there's a hierarchy, right? I'm telling you that the straight black man that's a law-abiding citizen, that's a 9-to-5 worker, that's doing what he's supposed to do, so on and so forth, he's at the bottom of the totem pole. He gets 90% of the blame, if not 100%, right? And then once he starts speaking, shut your lame ass up, nigga. Shut your broke ass up, nigga. Hamp, you use the example, one of the perfect examples all the time, right? Teachers are needed, right?
Yeah.
Teachers are needed, but we know teachers shitty fucking pay. Some of the lowest paid motherfuckers for some of the hardest work.
The cultural spotlight of admiration is not on us. It's on the athlete and the criminal.
But that's what I'm saying though. That doesn't make sense, right? Because us as men aren't shitting on male teachers. We know that we need them to perpetuate our message to our sons when our sons get in these schools, right? They need the men that look like them to continue the messaging, right? Because it takes more than just you, right? You have to somebody who has a similar ideal and outlook to get through to your son, right? So we don't do that to each other. We don't shit on the barber and the entrepreneur and the hardworking construction men. Black men don't do that to each other.
I agree.
But this is what the jacket is though. So then why? I guess I'm just asking. We don't do that to each other. So who is shitting on him and for what reason? The only way I see that working if we're talking about the relationships. Are you saying because let me just finish it, right? Or are you saying because our entertainers and our athletes are at the top of the echelon in our demographic, but that doesn't by proxy mean that hardworking black men are then shit on? That's not a correlation.
Okay, cool. So now I guess it's sort of kind of desirability, but I wasn't even looking like that. I'm speaking from everybody outside of us, of course, us, and then even like I said ourselves. The wrong nigga say the wrong thing, shut your broke ass up, right? But that's still like not the common, right? We support each other, we promote each other, so on and so forth. What I'm saying is because of the lack of respect and the lack of the black man being the leader, the head, not being seen as that, you know, black men don't lead, black men don't do this, black men don't take care of their kids, black men broke. So that's what I'm saying, Ham. We don't perpetuate those narratives, false narratives and claims, but they're still there and they're perpetuated by the women. And then you have the top tier of people that's the 1% that everybody wants to be. And the kids are being raised by who? The women. So the kids hear that, oh man, you don't want to be no teacher. Them niggas broke. You don't want to work no 9 to 5. That's working for the white man. That's being a slave. You ain't getting no money. So what I'm telling you is you have we're sandwiched, bro, to where we're literally what keeps the lifeblood of the shit going as every other group of men do, but you get no fucking credit for this shit. You don't even get the credit. Just it's like you even when you doing it, like I said, ain't don't want is not enough, is what I'm saying. So I'm not saying we're perpetuating it against ourselves. I'm saying that the black man is the only motherfucking demographic of the good men, quote unquote, or the men that's at least doing what the shit they're supposed to be doing. You can't talk, right? That's why the black woman is the fucking considered the leader of the fucking community. They're the loudest. They have the biggest fucking opinions. They speak for the community. Everything from politics to family to money to whatever. Again, black women make more money than black men. Lie. How many times you heard that shit said?
But okay, so I understand that, right? But it is a lie, right? And so we already shown it's a lie, even if it's by a small margin, right? Here's the other thing about the involvement or lack thereof, right? I fear that there's a lot of speculation happening, right? Because when you go to football practice in the 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, and it's all black men out there, right? The moms send their boys out there, right? They do what the coach says. They bring oranges and shit like that. I just not seeing in mass where we just getting shit on. I think this has been propagandized to our detriment, right? Because really average people, right, don't get the consideration, right? The middle class is being panned and you don't get no government supplements, right? And subsidies. That's the class, right? I don't think the black men are pinpointed right there. It's just the shit talking that I think you guys are highlighting.
Yeah,
I'm understanding.
This is why it's so hard to take.
Hold on, Truth. Let Aaron go, and you can jump in.
I'm understanding this from both sides. You're right, Hamp, in saying that we're not getting, I think what's being said, not that we're being shitted on, we're not being seen. We're not being applauded as something to strive to be. I think is the thing. I think what the culture says is strive to be something.
Stop right there.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
We play football though, right?
Right.
We want our sons to play football. We want our sons to be better than us at football, as an example, right? So I'm just saying, yes, because that's also what we uphold. You see, like my big chug, I say what? CTE, here we come. Boxing, football, right? I ain't never mentioned that nigga being a lawyer yet. So that's what I'm saying. Am I shooting at my?
You're right. No, you're right. It's just that we're reasonable with the avenues that we promote.
Yeah.
So there's kids on the teams that you've coached that the NFL ain't for you, son. But I know your grades in English classes, motherfucker. You know what I mean? Like law school, here we come. Right. But we're good at really focusing on what someone is good at and promoting. They seek a path based on what they're good at rather than what the culture does. And I seek a path based on how high they can go relative to all the fields.
Indeed. I'm just simply saying we highlight the same things that we are saying are highlighted, right?
Yeah.
So it's literally if we see that as an issue, then we are a cause of that issue if we see it as an issue. But I applaud the athletes because NFL players, NBA players are the doctorates in their field. Right?
Yes.
Those are the experts 100%. In their field. Right.
Right.
Yeah, and so that's why they get applauded as well. And plus the entertainment value and how much money it does bring in, we understand that. Right.
But we as men, go ahead.
No, I'm just processing it like where we and so here's the other thing, right? We say we ain't looking for no house or nothing until we got something to look forward for.
Right.
I.e. kids, a wife, and etc. Right. You know? So now we're not even trying to obtain things that appreciate until we have a reason to. You see? So then we saying we being looked over. How? We ain't even applying the pressure.
Oh, that's to the point. What you just said is perfect. We are definitely as I don't want to say hyper. That's not the word, but we push the next generation to success greater than what we achieved, right? Yeah. But what tempers that is the reality of understanding what avenue to push them down. Whereas the culture just says, be a millionaire. That's it. We're like, look, man, you're good at this, do the best you can and be the best you can in this. So that kind of reality tempers the push.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, 100%, man. Also, we allow. Well, let it marinate.
And the reason for the push. That's the other thing. When you said that we won't push until there's a reason to push, that's another tempering agent. I'm not saying that we're going to rest on our laurels and fall back to being losers, but
just be chilling.
You chilling until it's time to not chill. And when it's time to not chill, come here, baby, then go all out. But again, we're just bringing a sense of logic.
I understand the logic, right? I think our logic is shooting our own selves in the foot. It's like in a bulletproof car, we let the bullet off and that shit come back
in the whip, right?
Me and my shit, right? See, that's the problem. Like for instance, Mr. Fantastic, how many times have we told the young boys that the most millionaires we have don't come from rap or sports? They come from real estate.
Explicitly say that. You heard me explicitly say the majority.
I know, but I'm saying but that's the reality. But we love the rappers. We love the gangsters. We love the athletes.
Stop using them as examples.
No, but okay.
So no, and that's what I'm saying, Ham. That's what I'm saying. So if we talking about us, so yeah, we do, of course. But again, I'm not praising my son. Well, I've never said this here. The last thing I won't even let my son be a rapper if he wanted to. That's
my favorite rapper. So y'all on your own with that shit.
Yeah. So you know what I mean? I literally told my son, listen, you'll fucking sweep floors before I let you be a rapper. Your motherfucking life expectancy goes down infinity years. Okay, that's the worst occupation for a black man.
Okay,
but off of that, right? What I'm saying is, bro.
What?
I understand you're saying everybody got hoop dreams, everybody got ball dreams, so on and so forth, right? Ball. But what I'm saying is,
damn,
you still, for the most part, that's a small percentage. What percentage of boys you think the football team is? Nobody ever gets cut from the football team, but every boy in the school don't play football.
Yeah,
right.
big school, but people don't get cut from the full team. Yeah.
Basketball, same thing. You only got 15 spots, 12 or 15, depending on where you're at, right?
Yeah.
So what I'm saying is, even when we use the sports thing, most boys aren't even still. That's a very, very small percentage that even pursue that.
Yeah.
So that's why I say when we talk about it and we say, oh, well, you want to play ball. So no, it's way more regular schmegular everyday dudes that just go to do whatever they do, whatever. No sports aspirations, no hoop dreams, none of that shit. Hey, I'm gonna grow up. I'm gonna be cool. I ain't even trying to be a millionaire. Some shit, if it come, it come. But I'm cool with being, I want to be a barber. My granddaddy was a barber. My daddy was a barber. I want to be a barber. My dad was a plumber. So on and so forth. See, there are far more dudes that have connections to men that have been nothing but and did nothing but be hard workers their entire life. What I'm saying is the majority of those men are overlooked. Point blank, period. And I don't think anybody disagrees with that. Okay, when we talk about trade,
salt to the earth type cats, you mean? Plumber, electrician, barber.
Yeah, literally like the people that make the fucking world go, the trash collectors. We talked about it, right? Did we do something on that with the Philly thing? I think we actually talked about that one of the Mondays, right?
Yeah, I believe.
Yeah,
So,
you know what I'm saying, stuff like that, like the men in industry, like engineers, mechanics, all these things. What I'm saying is, even when we look and hell, I understand your defense was great, but when we really look at the numbers, it isn't enough men even in that have that desire. So what I'm saying is, far more blue collar workers and men that have that archetype of life than I want to be rich. I want to play ball. I want to be famous. So what I'm saying is, even though we know the vast majority have no desire, no connection or whatever, it's still that's the most ultimate thing praised. And I understand, hey, we all watch football, we all watch basketball or whatever, so on and so forth. My thing is still within that, there still needs to be and has to be an appreciation for the man that keeps the motherfucking cable on so you can watch the football game, the TV that you can, the house, the electricity. So that's what I'm saying. So for, it's not just about blaming the women, but the women are the biggest perpetrators when you see, hey, ain't, can't, don't, won't. And then, like you said, the lies that get told purposely to keep denigrating and downplaying the achievements and the importance of the black man in the black community.
Yeah,
that's a problem.
I got you.
Nobody wants to accept the shit, and I'm just, you just want to blame the women. No, nigga, I've studied this shit. I seen it. I know what the fuck's going on. And until we fix the issue to where the regular everyday black man is in his proper place of just respect, I'm not even shout out to Aaron. I'm not even saying be lauded. I'm saying just be respected. You know what I mean? We not going nowhere. We spinning our wheels.
And this a thing, right? And we always circle back, right? And I said I did a short on this or whatever the case was. And I meant this. Stop fucking listening to them. I'm going so far as in a relationship. You consider what she's saying. At the end of the day, if you're going to do the job, right? A lot of things are emotional, right? Take what you can out of it, but don't take that shit as law of facts.
Right.
Especially if you know somebody don't mean well and it ain't the truth. Easier said than done. We just saw that with Roger, right?
Yeah.
That shit grinds your gears. It gets on your nerves. I 100% agree with that. But us, and I'm saying feel because I need to vet this out properly. We are adding to that shit.
Yeah.
We are adding to it, right? By keep saying it. If the proof is there, the proof is gonna be there. And this is the thing about men, right? We can't have it both ways. We also say build a bridge, motherfucker. Stop crying. Strive for more, right? Push yourself. We don't even allow other men around us to be content. We compare. We contrast. I want to be better than him. I'm always in competition. This is the yield. Now they can say you ain't better than him. And you know what? The other nigga say exactly. So I mean, it's a pot that I don't know. I gotta understand the pot. You know what I'm saying? Go ahead. He knows you had your hand up.
I think it It really does start in the home on an individual level. Like my family, they know. I be telling them all the time, y'all use so much damn toilet paper, you couldn't flush your toilet if it wasn't for a hardworking man, though. You know, those type of conversations, like the blue collar worker, we keep this shit running. And so it's not that, like they said, Mr. Fantastic said we should be applauded or anything, but the respect level should be there because we're the ones maintaining everything around this bitch. You know what I'm saying? So
hold on, bro. I was just on a panel with you, Hamp, where we went over the statistics that says most black men are getting married to black women around the age 30, I believe, around that age group, which means men are being chosen, men are being celebrated. Just because we don't see it all over social, like this is the biggest problem with Americans as a whole, bro. If we ain't shooting off fucking fireworks on social media, then you ain't doing shit. Like, goddamn, get the fuck off the internet. Like, dog, you know, white people also look up to their favorite basketball players too, and their favorite quarterback too. But you know what? There's a difference. It seems like our black community has a very hard time separating the entertainment industry from everyday life. I teach my kids this rap shit ain't real. The way they talk, the way these people talk in movies and TVs, you better not ever say some shit like that in real life. You better not ever carry yourself like that in real life. But it seems like this is only a discussion in the black community because every other demographic knows to teach their children the difference except us. And so we up here constantly comparing ourselves to the minority of the minority of the minority. Hemp, how many times throughout the years have you gone over the statistics of how many athletes from high school, the small ass percentage, make it to college, stay in college, make it to the league, and stay in the league? Why are we comparing ourselves to, as you said, literal rocket science comparisons? But again, Hemp, this is why it seems like I'm the only one who comes up here consistently actually speaking good about black men, because again, we just had a panel saying, wait, a lot of the black men are actually are living it up. A lot of black men are meeting the standard. A lot of black men are leading the household. Yes, it could be higher. There's a lot of things we got to do, but right now it ain't all fucking dire in the street. But y'all,
Well, that's kind of a false equivalency to say that black men. What your opening statement didn't make sense, because you would have to ask the question, how many black people are getting married? Just to say that black men are getting married at the age of 30. If 10 black men get married, 9 of them are at the age of 30, then you can say vast majority of people that get married are getting married at the age of 30. But very few black men are getting married, and that's the issue.
Willing to, Aaron, these are guys that are at least willing to try to commit and go through the process. Good God. They don't have to get it right every time. I'm just happy that they're willing to commit, Aaron. I can work with that, Aaron. You know what I can't work with? Aaron, just like you won't tolerate from any of your children, I will not tolerate lack of effort. You can't even be bothered to try. I can't do nothing with you.
So then you got to ask the question, out of all the men who are giving a genuine lack of effort towards marriage, how many of them are successful?
50%.
Right. Which means there's an issue. If
Coin flip, I'll take them odds all day.
You won't.
The other problem is what's the percentage? What's the percentage of black men actually getting married? So they're actually the conversation is about the majority, because I believe it's 30% or somewhere around that, and of that 30%, 50% get divorced. So it's there. I appreciate the passion, but we need to get that 30% up to. Let's get that 30% to 50%. Then let's get that 50% to 70%. But the problem is that Mr. Fantastic speaks on this quite frequently. Is the women are having, like, we're having issues with our women choosing that the as you have said already, the men that are doing well, the men that have like for me, I'm gonna use me as an example, and I hate using personal examples, but I'm gonna use me as an example. Came from the projects. Mom and dad divorced. Uh, Grew up gang life. Fortunately, I had a skill set that took me to college, and I didn't expect it to get me to the NFL. I just expected it to give me a degree. I ended up doing all of those things and came out successful. I got two. My daughter the last one in the house is just now went off to college. So it's difficult from what I'm hearing in these spaces. I don't see a lot of it in real life, but from what I'm hearing in these spaces, that the women aren't choosing men like that. They're not choosing staff engineers, civil engineers. They're not choosing these people. They're choosing, and going back to Mr. Fantastic's point, they don't see those guys, but they do see Mr. Thug who doesn't have a job, or Mr. NBA player, or Mr. NFL guy, or Mr. Rap star, or the guy that does all of the above, right? I think that's the point that we're speaking on. It is and that's the majority, unfortunately, if we're only marrying at 30%.
Well, so here's the thing, right? And that's what I knew it was. That's what I called out. That we talking about women and what they say they want, right? That I don't even know how we even got to them, right?
Fuck them all.
Like that, that's what I was saying. We start talking about desirability in terms of what women say they want. Like that, that shit is hot. It's disheartening. I mean, I don't know. I don't even want to talk about that part as much.
Hamp,
right?
I gotta say it out loud, Hamp, and I don't know if
Then I want to go ahead. Truth, you got it. I'm gonna get True and Scam, man. Go ahead.
I gotta say it, man. I'm tired of every single time on these black men panels specifically. Hamp, CT, you guys are the only ones who try to keep it forward, but there's too many of these panels where every single time it's just what the fucking woman do. Right? Like every single issue, bro. We're supposed to be up here talking about the National Guard and more like authoritarian police state, and then we somehow got into what women are saying that they like in a fucking job title. What the hell? You know what I mean? Like, guys, no, AP, I want you to know right now, there's women panels talking about current events and talking about infrastructure things more than the guys are, and we're supposed to be the ones who are utilitarian.
So to get to a solution, here's the deal. The solution, we all know the solution is a core family, is a strong community. We can't get to that by ourselves, no matter what anybody says. I mean, again, I'm from a me perspective, I'm like everything's straight. And I think from a Hamp and most of the men on the panel, they're straight in regards to the family piece. But in order to get to the solution, because the solution is a family structure, in order to get to that, it's very difficult to have the conversation without mentioning women. Because why would, like, you go back to what is Trump currently doing? Is he treating a symptom, or is he treating the disease? He's actually treating a symptom of a broader disease, in my opinion.
100%.
Like, that is where we are, right?
100%. You're right, AP? Right, but here's the thing, and I'm saying but on purpose, right? Not because I disagree with what you're saying, but I disagree with our overall messaging, because it hurts itself. It eats itself, right? So you say no marriage, right? Against marriage. We conflate marriage with divorce. We say that black women specifically are so diabolical. And we talking to men who don't have experience. They're largely going off of what we tell them, right?
Yeah.
So what it is we address an issue, right? Hold the women accountable 100%, right? But now you have to give them something that they can hold on to. What they're often holding on to is the bullshit, right? And we aren't overwhelmingly preaching family. That's the problem. But we want to have everything at once, depending on what the conversation is about.
Yeah.
That's not how our talking points help, right? So if a man is already doing bad in regards to women, The bad thing you say is what he's gonna latch on to because that's his path of least resistance.
So,
And I think
so
that we
just,
don't understand this well, you know.
I know the other gentleman want to chime in, but
Yeah, go
then
ahead.
that brings me to this question.
Sure.
Because I can talk about how awesome marriage is, and I can talk about the results that I've gotten. You guys can talk about the results that you've gotten, but when they go out into the world and they experience a lot of this negative behavior, what is our messaging to them? Hey, bro, you shot your shot, keep shooting your shots.
Here's a messaging. I got you. I deal with it also, right? And I got a lot of shit. I got a lot of notches under my belt. I'm a Q. I own a business. I got 2 sets of twins. Niggas can't do that shit. I played football in college. I transferred school because I felt like it, right? I got a dad. And guess what? My wife still be talking shit. And guess what? I told her, hey, you got that Lululemon shit on? You better tie your shirt around your waist when you leave out this house. AP, I found the shirt that she tied around her waist in the driveway. Right? You see what I'm saying? So the truth is that this shit don't go away because of all the achievement. She grew up in this construct in this society also, thinking her shit don't stink. This big forehead nigga got a doctorate. Right? Ain't worked in 3 years, but hey, guess what? She want me to work and bring in all the money and then cuddle and then help with these kids. Fuck these kids. I had to tell her the other day, AP, make my plate first. I done told her that for 6 years straight. Make my plate first. The kids is dumb. They don't even know if they hungry or not. They'll sacrifice real food for candy. You see? But AP, hold on. No, this one. Oh, I'm not done. Right? You gotta tell them. You have to tell them the honest truth, right? About you go through months and periods with this woman where you can't stand her. But that's where the dutiful nature of men come in, right? And we work to fix and properly structure things, you know. And the beauty of it is this part too. Everything that I've amassed, I was able to expedite that timeline because she in my life. So what's the pros and cons of this?
That's true.
I know, AP, but you see how I say, yo, listen, she a booger wolf at times too. But Omar taught me this. Omar Smith, y'all know Omar. If you tell her to do something, she go do it. Don't worry about her slamming the door as long as she go and do what you tell her to do.
Yeah.
Right? So even though it's unbecoming behavior, which still needs to be addressed, right? We can't throw the baby out with the bathwater.
So I'm gonna be honest.
I'm done with that.
That's a bar.
just real quick, none of that actually happens here at all in my house. My wife and I got into an argument about about 2 years ago. They have a family dinner and they do it every Sunday. And I go over there and everybody's getting their plates, and I'm not noticing at first how it's all working, but I'm noticing everybody getting their plate. So I get up to make my plate. Apparently her grandmother got onto her about me making a plate. So on the ride back to the house, she was like, "Don't ever embarrass me like that again." I was like, "What the fuck are you talking about?"
Yeah.
She's like,
I got a one up. Right? My wife make my plate. I'm talking about when these kids, you know, I come in, these niggas, they shit still steaming and shit. Where my shit at? Oh, I was gonna wait till you get home. Fuck out of here.
In the oven. Put it in the microwave.
You know what I'm saying? Don't give me that 30-second microwave. Put my shit in a air fryer at least. You know what I mean? You got to complain a little bit. You know
right, man. You want that.
And I'll say, just real quick, and I'll end right here. I'll end right here. Just, I see your point. The point you just made, because those stories happen to each and every single one of us. So why aren't there more of us saying things like, "Yo, this ain't about them. This still about us"? Because we go through it, but at the same time, man, look, without her, bro, where I'm at, I'd be here, but not yet. If
Not
if that
today.
makes
A
sense.
long time, bro. Like it take a lot. It'll take way longer, man. You know what I'm saying? Like it
Yeah.
just. I mean, it's just things, right? Like, you know, that you don't have to worry about. There's pros and cons. There's a give and take. This shit ain't roses and bubbles. You know what I'm saying? You got
I
two
feel
autonomous beings coming together, right? You know, and you have to stabilize that shit, you know, and that takes a lot for you to have to do, you know, and they hard headed. Somebody told them they were smart. Now we here. True, what's popping? Let me get True and Shot Tiffany. What up, my boy? Go ahead.
Can you bump me up a little bit? I ain't gonna be here long.
You gotta go. Okay.
Yeah, but True can go. Not the True. Can I go? Because I'm gonna say my shit. I'm gonna get off.
Go ahead. True, say you good. You good, True? I know True driving this shit.
Yeah.
No. Go Shot.
You sure?
That works.
Shot was goody.
Drop your IG in the back, Shot.
Okay. First of all, good afternoon, everybody. Let me start off by saying I'm a simp. And somebody shit fucking on my intro, man. I want my intro to be right. So I think if somebody can hear your back, yeah, appreciate 10, 15. I'm a simp and I'm blackity black, blackity black. I want to say that before I get into my soapbox real quick. First of all, I love y'all niggas. So I'm saying this with love, particularly to Mr. Fantastic, because some of my words might be a little inflammatory, but it's out of love. When I hear us having conversations about crime in the community, the shit sounds so fucking weak, bro. It's like the weakest shit I ever heard in my life. It is very easy to tell men who've actually done the work in the community versus the men who haven't. So I want to start off by saying to any black man that doesn't really want to involve themselves in like fixing the community, it's okay for you to say, get somebody else to do it. It's okay. We reached a point in society where as a black man, you don't have to be black and black. You don't have to be 10 toes down trying to fix your community. You don't have to. You can say, I don't want to do it. But what annoys me is when we come up with all these excuses and reasons why we don't. So particularly the point about being overlooked. Man, let me tell y'all something. As a man who's done community work, bro, it's overwhelming as a normal nigga, right? Because I was making $30,000 when I was doing this work. Wasn't no rapping. I was trying to have a music career, but that shit didn't pop off, right? Normal as hell. Miss Fantastic, I guarantee you, bro, you find a community-based organization to get involved in, bro. When you step your 6'8" ass in that room, pause. And you shake them young men's hand, look them in their eyes, and say, I'm here for you, young fella. What can I do for you? They gonna appreciate you, bro. They gonna be so happy that you showed up. Aaron, the same thing for you. And the stage is scam. When we show up, bro, we get acknowledged. They not only do they want us there, but they need us there, right? So this idea that we get overlooked, I don't know where y'all get there from. Again, it sounds to me like someone who's never actually done the work. And it sounds like we kind of took the long way to blame women for what's going on. And I'm just saying as men, that's weak as fuck. Because you can say, I don't want to do the work. You can step away and no one's going to get on you about it. That's the society we live in. But it's up to us to fix the community, bro. The cops ain't going to do it. The government not going to do it, bro. It's up to us. That's what it is, bro. I wanted to start there because I want to know, like, I'm trying to understand, like, how do we get to this point where everyone thinks, like, because, okay, this is my last point, and I'll be quiet. Because me and Omar had a conversation in Discord, right? When we had this conversation, we always talk about the thugs with the switches. Y'all do know it's boys that go to school that don't have a father around. Y'all know it's regular kids also that are not outside thugging that could use some mentorship. They could use some positive black males in their life. And it seems like to avoid what I just said in the beginning, y'all always talk about that extreme. So we don't got to deal with the majority of young black men who might not have a strong female, a strong male figure in their life. We just ignore them. But all of them ain't out there with switches, y'all. So why we keep talking about the switches all the time? I'm done.
All right, cool. Yeah, so it's easy to say some shit is weak, right? When if that was the case, isn't every man out here? Why aren't the majority of men? Why ain't everybody motherfucking rushing to be that guy and save the fucking day?
Right.
We all fucking human beings with our own lives, our own responsibilities and shit. You just said it's overwhelming.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of men don't have the latitude or the motherfucking the temperament. You got to be built for this shit. So the worst thing you can do is tell a person that's not built for dealing with a situation to throw yourself in a situation. I already said this shit. Until my son's 18, fuck them kids that ain't mine. I mean
sure.
it.
I appreciate that. I appreciate that, Mr. Fantastic.
If I gonna walk by a kid, if I see a kid being mistreated or whatever, so on and so forth, hell no. If I see a kid and he don't got a motherfucking shiesty on in a winter coat on in the summertime, doing something wrong, am I gonna be like, hey, young fella, what's going on, man? Come on, you better than that. Yes, I will. So at that level, I think we all still get involved. But clearly, like you said, bro, I don't have the desire for using my resources, my time, my knowledge, my whatever, because as you said, for those young men, yes, they may celebrate you for that time. Hamp told a story about the young boy that was on the football team, right? And they tried to get him right. Everything was there. As soon as he got away from them, what happened? He ended up motherfucking either getting locked up or boxed up. Which one was it, Hamp? He either died or he got locked up.
Well, he got shot in the face and got locked up.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying, Shaw. We dark skinned niggas from the South, Mississippi, making shit similar. I'm not this nigga as to where I'm so far removed from the hood shit and whatever, so on and so forth, bro. I live in Jacksonville. It's just I seen this shit, dog, and I understand for them niggas though, the ones that need it the most, that's who we talking about, Shaq, because that's what we talk about. Nobody's talking about the good kid that's from he got a single mom, but you know she good people. She got a job. She don't condone none of the bullshit and so on and so forth. She not begging for people to fucking whatever. When the community's talking about y'all need to mentor these boys, they're not talking about the boys that can actually be mentored. They talking about the fucking worst impossible cases. So that's why we always mention them, because that's who they expect you to save, Shad. I'm not shaving on motherfucking preteen and teenage psychopaths, bro. No. Now the kids. Now I'm with you, and I have not done the work at your level, but bro, I've volunteered. I've been a volunteer. I've actually had child mentors, young black boys, right? So I've been there, done that, right? What I'm saying though, bro, is that, and I agree, it is for the men to do, but the men have to be, and this is where we got to get this in our head, bro. This maybe it's the military thing. Motivation and incentives are real, okay? Motivation and incentive are real. The biggest incentive to everybody is what? Money. Pay me or appreciate me, okay? Pay me, appreciate me, make some shit fun, give me time off, whatever, all right? I understand that because of that organization, that setting, and then actual things that's taught to me from a psychological level, a sociological level, all this different shit. I'm not saying niggas ought to get a motherfucking, a ticker tape parade because you helping the community. That's not what I'm saying. I'm saying though, niggas don't even get acknowledged. That's what I'm saying, Shad. This is no incentive for and me and you, we grown. It's got to be incentive. The reason you don't see more dudes doing it because they're like, oh man, nobody give a fuck about that shit. And I know that's not the only reason you do it, but it helps. It helps on what do you call it? Soften the fucking blow, or soften the frustration, and like you said, being overwhelmed by somebody actually being like, hey man, you need something. Hey, I got a fucking store. You get a free drink or coffee or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And that's what just was not happening. So it's not just blaming the women, but it's talking about one of the major root causes, because them Asian men, some white men and Hispanic men, for sure at the top of the list, them Hispanic men working all day on that fucking roof or out landscaping. Maria praised the fuck out of them. How many times have I been out and I done seen them still, both of them dirty, sitting down eating with the niños? Okay, so that's what I'm saying, man. Is that because we lack that. That's the problem. If as to why you don't have this overwhelming interest in that, and you cannot blame a man or call a man selfish for just not wanting to fucking give his resources to a complete total strangers, bro. That's what I'm saying.
No,
can I piggyback off of that?
One more thing, Mr. Fantastic. What I'm saying is weak is we try to create these other reasonings or like scenarios as to why we just won't be like you just did. Just say fuck them kids. I respect niggas that say fuck them kids versus saying, well, we don't do it because we're overlooked. And the women, because it ain't got shit to do with women. When I decided the career path I wanted, I never thought about how do women fit in this equation, bro. I wanted to be a source of benefit for my community, bro. That was my sole reason. It had nothing to do with women. Now, I'll also admit it, Mr. Fantastic, that when I started to think about family and dating, thinking about that actually did influence my decision to stay in that arena because it don't pay well. And you're right, it doesn't pay well to be a benefit of the community for the most part. Being a teacher, being a health educator, stuff like that, the money is not that long. But what I'm saying is it's weak when we start trying to talk about women. When I'm saying as the men, we are the ones that have to do the work. And women do the work as well, but we're the ones that have to do the work. And if you don't want to, I respect when you say, I don't want to. But saying things like we're overlooked, I'm telling you, bro, you not. If all 10 of us right now in our communities went out, and I'm saying we all lived in the same, it's hypothetical, and found a community-based organization to be a part of, bro, we would get welcomed with open arms because you don't see it. When I was working with these organizations, it was all old Black women that were running these organizations. And we could barely get support to maintain them. That's what I'm talking about. That's the issue. And you talk about this in other arenas, how we don't support our own. We don't support these smaller organizations, but we be so ready to call the police in to clean everything up. And they don't change because the resources are still the resources. The lack of resources are still there once the police come and clear everything out. The lack of resources are still there, which means crime will eventually come back. That's just logical thinking, Mr. Fantastic. This ain't no emotion, just logical thinking. So we keep thinking, let's bring the police every time we want to fix issues in our community. We'll never actually fix it, bro. Never.
Hey,
Yeah, you're saying the same thing I said.
Can I jump in there?
No, I want to say this real quick, Shad. What's crazy is that even though you're doing the organizational work, one of the things that you might have missed is it's less about your organizational skills and the fact that you're even a Black man there in the first place. Think about who you described that typically.
That's a fact.
Because as we always talk about, it takes a village, right? Well, we need Black men in the village. We don't, and no, that does, and I'm tired of all of these logical leaps. Like all of a sudden, Shad said every Black man needs to be a teacher. No, he didn't. Right? We had people, if you wanted to be passionate about being a teacher, then be a teacher. But as a parent, as a dad, you can still be active in that organization. You don't have to be a teacher, right? Sometimes it's just about being there and being present, and we don't have enough of that.
Go ahead, he knows. And then he knows quick, and then I get you in because he relinquished his spot.
I'm actively a mentor right now for a 10-week pre-apprenticeship program that helps underprivileged youths, whether they be fresh out of juvenile hall, fresh out of jail. And this is mainly Black men, most of the mentors, except for I think we got 3 women, but we help them get their certifications in forklift, scissor lift. We help them get their flagging license for traffic control. We're just now implementing them being able to get like their OSHA 30. We're aiming for the OSHA 40. And I think sometime next year, we should be able to help.
Saying that to say what, though, he knows. We understand the program. So what are you saying?
That there are men actively helping the community, and 80 to 90% of the boys we push through the program still spin off and go back to the streets because their situation at home. They still have to run back to the streets because we can only give so much support. It's down to the individual man and young man to make that decision themselves. But if their mom and their family and all their cousins are still involved in the streets, there's only so much you can do. It's almost discouraging to see how many people come through the program. We spend thousands of dollars per student to get them these certifications. And they still just basically in 30 days go back to smoking weed, can't pass a drug test for the union. We even pay their union dues and try to find them sponsors so they don't have to do it themselves. It's not as simple as, oh, more Black men need to be involved in the community. Black men are involved in the community, but our culture is dictating these young, impressionable minds all the way to the point to where it goes in one ear and out the other afterwards.
Yeah.
So that's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that isn't okay. So let me go. Matter of fact, Go ahead, True. Because I just here's what I'm hearing. You never change nobody's life, so you wouldn't understand.
I got some
Right.
successful.
So,
I
like
got some
as an
success stories.
example, but you didn't mention those, right? You were quick to mention the people
I'm
who
just
went back to
sticking
the
to the
street.
numbers. Everybody's
Now,
talking
here's
about
the thing, right?
statistics. I'm sticking
Now,
to
this
the
is the one
numbers.
thing about the uninterruption thing, right? The point is bothersome. I get it. I'm saying it to you. I'm saying it to Mr. Fantastic. You never changed nobody's life, so you wouldn't understand, right? All you can see is the boys who went back in the street and got shot in the face, like the boy Chris, aka Sugar, that I mentioned, right? But my entire D line, it was 13 of them, right? They play college football. 8 of them don't have dads, right? So I can admit, yeah, Chris got shot in the face and is in prison now, right? And it hurts my heart because I took probably the most liking to him. But if I call these boys right now, they'll say that I changed their life, right? So I happen to have 8 out of the 12 that played college football because of me, right? So I had the majority, but there was 120 kids on the football team, right? But if you make the impact, you can actually see it manifest in these kids. I'm telling you that the understanding is there is different. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
Can
So
I
Ham,
respond to that?
we need perspective. Just
Can
real
I
quick.
respond to that?
Well, hold on. He knows I got a question for context. So when you say you changed their lives, are you saying you changed their
trajectory?
Trajectory, meaning they were wayward, they were going down the wrong path. The 8.
The path is when I got them to, as opposed to before they got to me, right? So their attitude, respect for authority, sitting in front in class, their grades, right? Because you changed the standards for them boys because I could take football away from them, right? So now that they play college football, one of them is currently on the Patriots, right? They don't get that path. I can confidently say that trajectory doesn't look the same.
And I'm not trying to diminish that.
No, I know you're not. I know you're not. I'm just articulating.
I'm just saying, if these were these street niggas, were these street kids, or were these just kids that just did happen to not have dads?
They come from Palmer Park, right? So oftentimes it's a neighborhood, right? To where if people live around DC and whatever the case is, then they would understand, right? They come from a Martin Luther King Boulevard.
Okay,
you know?
got you.
So the environment is in, you know what I mean? They're surrounded by the stuff. You know?
Got you, yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at it, right? And there's other stuff, right? That is influential, Mr. Fantastic, right? Mr. He knows said it. They have to want to do it, you know, but the impact being consistent is super influential to these kids. And now, to be fair, I maybe resonate with them. So like I'm a DJ, right? So I know all the music, right? To Mr. Fantastic point, my background. So I got also stains in my background that they respect because we are ignorant. You know what I mean? So I understand that. Go ahead, he knows.
I could also say the same thing. They know I've been to prison. They know I'm a felon. I had 29 graduates on the 18th. After graduation, we had some of the union heads that control around 26 unions in the state. About 10 of them already have jobs to go into apprenticeship programs. It's not that I ain't changed no lives or affected anybody. It's that I wish I guess on a personal note, I could do more, because the ones that don't make it, it's not just because they don't want to do it. Their surroundings a lot of the times are almost dictating the circumstances they're in once they leave the program.
He
So
knows
I don't know
you've
if that gives
already
any
done more than
clarification.
Yo, don't cut him off. True is going after him. True is going after he knows. But he knows. That's all I'm saying, beloved. I'm saying say that shit. You already got 10 of them cocksuckers a job, nigga. Say that out of 29. That's a lot. Right? What's the math on that? Somebody smarter than me. 33%?
Around there.
10 out of 30 is 30.
Yeah, whatever the smart guy said.
Higher than 0.
And those are the guys who already have jobs. You got more. Hold on, let me finish applauding you. You got more niggas a job than get married.
This is facts. Mathematically, yeah. That's crazy.
Let me read these, and then True is talking. I don't give a fuck if Jesus drop out the sky. True Table is next. All right. No offense.
What's the weather
Aaron with the $2 says everything okay is crazy. Okay until you begging loud. What did I do? Aaron with the $2 says, is niggas talking too long to find solutions? Taking too long? Sorry. Jamal with the $2 says, DC will be predominantly Latino in 5 years. I guarantee you. Hell no. AL with the $5 says, only way we can change culture is to force it as a popular media, celebrities flooding it in the mind 24/7, just like a bad song they play on the radio. Just my 4 cents with the $2 says, Bronx Tales, Sonny versus Pops the bus driver. Aaron with the $2 says, the culture taught me get it however you can. Rebecca with the $20 says, HAMP, gentlemen, chat, happy Monday, great show. Aaron with the $2 says, can we fix the black community without our women? No. Ed Unchained with the $5 says, laugh my ass off, ellipsis. We keep getting stuck on the women aspect of the conversation because that's what y'all keep getting triggered by in a holistic conversation. Aaron with the $2 says, once a month, y'all got to let HAMP vent. No, I was just telling the truth, B. Jay Miller with the $5 says, respectfully, Shaw, I didn't give a fuck about what some square was talking about when I was a YN, and these YNs do not either. These YNs need strong fathers. Yep. And I think the key to what he's saying, he's not negating that, right? You know, not negating that. But the effort is
real quick help to that response, because Omar made a point about that. It might not be us. It might be the used to be YN that did something with his life, and we can support his efforts. I can't go to the hood because I'm not a hood kid, but it might be a hood kid who's now an adult doing the right thing, and I can support him, whether it's financially, whether it's helping him build his organization, whatever it is. That's what support looks like. All of us ain't soldiers.
Yeah, everybody don't need to be on the front line. Victim Olympics with the $5 says, for the regular men parade fun. Damn. Aaron with the $2 says, mentors are only a band-aid for a missing father.
That's true.
Jay Miller with the $10 says, Shad is talking about addressing the symptoms instead of addressing the root cause. Successful communities start at home. They will never go away until people make better decisions regarding procreation. Sean Brewer with the $5 says, you can't save the community. Stop trying. You can only save the ones that reach out to you. Community is wildfire. Resources is your parents first. Aaron with the $2 says, HAMP so humble he don't see his effect on others. What you mean? I don't know. We just grinding, man. I'm just saying he knows done a good goddamn job. I ain't gonna let him say otherwise. True, what's popping?
What's going on, family? Brilliant broadcast, man.
What up, man?
I love where what's going on. I love where it was going, but what I wanted to chime in and hopefully add to the conversation. See, the way I received what Fantastic said, and I don't want to diminish the spirit that he set. There is a crutch that the black community has. And if you just study our history, just in this country, we went through transitions to where at one time we were a spiritual people, but we're still in an infancy stage because we're trying to identify what it is to be black, what it is to be powerful, what it is to be structured. And for probably the last 40 years, maybe 50, we've been occupied by this spirit of degeneracy. A couple of you have also touched on it. We take away our power in the sense of, well, they're not going to listen to us because we're not coming from what they can resonate with. And I think that's a part of the problem. Currently, we have an opportunity to redefine and rebrand what it is to be black, what it is to be excellent. And it's a series of things. It's the politics, it's the structures, it's the family unit. But I think what you guys did, at least the way I received it, you completely washed out what Fantastic said. That others like not important. It is very important. The community is both male and female, but the cornerstone of the community is always going to be family. It is the men. We do need to lead. We need to do all of those things. But I don't think, and you guys can correct me if I'm wrong, that most black people, men and women alike, know what it is to be black without degeneracy. I don't think we've seen it. And I think that's a part of the problem. So I'll leave it there. We can expound upon it and, let me know what y'all think.
I think that's great, True Table. I think that black, knowing what it is to be black without degeneracy has to be what permeates the culture. And I'll leave it right there.
Agreed. Scam, it's on you.
Scam likely. What up, man?
What's going on? Most people aren't degenerates. Most people aren't participating in the behavior. But when it's convenient, on something you don't want to do or a narrative you want to push, you can throw degeneracy out there at any given time. Most people are regular people doing regular things. And when they talk about somebody, I don't remember who it was, said the narrative of where people only listen to the NFL players or only these people. Most people don't even know these people. Or they only listen to, what is it? They shame you for being some kind of lame. That would mean that most of the people are criminals, because who's doing this shaming of the lames? Even in the hood, most of the people ain't criminals. So that means there's a whole population. They're committing crimes and then going over here and shaming the lames, who ain't going to be in the crime mix anyway. It just don't make sense.
Well,
I don't buy it.
To offer clarity, my contribution to that conversation was that the culture will applaud the athlete and the criminal before they applaud the salt of the earth guy who actually deserves the applause, because they are the scaffolding that props up the community. That was my take.
Can I ask you a clarifying point?
Hold on. Let me respond.
Like, come on.
So somehow these people are doing all this praise to the athletes, but then in the cookout they go to on Saturday, who's at the cookout that they're going to? Regular people. They're spending their time, their money, their energy, their vaginas, their whatever, with regular people. That means that's who they're praising, regular people. That's what they're around.
No, it doesn't. They're all wrapped around a television watching the guy score a touchdown.
Hey, Aaron, can I ask you a clarifying question? When you say promote, are you talking about popular media?
No, I said applaud.
Right. When you talk about applaud, are you talking about popular media? Because I'm thinking about, like, with my HBCU, right? Every 2 days, they're promoting a student who has become a doctor, become a teacher. So I'm saying, and that's applauding, right? That's the same thing. So I'm just wondering what your lens is, because I can maybe understand where you're coming from when you say applaud.
That's a micro community within the Black culture. I'm talking about the Black culture as a whole. I'm talking about the umbrella under which the Black culture exists will more readily applaud being an athlete or a successful criminal. We have more T-shirts that say "free this guy" or a number with a last name than we do T-shirts that have anything to do with STEM. What the fuck is that? Because the culture likes to see at the forefront of itself entertainment and controversy. What do they say? Sex and violence is what sells, not righteousness.
Hey,
it's right there.
Aaron, do you think Black people like a monolith in the way we think? Do you think most of us think the same?
No, I think we're tribal. I think we're pack animals as human beings. 100% we are. But to say we're monoliths is closer to moving towards an absolute, which, you know me, I stay away from absolutes as much as I can. I'm one of these never say never, except, oops, I just said never type guys. You know what I mean? A monolith, no, but pack animal, oh yeah, we sheep.
And I'm only asking that here not to be a contrarian, but you said it's kind of like a micro community, and I'm thinking in my mind there's
a community within it.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead. Which is correct.
So I'm thinking there are micro communities all around America, particularly people that went to college, particularly people that went to HBCUs. So I'm trying to like compare that to like what you're saying the majority of us are doing, which you're like praising the football players and.
Right.
You see what I'm saying? Like I'm trying to really like assess it.
No, 100%. Great question. And I wish the micro communities, each individually, could combine to have the total buying power that the macro community, which is the Black culture, has. But because these micro communities, this one's aimed at STEM, this one's aimed at law, this one's aimed at chess playing, this one's aimed at anime, this one's aimed at coding, this one's aimed at video games, right? Because they're aimed in different directions, they don't have the same buying and staying power that the macro culture that the Black community has, right? It's the divide and conquer concept gets applied to the cultural aspect of the community. We need to just make being an educated, contributing member of society needs to be the cultural chief among which we applaud, not being the entertainer or the contrarian.
The glue that brings all of those micro communities together. So what you
That's
happen
the one.
when you look at other cultures, Asian cultures, Arab cultures, so on and so forth. So there's a standard set as to where we all believe in this and we all want this, whatever. The problem is
that's family usually.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. But because you don't have the family morals, values, and like I said, we're all old enough to have seen this. Our granddads, our grandmas, you didn't tolerate that shit. You couldn't cuss in front of grown folks. You feel me? So that's what we're simply saying. Returning to a set standard of morals and values that we all agree upon, no matter what your lot in life may be. Right?
Would you say, grandma and granddad you couldn't cuss in front of?
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
man, there you go.
But just adults in general. But you see what I'm saying? You wouldn't even
family,
dare.
right?
You wouldn't even dare. So that's what I'm saying. We've and I don't know, man. I think it's not. I don't give a fuck about white people for real. I don't care about Hispanics. I don't whatever. I only use that as things when I'm trying to. The problem is when we try to be self-critical in the black community, you're the problem, right? When you're saying, hey, look, regardless of the color, I see a concept that works. I see something that works. Let's do this. Oh no, you trying to be? You think you? No, my nigga. What's good? Do you want to fix it or not? And Shad, I when y'all say these things, man, trust and believe me, bro. If I can snap fingers today, and of course, nothing's gonna be like Aaron said, absolute. There's never gonna be no crime or whatever. We have minimal crime. We have minimal all this other shit. So on and so, bro, I would. But what I'm saying is, being that I can't, I live in like, hey, bro, I gotta get my ass up and go do this and this and this. What is going to be the outcome of it? You feel me? Now we all gonna have wins here and there, so on and so forth. But I think until it's the mindset I'm talking about, to where we keep getting the numbers of, dudes that do fall to the wayside. You know what I'm saying? The kids that do end up being victims of circumstance. And it's a major cultural issue and mindset is all I'm saying, man. And it starts in the home. Point blank, period.
That. Yeah, I don't have no pushback against you on that, Miss Fantastic. I'm just saying in general, I think as men, we can admit that more should be done, right? We sit on the internet for hours and have conversations. So that means we got time. We send super chats to have arguments and talk shit about people. We have money to further push and strengthen these programs that are doing the work. That's all I'm saying. Once we do that, I
don't know when you came in. I said that though. I said, I forget who was up here. I forget, somebody was up here before you. It was either Taz or Sean was up here. Mm-hmm. Sean said it. I said that. Sean, I'm 1,000% for the dudes that can do it. Help them. The dudes that are built for it, help them. If it's money, if it's resources, if it's whatever, I'm 1,000% for that. I think where we get out of pocket though is we telling the niggas that don't do it, nigga, you not doing your job. You need to. No, I don't. I need to do what the fuck I'm doing. I have my purpose in life. You can't tell me that I'm lesser of a man or I don't give a fuck about the community, because I want to make sure my kids are straight. I want to put my kids as far up on the fucking rocket as I can put. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to. I don't have to, and I don't want to. The problem is the straight black man, the responsible man, the hard-working guy, the 9-to-5 guy, constantly gets told that it's his job, it's his duty, it's a responsibility to fix a mistake he didn't make. And we have to get out of that mindset, bro. No, baby, no. It's not my job. You 3 baby daddies in, okay? And none of them around. No, it's not my fucking fault.
So 2 things to respond. I'm gonna jump off and y'all got it. I just said 2 things. That's a very new, I think, experience for us as black men to be able to only be focused about our one kid and that's it. I think if you look at past generations, they weren't allowed to operate in that way. We're very privileged in that way. We could focus on us and our kid, and that'd be enough. But I think even for myself, growing up as a kid, I'm one of the lucky ones because my dad went in the home. But some kind of way, my mom found a village of men who, when they saw me slip or whatever, they just was actively involved, even without my mom having to say something. It was just innately in them. When they saw young boys around the neighborhood, they was like, "Hey," that's just what the energy was. That changed over time. I don't know why. And the other thing is,
I can tell you why. How was your mama?
She was super grateful, like, you know what I mean?
She was thankful. Sure. She was appreciative. She wasn't demanding them to do shit.
I got you. You're right. I got you. And the second thing, again, all I'm saying is, Miss Fantastic, when I say like it's weak, I'm saying the way you said it, like fuck them kids. I can appreciate you being honest about that. But I'm saying when we start trying to find all these reasons why we can't be more effective in the community, that feels weak to me. And I'm saying once as men, we can look over and assess, man, we did all we can. I'm cool with the results are. But I'm saying I'm not sure is as a group of people, black men specifically, we're actually doing enough. Not individually, but collectively, I'm not sure.
I got you. Man, I agree. You're never supposed to be satisfied. I'm with you on that all day. I wouldn't even argue it. It's cool. Well, you can always do more. But at the very least, thank a nigga for the shit that he is doing.
For sure, 100%.
Because you guys agree on that last point, and I agree with you both. I just want to try to bridge the gap from what you guys are saying from the outside. I think it's true that every man should be able to do what he's good at doing to the best of his ability. And in some cases, that's going to require a man to say, fuck them kids, because I'm not good at dealing with them kids, right? So in a vacuum, I can see how you would say that looks weak. But in the grand scheme of things, there may come a time where a man is not going to be able to influence the community by influencing them kids. He's going to have to go another way. But that's exactly how we take these micro misalignments and align them into a true north situation is by every man taking whatever he's good at and using that to influence the community in a cohesive direction. You know what I mean? So I think you guys are really agreeing with each other more so, or just coming at the same problem from two different directions. But I think it's mad gems in what y'all were saying. And I agree at the end of it. You know what I mean?
With Mr. Fantastic, for sure, because he's able to separate, hey, fuck them kids versus we do agree. But I'm saying in general, I hear a lot of these conversations, and I hear it's always so defeatist. It's always like they're impossible to save. Some are, we know that. But I'm saying again, all of us can't save the YNs with switches, but there are men who can, and we can support those men. Now the boys we can't help. Yeah. We can help them. We can go help the boys that just might need a little bit of push because they're not around. That's what I'm saying. I would rather hear those conversations. That's it. That's what
I agree with both of y'all. Y'all both spit for sure.
What did Scam go?
Yeah,
Scam with his own coach.
I appreciate y'all letting me get on my soapbox real quick, man. I appreciate y'all.
Look in the back chat. Hit me up.
Black power.
What's up, Coach?
How y'all doing, man?
Scam contribute?
Yeah, he did.
No, I'm not saying that he talked. Did he contribute? You know how he do.
He actually contributed. He
definitely shaped the conversation. Yeah.
Good job, Scam. Go ahead, Coach.
How you doing, man? Can y'all hear me good?
Yep.
Yeah, loud and clear.
This is an interesting conversation, man. This is what I retired doing. Shout out to the South Side and the West Side of Chicago, man. One of the, I guess, the best methods that I've seen over the last 15 years is that, we speak from a perspective that what they're doing outside, the young people are doing outside. I was able to meet with young men each year in the school. I was assigned the worst students, behavior, some truancy, delinquency, some had cases, home issues, attendance. Those were the students that I was assigned to. What I was allowed to do is once a week or twice a week, depending on the school, I was allowed to bring those young men into a group setting during the school day outside of a core class. And what they found that children, when they go into some classes, they're going to be disruptive. So they were able to come into a group and we start talking about some of the things that we're trying to mine out in these spaces about accountability, integrity, positive anger management, having a vision, setting goals. And one of them big ones was respect for womanhood. And what I found out is when they come there, they're all over the place, of course. They don't trust me. They don't know me. They don't trust me. But once they seen the consistency in the message, once they realized that they all had things in common, they were able to be more transparent, start opening up about how they truly felt about certain things in their lives, father not being there, mother's behavior, all of that. And what that did is it allowed them to believe that everybody has a situation and a story, but despite that, there's still opportunity to grow from that and be better. And it may take 6 months. See, we look at cures to be a couple of weeks. When you meet a lot of people, it didn't happen overnight. It took weeks and months to get there. So it may take weeks and months and years to get them out of that mindset. And one thing I didn't do is allow them to always be a victim. Yes, you're a victim in the moment, but over time, they have to be willing to accept the change. And I also had to incorporate the mothers. I used to do parent groups. I had fathers. Well, let me say this. I had fathers in prison telling their sons, I can't wait till you hush up, for you to join me in prison. But when I started meeting with the mothers and started helping them understand, some of their lack of understanding about boys growing, the whole puberty thing, just being able to check that emotion, then you started to see the greatest change. And I think some of the biggest things, and I say this all the time, if brothers could start showing up at those schools, get 10 friends, or meeting, if you find parents at those schools, just started meeting with them at the school, talking to the principal about having workshops to sort of speak with the parents on a consistent basis about children and their child, because most parents know their kids. Then you'll gradually see the change and allow them to take those messages out into the world. And over time, I saw some of the greatest changes. So again, this is a new space. I don't think people are really have that community aspect. Everybody's more individualized today. If it ain't happening to their child, then it doesn't happen. And that's where I think we go at fault. Sometimes we just, and I'm not saying every man is built for it. Like Fantastic said, not every man is built for it, but also everybody plays a part. Because if you have a son, when his balls drop, find a good mentor, find a big brother, find a father, let him hang out with his father, let him understand who his father is, not based on what we say. So I believe over time, and it's not going to be a quick fix, brothers will start making those connections. But again, it's going to take everybody to stand on those lines, men and women, to get those changes for the law. So.
Well, so are we saying that? What's up, Mr. William? So are we saying that the prescriptions that we have in our community are the how you say long-term change? Is that the key?
Yeah.
Is it changing the mindset of the young boys? Is it the structure of the families? Right? Because we're looking at crime and martial law being in place that seemingly is effectuating acute change. So is the implementation that Trump has deployed in DC chronic or acute? If it's acute, then what needs to happen to make those changes chronic? Are we saying it's the young boys?
I think it's not specifically the young boys. It's within our communities.
What do you start with?
It starts with the people who's affected the most, which are the young boys in our case, in our communities, right? Because young boys are hearing the messages of society saying that you're less than. I was the generation when they said 1 in 4 of us was going to make it. They said that to us. So a lot of people took on the mindset that I will make it. And those who got caught up in it, you see them recovering 10, 20 years later. And this is, and again, there's no one solution. I'll say this and I'll shut up. Even in Playboy Williams' town, a young man deleted a mother on the bus stop on a school day, the second day of school. He just did it in front of kids going to school. And they're scrambling now with their agencies within the community trying to find solutions. They want them to work together. But again, they're not allowing those agencies to go where those students are that need to have the message. So I think if more opportunities would be granted to circle young men up and have those hard conversations over time, I believe we'll see a change, because right now young people don't value who they are. And that's a mindset that needs to be mined out. And it may have to get ugly, some crying. Even men, I think it really helps sort of mine out those.
What's the root cause of the poor behavior?
It's
fix the boys, we fix the community, or is that we should start with them? Like what? How do we keep this? So how do we keep the crime rates down and not need the military to come in and do it for us?
It's going to take parents to some degree. By default, most children are with mom, so the parents have to be brought into the same fold. What I used to do is, if I'm covering the topic, I would contact the parents and say, hey, we're talking about accountability this month, so I need your support to hold him accountable. We're talking about setting goals. These are the goals that he set, so I need your support. And over time, they begin to understand that their child needs accountability, needs integrity. So again, it's not just the kids, because if the parents are not in alignment, then they go back home every day. So it just needs to have those messagings about, because most children that go to inner city schools, a lot of parents, they work 20 hours. And when I used to bring them into the school.
So should we arrest the parents, Coach Ferg? When the kid is doing something bad, should we arrest the parents too?
Well, I think it should be a three-time defender. Three-time defender. Start holding it. Well, if a kid fights in school, you just don't want to kick them out the first time, because there may be some underlying issues. But if they're fighting and bullying, 6 months into the school year, yeah, we're gonna have to do some more severe punishment.
So let me get this straight. This kid who has alleged underlying issues beats the shit out of my kid. I gotta wait 6 more months for he beat the shit out of 2 more kids to get a punishment.
No, there should be a mediation between the parents and what they did in Chicago. They made students sign contracts.
Should we arrest them?
Well, it depends on the severity of the issue.
He put his hands on another kid, another person.
Well, if the parent wants to press charges, then that's part of their right to do that.
You're saying the assault should or may not be prosecutable? Why so much leniency?
Well, we're talking about young people, and we don't want to set the precedent. Okay, the first time you mess up, your ass just going downtown for 3 months, 6 months. We got men crying about selling drugs to the people. Why they locking me up? So I at least would give them the resources, and those put those specific students. You automatically have to go and sit in Brother Hamp's group. You're automatically signed up. You had behavior issues, so you're signed up. And we're gonna man it out.
Well, isn't the precedent that if you physically harm people, you should be prosecuted? Isn't that the correct precedent? Now, the prosecution can go a bunch of different ways: fine, prison, probation program, accelerated rehabilitation, right? But the point is to subject people to the thing in which they subjected themselves to. Or are we saying because it's a 16-year-old, we need to make sure we give him a way out?
No, 16-year-olds, again, I think the punishment should be age appropriate. 16-year-olds know exactly what they're doing. The parent know exactly who this child is. And if we called you 3 times and you brushed us off, then, okay, here's the severity of your child. And he's down, withdrawn from the school, and you have to go to the board to get him back in. And you have to show and prove over time that he is going to be worthy to return back to the general population of education.
Yeah, I just look at the assessment of the recidivism rate. And now I know how probation works, so that's certainly a factor, right? They can violate you for just about anything they feel like violating you for. You know what I'm saying? So that shit is crazy. But the recidivism rate, I wonder why. Is it because of the leniency, right? Because we're trying to really assess this shit.
I got a question.
What? Where's Cam?
Oh, actually, to the very point, you're talking about recidivism. 16-year-old kid bullying, beat shit out of somebody, you suspend them. They go do it 6 months later, you expel them. Did you ever go and get to the reason why he's beating the shit out of people to begin with? And if you lock them up, not saying I'm not part of the accountability mafia. Get them. But if you're talking about better community, like as a whole and better people, did you ever address why the behavior is happening in the first place? And there might be 10 other people going through the same thing. Versus, okay, he's locked up, which now he's beating up his cellmate. Did we really see the problem, or is the problem ever really addressed?
Yeah. That's what Coach Ferg had actually already mentioned. He said, well, you have to be careful how punitive it is because there's underlying issues, Now, I just wonder what time and resources is poured into that, because what you will often see, Scam, is for first-time offenders, that potential charge can get tossed out if they, one, don't duplicate any type of criminal behavior within a time frame, but also they have to attend certain anger management programs and etc.
There you go. Yeah, those. I was going to get to that. I got a cousin who went to jail for something. He had to do 18 months. It's either this sentence over here, or you can go through this program. And through that program, he started to go and learn why he was doing the stuff he was doing, and actually made some changes. And those programs were used to cost, these numbers ain't real, $50 a day to keep somebody locked up where they just cutting and stabbing each other, or $7 a day where they can just sit down in counseling groups and actually get to talking and try to get through some things. I know Sean will go into it anyway. I know he always talks about preventive measures, but it's always dismissed. Not always. Most of the time, those things are dismissed, and it always goes to the get them. Lock the parents up, get the kids. They're comfortable. They don't fear the consequences, as if they're not living in a form of hell is why they're actually doing the behavior that they're doing. That's all I got.
I have a reply, but it's okay. Mr. Williams and Sean, and then we get Drew back in. Or my bad, he knows I got you. Go ahead, Mr. Williams.
Hey, real quick, because I'm about to run into this meeting real quick. They got pre-trial intervention scam, so they can the judge will order like a biopsychosocial where they will make the assessment. They'll have a psychiatrist do the assessment on the kids to see if they have any underlying things in the diagnosis codes, and so that's one of the things they'll do to try to make that assessment about it.
Yep. I've seen that. Mr. Williams.
Hey, what's up, y'all? Salute to everybody, man. It's been a while.
Yes, sir. What's poppin'?
Me being at the fact that I work juvenile corrections, I've seen the effect since they took our facility away, and the crime has gotten worse because there's no consequences now. So they can do something out here, do a shooting or what have you, and then, you get hemmed up by the police, and then they release you to your parents. There's no action as far as a judge giving you consequences anymore. So if I give you $1 million chances, what am I going to do? But by that 1,000,001, I'm going to delete somebody. We have to start taking back our youth. It starts with us as men, but we need to have these facilities back so they know if I do something wrong, if I assault somebody or something, I got to pay the consequences. If there's no consequences but me to get back in the custody of my parent that doesn't watch me anyway, they don't know where I'm at 10, 11 o'clock at night, then all is lost. They have to know the consequences of their actions. If you hit somebody that's assault, you need to do that time, whether it's just a day or you go in front of a judge. We've seen too many people go in front of a judge. You see what adults go in front of a judge. They scared. So why not do the same thing if we have these facilities in place to show these kids that something can serve, you can lose your freedom, for one. You can lose your freedom or you can lose your life. But if they're not scared of any consequences at all and they're not receiving them, we have hell out here now. And that was last week, first when that girl got shot. It wasn't the first day. They did a shooting that first day at the same bus stop.
Yeah,
They killed her
you're right.
last week. And then the
Right,
same
right.
night, another woman got killed.
Yeah, that was
Same
you're
night.
right.
It was 3 shootings that night. But in my city right now, there's been a shooting every day. And it's been 15 and 16-year-old males doing the shooting. So we'll eventually think they're going to want to come if we don't get it in order. They're going to come down there. And we'll have the National Guard down here like we did when they did the Breonna Taylor Black Lives Matter. It'll be the same thing. And we actually had a casualty during that, a business owner. So we have to fight, and we have to show them that we're present out here as men. So these young boys will know, you know what? I'm not going to be able to keep walking out here with these hot-ass hoodies and 100-degree heat that we just sitting here in front of the stores posted up and we're acting a fool. But we have to stand for something. Earlier today, I was kind of like going up and down with it when I'm hearing when we were kind of cowards. But we're tough guys with each other. We talk cash crazy. But then when it comes to finding a solution for some teenagers that we've all been at one point in time, now we scared. Now we're cowards. Now it's, oh, don't take care of the community. Don't do community. If you're doing some shit just to get praises, then that's all you about anyway. I don't do shit for my community to get praises. I do it because, for one, I want to see these kids succeed and become productive citizens. Period, point blank. That's my whole goal. I don't give a damn if nobody ever notices. As long as I'm passing on some information to help someone's life better, it doesn't matter if someone knows it came from me, just as long as I can trickle it down and it keeps going.
All right, let's get a response. Go ahead, True.
My bad.
So, no worries. So all this sounds good, and a lot of times it sounds sensationalized. And again, I said it when I was up here moments ago. We need to do both. But what would be the social consequence to the behavior? Because in the current state that it is, men doing what we're going to do, we're going to continue to advance and progress. Great, good. But the majority of the kids are still being raised by women. And when I say the social consequence, I still see these kids who are acting out, have cell phones, rock the latest shoes and clothes and so on and so forth. When I was coming up, beyond the fact that I had a father, socially, we held a standard of what was cool, what wasn't. So if I wasn't acting right, I didn't dress a certain way. I didn't get to do certain things. That was my upbringing. How do we go ahead and bring consequences before it becomes a court level, judicial level? Because kids don't necessarily need to be thrown in jail to know something is off. Typically, they don't like to not be a part when it comes to things like Xbox Live and things of that nature. Or am I just misinterpreting what I see outside? And I'll land.
Yeah,
Well,
you saying?
I think for one, y'all keep bringing in the women. Like, how many teenage boys do you know once they get a certain age are really gonna listen to their mom? Like, let's just be real. You'll listen to a coach. You'll listen to someone that you see outside. Typically, you're not up underneath your mom when you're a teenage boy.
That's not
So
true.
We're throwing the women in this because it doesn't matter, because it's been men and females who have been raised by just a mother in the home. We know that, but now y'all using it as an excuse. Like, we know what the hell the dynamic is, but you can't sit there and act like they don't see men every damn day.
But I think you overlooked exactly what I said. What is the social consequence? Because I don't truly believe that the teenagers, as you're saying, is overpowering these women or their parental unit like that. I don't see that. What I see is that even with their behavior being piss poor and the fact that they can't read, they still dress nice. They still look nice. They're still participating in these activities and events. You can't almost go nowhere current day and not see them participating. Where they getting the money from? How's this stuff being facilitated? They're not entrepreneurs by any right. So what's the social consequence? There's got to be a social consequence.
Yeah, there's an enabling factor, but he's articulating and enabling.
We know that. I mean, most of these mothers are not going to let their kids going out and some buddies. We know that. That's
can I get
like you said, social when it comes to the black community. So what else can we do? There is one thing. When school's letting out, it could be a couple of men on each corner to make sure that the kids aren't doing something silly, to make sure that somebody else is not trying to recruit them or anything. We can do shit like that. You know, there's all different types of ways. There's more than one solution. But to sit there and just use one thing to discount it and say, let's not do it at all, I think it's full of shit.
But again, you spoke about, consequences. That's why I said it must be age appropriate. And the earlier you start with these interventions of communication with young men and young women about, decision making, the better results will be as they come into their teenagers, because a lot of people use peer pressure as an excuse, right? Nobody on here was around thinking about their mom and daddy the first time they had sex. Nobody was thinking about their parents the first time they rolled that weed up. But, but again, the earlier you can come and start having these conversations about there's certain rules that men, we can't avoid. We have to go through that process. And again, it takes continuous communication about certain expectations from men. By default, those best messages would come from your father. However, and there's always been single women, but when they used to call your mama, Mr. Williams, she didn't come to cuss out the teacher. She came to slap you upside the head. We gotten to a point now where we questioning the authority who's in charge and giving our child an excuse to continue those behaviors. We have to sort of, and again, there's no one solution. And
I got a good solution that will help.
And and to be honest, y'all, the youngest inmate I ever had was 8 years old. So it doesn't just start when you're a teenager. You can go to juvenile younger than that. Just so you know. And you know what? It was a better thing because they understood. Hey, it's different when you're in a 6x6 cell and you can't go nowhere. You can't do what you want to do. Somebody's telling you something. Typically, a lot of them learn from that. You had your revolving doors, but a lot of them learned that I can't get a drink of water when I want to. I got to eat when they tell me to eat. I got to get up. You still got to go to school when you're in there. So
do they really learn if they go back 6 months later? Or 3 years later? Is it really working?
It depends on the person. But majority of them, guess what, Scam? They didn't graduate to go to the big jail.
Guys, we
majority
all got
of
that
them
dare
didn't
talk
want to be a criminal, and they learned.
Guys, come on, man. Like
you talking about drugs, man? We all got to go there. See.
Wait. No. He said no. He said the DARE program and people still did drugs, right? But he didn't get to finish what he was saying.
Like,
I know, but that's what True said, but he didn't get to finish it.
Yeah, like guys, come on, man. Like we keep talking about like punishments and deterrents, but we've had these sort of programs for decades now, and it hasn't gotten any better.
They cut
Y'all
them.
know how
What
long
are you talking about? They cut them.
Hold on, William. You know how long
They
the
cut
DARE
'em.
program been around talking to kids? William, I gotta be on, dude. I'm 38.
They cut them, dude. They cut
William,
the community centers out. They cut the juvenile corrections facilities and everything. What are
Can
you
he
talking
finish?
about?
Okay,
Can he finish?
William,
Can he finish?
William, respectfully, I remember being those kids sitting in the elementary, middle school, listening to the DARE officer, and that shit going in one ear out the other. You know why? Because that shit. Oh, yeah, no, that was actually unfortunate. That's a lot of people. The statistics say that's a lot of people. So one of the solutions, HAMP, we have it right here in our face. Didn't we just defund the Department of Education? You see, this is what I'm talking about with masculinity, men, and utilitarian solutions. One of the solutions that we have a big problem with is that our current education system is not structured to meet our current labor demands. The fact that we defunded education, however you disagree or agree with it, means we have excuse me, William, we have a chance to restructure from the ground up our public education system, starting from elementary school, starting from middle school, and getting into high school. By the way, there's already programs that exist like that in North Carolina, South Carolina, and Wisconsin that we can copy and pace amongst all the states. Why? Because different trades like automobiles, right? We're buying more cars than ever. People are getting into more technicals than ever. All of these different trade skills and pipeline and plumbing and everything like that. So you implement some of the core early basic skill sets. That way already you got an apprenticeship program going at 16. That automatically helps cut down, not eliminate, but helps reduce the youth unemployment rate. Why is that a big deal? Because we have a lot of children in the Black community who have to make money in order to sustain the household. Whether we like it or not,
Didn't he just cut all job corps?
Stop.
Didn't he just cut all the trades nationwide?
So we need to be prepping our children from the ground up to be making sure that they're going to go into the labor market prepared. Because right now, the current way it's structured, we are setting our kids up for failure.
So yeah, there's a lot of factors I gotta go to. I want to get Trey. You got any thoughts, good brother? How you?
What it is with y'all, man? How y'all doing today?
What's up, Trey?
Oh man, you breaking up.
I
I
know
got
you
a
said
decent
I
one.
go, so I'm gonna make.
Yeah, but I want to make sure you at least get heard. You know what I mean? Go ahead, bro.
Yeah, I'm gonna make it quick. I was about to say, see, True, he had made a good point as far as social consequences, and I was about to say, Tarus, Warlock, he made a good point where those programs been around forever. Scared Straight, you know, all that. You telling me I'm going to get in trouble, and I live in a troublesome neighborhood that don't do nothing but make me want to get into more trouble. Like it just make me more mad. Like literally. So it's like you're going to sit there and tell me, oh, if I do this, I'm going to go to jail. If I do this, I'm going to do that, right? But the thing is, a lot of people not understanding. The only thing that you throwing in my face is consequences. You ain't throwing no, you feel what I'm saying? Oh, all right, yeah, if you do good, you're going to get this. If you do that, you're going to get that. Instead, you want to drill, don't do this, don't do this, don't do this. No, you need to drill, do this. You need to drill positivity, right? So if you not drilling positivity, and when you look at the older dude don't want to hear nothing that you got to say. The older dude don't want to, you feel what I'm saying? The older dude don't want to respect you back because that's your elder. Respect goes both ways, young and old. A lot of people forgot, a lot of the older generation forgot that first. And then when the younger generation start getting disrespectful, oh, what happened? No, because he was always telling us, shut the fuck up and listen. You just here. So when we get older, we get our own opinions. You can't tell us that no more. Now we off the hinges. Now, when we go to school, you know what I mean? Like when we used to go to school, teachers used to be able to say anything to your parents. Your parents just whip your ass or wake you up in the middle of the night, whip your ass because your teacher didn't call. Yeah, so when we got older, what we started doing with our kids, we started asking our kids. We started overcompensating for y'all dumbass mistakes. That's just what it is.
Right. We call them helicopter parents now, Trey. That's the term. I know you heard it before. Yeah.
No, I think that's an understandable point, right? Like the stick and the carrot, like praise, and then punitive measures. We need to figure out positive reinforcement. We need to find out what works. I'm just reflecting back to what I used to like, how it used to work on me. But I got to get out of there. I got to go somewhere at 2:30. Real quick, AP, what you got?
All right, so I appreciate you having me up, Hamp. Again, I know it's been a minute, but solution, because I've just been sitting here thinking and listening to everybody. The solution is we actually get to the kids early. It's unfortunate. Anybody that's I'd say about the age of 10 and over, like y'all are kind of out of it. What I think should happen is you extend the school day by 1 hour, and the best way I can actually explain it is the way Trey was saying it just a moment ago, is basically a curriculum built around positive reinforcement, but you build a curriculum around it. I think that if you can start that in, let's call it first grade, and it's just something that's added year over year, like it's something that's at every first grade, second grade, third grade, fourth grade, I think that will help. The second thing, the somebody just mentioned about the North Carolina schools. So there is a STEM school in North Carolina, or in actually in my city, and my kids went to it, right next to the projects, literally right next to the projects. If we want to get the kids out, we got to show them a different way out, and you got to do it day over day, day after day, period. And I think those are the most, and that can be done with like Hemp, you
Now,
cleared something up for me.
you know
You
it
cleared
can be
something.
done now, AP.
You cleared something up for me, Hamp, and it's something I've always thought, but until you actually mentioned it earlier, I kind of took everybody's word for it. But you don't need moms to really help do something like that. Shit, add it to the school board and keep it moving.
Yeah.
But we got to get to the kids earlier, and the earlier we get to them, the less we have to worry about the alternative schools or the court systems later when they turn 14, 15, and 16. And again, I appreciate you having me up, and I love that it was solutions focused, and it was nice having a conversation with the men on the panel.
Yes, sir. 100%, man. Aaron, what you think, man?
Yeah, man, I'll be brief. I just wanted to say thank you to all the intellectual titans that hit the panel today. It's great to have a conversation. Welcome to the HQ. It's a dope conversation, needs to be had. And going forward, as you plan your contribution to the success of the community, think about how the punitive measures can also be rehabilitative or constructive. If they don't have those two components, then it's useless to be punitive. But thank you, gentlemen. Thank you, Hamp. Take care.
Yeah, man, I apologize. I had to cut the final thoughts kind of short. I got a 2:30 appointment that's going to take me 10 minutes to get to. So if y'all do the math, I'm going to have to make them an excuse. I'll blame it on Code Ferg. No problem. Yeah, man, I think what Trey was saying is very valuable. You know what I mean? It doesn't negate punitive measures, but he's saying, right, tell them something positive, right? Put something else in front of them as opposed to just punishment, right? But Scam, that's not what you say, right? You question punitive measures, right? Trey's saying that we always see the negative, put the positive in front of us. So they actually have two in front of them every time. You don't need to tell them about the negative. They can perceive it, right? And then you put the positive in front of them specifically. My premise is don't cuss them if you don't love them. So when I coach the kids, I coach them hard as shit, harder than any coach in the world. I stand on that, but not during the game. Right, everything is kosher during the game. I don't give a fuck if we win or losing. You still the best player I know at 3 technique, right? Even in practice, I say, you know what, you did a very decent job, coach. He said, decent, yeah, decent, motherfucker. Ain't no opposition here, right? So you just got to make sure that the love is there because the coach, the teacher, the trainer matters, right? Just like we say with the women. Now, this may actually apply. When you ugly is harassment, right? When they think you when they think you handsome, it's an approach. Coaches matter. The people involved matter, you know. So we'll do a part 2 on this because I want to hear everybody's final thoughts. But I just got to get out of here. So today I'll be live on Crimson Cure channel at 4:30. Literally, it's all complaints, no solutions is the title of the show. So, and this is just the most high. That's why I don't believe in free will. We literally talk solutions today. So we shall see. So 4:30 Central, if I'm not mistaken, but I dropped the link in the chat, and then it'll redirect you guys so you can turn on your notification bells. All right. Salute the Scam. He found 5 marriable women, didn't marry none of them. I love y'all. I appreciate you. Be safe and do the right thing, man.
Don't
like,
start.
share, subscribe.
Don't start.
Tell a friend. We
Closed-minded folks, you know what I'm saying? It's like we got a demo tape and don't nobody want to hear it, but it's like this, the South got something to say. That's all I got to say.